And we are live with Handless Dogs against Pudat and Sons. We're in for a treat of a series and a treat of a game as well because we're on Taiko Temple. We're going to have interesting matchups, and there's a prize fighter start here as well. No one went for it though because Saxon Sax is just going to be a bit too strong, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And because no one took Price Fighter, it's gonna be back on the menu potentially for Nikki Middleton here to get and keep stacking those damages on top because it's good. So it looks like a really strong combination right now from Pudat and Sons, and Nikki Middleton and Co is going to need a lot of damage to get past this creation stack here, as both teams' barriers are down, and so nets are open. And we need to see how the Finny special jockeys over Pudash clears. Back to the midfield it goes. Mr. Flambeau walking over Nikki Middleton, trying to core control the best he can with all the creations blocking her way. But Mr. Flambeau with a nice Era Beam gets it past Pudash into goal for 1-0 Handless Dogs.
Yeah, really good positioning there from Flambeau, being able to receive that core. Cliff not being able to move into space soon enough to shut down that passing play. And obviously, Pudash on the Atlas doesn't really have a lot of range anymore, especially with the primary change. Can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, another quick double barrier take from Pudat and Sons here, and it's being returned here by Handless Dogs, but this time it might be different with Pudash going for a nice clear, but second barrier falls as well with the X Maximus pressure. That's a lot being put onto Pudat and Sons. Cliff vanishes Nikki Middleton away from the action of Wolfmang, gets the combo from Cliff, but into the top right corner.
Yeah, both goals just kind of like clean positioning and passing play, just making use of the fact that maybe cooldowns are down on either of the goalies, and they can't really reach that open goal anymore. Barriers are looking kind of weak this time around as they're dropping really fast.
Absolutely, and it looks like another barrier taken with Cliff, going over nice redirect from Wolfmang's Asher Shield, and Wolfmang trying to pressure Weston into using anything. Weston does use the flip to get the core out. And now it's Flambeau and Nikki Middleton ready to bring down the pain. Pudash also uses the flip. Both goalies have no energy. Nikki Middleton has an energy save, but cleared by Pudat and Sons. Both barriers remaining full on the side of Pudat and Sons as Wolfmang and Cliff look to get the barrier down, but a great clear from Weston as Nikki Middleton pops the X Maximus again, looking to put on any sort of pressure. And Mr. Flambeau with an energy burst here. A strange roll from Taiko Drums. Flambeau burns the flip, gets the clear. Pudash holds the barrier once again, and this time the barriers are looking pretty strong indeed as the barrier keep continues to hold, and Wolfmang flip kills Flambeau, almost gets the barrier, but Weston is on top of it as Nikki Middleton tries to control that top lane. Pudash rotates to the bottom, but Finny's is there, and finally 1-1 barrier situation for Handless Dogs as well. It's been a long journey. Flambeau is back, ready to bring back pressure again as Nikki Middleton kicks it to the corner and gets it through Pudash. Both barriers down. And goal goes in with a great redirect from Nikki Middleton here.
Yeah, Nikki Middleton finding that angle. The Pudash not really ready for it, covering that top corner. Probably was a bit worried as well about a potential maybe heavy engage by the X because the evade did come out. But important goal to be found. Putting him now just 1 goal away from taking his first set, which would do a lot for them in terms of momentum because it's a very like snowbally game if you're looking at something like stacks and stacks start.
Absolutely. Nikki Middleton with 150 stacks, she can be everywhere as this X. So speedy and so big. And Flambeau needing to get his stacks back again at 42 stacks. But we are seeing X Maximus come out and pop Pudash away. And this is a huge kill as potentially 2 barriers could fall from this power play. Nikki Middleton uses the flip, gets nothing out of it. But Cliff has a core flip ready to stall for Pudash, uses the flip, smartly taking it out, but the pressure is still on. Cliff dodges the kill potentially from the bell ringer as Weston and Flambeau trying to coordinate the barrier. Wolfmang almost gets a pick off of the barrier, but the clear is good for Handless Dogs as Weston and Flambeau gets core flip. Weston has to immediately burn it to get away from the pressure. And right now it's a double bash from Rune. Doesn't get anything done with it, unfortunately. And now Wolfmang, both teams using their core flips endlessly to make sure that the core doesn't get into a weird place, especially in a map like Taiko Temple. And drums are coming down. And it looks like Mr. Flambeau trying to make sure that the core can go into a corner for Nikki Middleton to get it, but unfortunately it's Wolfmang who has the end result here as they get the open net. It might be a 2-2 situation. Flambeau and Weston trying to tag team, but it was not enough as Wolfmang gets past the Finny into the goal.
Yeah, the Rune Pillar from Cliff doing a good job there at shutting down the angle. There was still an angle to kind of go around it, but that's difficult to land. And especially if the core hits in overtime into that pillar, it's going to go flying immediately. Wolfmang also being in place then to make use of that Asher, which is an important point for them because now they're putting us into a 0.5 situation. And again, there's got a lot of really strong awakenings up for grabs in this next draft. So you want to be winning this set and get the momentum going for you as early as possible.
Exactly, Nikki Middleton getting the core rotated to her, trying to make good use of the bottom corner, but Cliff is there and gets it out to Wolfmane. Wolfmane only one with energy in this lobby and doesn't have the shield, but if he gets it, he can get it past Weston, especially with that flip. Wolfmane burns the flip and does not get anything out of it, and the lower barrier goes down on the side of Hudat and Sons as Flambeau doing a valiant effort keeping the core away from Wolfmane's push. And Nikki Middleton here to kill Wolfmane, and she does with a decisive core flip here. Pushing with the Aeronado, gets it out. Hudat and Sons buying that precious time here as everything is used to get Nikki Middleton away from the core, and it kind of works, but Flambeau's still here. Maxwell's boost, trying to use the Tycho, but unfortunately not quite in sync, and Cliff having some great pillars here. Mr. Flambeau having to burn the core flip, but gets Pudash's top barrier here. Pudash not in position quite there, and the core continues to roll. Cliff's creations coming in clutch multiple times in this point alone, and Nash doing a great job holding the open barrier. Cliff uses the flip, gets the top barrier as well, and it's up to Weston and Flambeau to hold as Nikki Middleton pushing Wolfmane, trying to get a pick. This pick is going to be oh so valuable here, but I do believe Pudash might use the Atlas Special as we push with the NATO, and Tycho a great angle, and Handless Dogs get that ever important first set, 3-2, very close over Hudat and Sons.
Yeah, that's really good for Endless Dogs because looking at the team comps overall, they are under much more pressure to play it more optimally because there's so much creation going on the side of Hudat and Sons, which you're going to have to play into properly. Going into this draft now, though, you have some really nice awakenings for a pickup. I wonder if the X might even just go to Specialize. No, it just goes to Big Fish. More size, more consistency, does a lot of work for you. Cliff being able to pick up among Titans is going to help a lot with mobility, but the Twin Drive being a solid deny and pickup for Affinity as well. Glass Cannon being very nice for Pudash, as it's just going to give you even more movement speed to work with. Maybe going to even allow this Atlas to walk up a little bit more, have a little bit more aggression to himself. But we'll see if it's going to come into play. The prime time also not to be underestimated for Mr. Flambeau there, because that's going to make that Arrow Beam that's oh so annoying to deal with even so much more stronger.
Absolutely, and Wolfmane will be never reached proper size, honestly, but it is Hudat and Sons who do get the first double barriers here. Weston playing close with fire, but worth it as he does get the core out for now. Wolfmane not able to, or with just the area bearing alone, but that dash will do it. Gets the kill onto Weston. Goodbye, and a nice second set start from Hudat and Sons.
Yeah, getting both barriers is so important for Hudat and Sons because it is so much easier to score on Affinity when she's trying to defend an open barrier, open goal, as compared to just holding a single barrier. So especially if you find angles like that where you can get both of them at the same time, you're going to be incredibly happy with it.
Yeah, it's been really nice redirect all around from Hudat and Sons. But honestly, Nikki Middleton and Flambeau, when they get to the corner, they're doing a really great job of playing against Rune Atlas combos. Lots of creations to play around with, but another good rotate from Hudat and Sons, but another great clear from Weston and Nikki Middleton here. Nikki Middleton burns the flip, uses it to get the core out, relieve some pressure, buy some time for Flambeau to get back. Cliff banishes Mr. Flambeau, and Nikki Middleton has to watch over him, make sure he doesn't get killed and get his stacks reset once again. And it's up to Weston trying to make sure to get the clear away, but that's such a tough one to clear out from. Weston doesn't manage to get the clear, loses the top barrier, so it's 1-1 barrier situation again. Hudash and Cliff have energy. All three of Hudash's team members actually have very close to core flip here. And Wolfmane resets Flambeau stack on stacks once again. No more pancake for you. And Cliff has a core flip. Wolfmane also has a core flip, and they're going to use it here. X Maximus pop, but not enough as the core goes in. That's a swift 2-0 from Hudat and Sons.
If this keeps up, it's going to be a swift 3-0 because we're looking at two flips on the side of Hudat and Sons. We're looking at stacks that are completely reset on Mr. Flambeau there as well. They kind of have all the tools they would be wishing for here. And Handless Dogs definitely need to try to get some aggression out to get that goal going, get those barriers down before it's too late.
And once again, the barrier goes away from Handless Dogs very quickly at the start. And with a double banish there, that is indeed a very swift 3-0, 17-second set as we go into set 2 draft here.
Yeah, there's also I'm noticing Cliff is able to get a lot of rune pillars up that are not really contested, that are not disappearing. So if you are looking at the danger of those pillars, you might be worried if he can get any kind of cast duration on it, like Castle asked. But obviously, Hotshot is everything we're looking at here, because Hotshot and Ruin's going to do so much more damage as well. It's going to keep the core in the side of Handless Dogs so much more consistently, and it's just so much more difficult to deal. And let's not even talk about the cooldown that's coming away from it. Heavy Impact, a solid pickup for the era for cooldowns, and again, another deny pick. And across the board, the Prizefighter has made its return, finding its way onto Wolfmang. And I do want to say, Wolfmang found a lot of KOs together with that 1-2 punch as well. So this could be a genuine concern going into this next set.
Yeah, absolutely, especially since Nikki Middleton and Flambeau are the ones who really wants to find the kills against this creation comp here. And Wolfmang is brought down low, so I mean, this is a very stack-based setup that Wolfmang has going here, and it might be over if Wolfmang makes one wrong move. The Atlas special does save Wolfmang. Nikki Middleton stalls out the kill for as long as she can, but unfortunately the pillar was still there. Flambeau, nice dodge onto Wolfmang's kill. He was fishing for it, and once again, Cliff gets a very nice pillar in the corner. But Nikki Middleton clears it out this time. And Nikki Middleton just sharking around, looking for picks, wins the strike 4 against Cliff, but Cliff's pillar is there. Now, can they get some damage on another team member of Pudat and Sons here? Looks like that's a lot of pressure on from the bottom left corner from Handless Dogs here, but the barrier still holds. Pudash is very, very strong. Wolfmang is brought low again. He does have one stack of evade. Going to get, oh my goodness, a double banish from the play. It's like, could be the lower, but no, it flips away. Weston wins the strike against Wolfmang. Flambeau wins the strike with Wolfmang, but not with Ash and Weston. Bro, very, very scary. Out of invade for come here. And Flambeau is going to be the one doing it as Weston heals up, stay in the top right corner. Make sure Wolfmang gets to it, but Wolfmang does try to get to the top corner up the net. Another 1-0 who that had done.
It's really difficult for the combo of Handless Dogs to really intercept these passes and do something about the pressure that's come from Pudat Sons here, because the core is just very consistently in the Handless Dogs, and as of right now, they don't necessarily have damage to just straight up go and murder them and punish them for being this one.
Yeah, Cliff, and with the corporal, it gets a lower barrier. And another open net situation for this Benny does not get here, uses the special to get it out. But once again, it's back just very quickly into the Handless Dogs territory. And Nikki Middleton jumping everywhere, trying to be at all places at once, especially with that Super Surge dash. But it looks like gonna need a little more time for Handless Dogs to scale and put on that damage. And pushing with the Aeronado, but Cliff's pillars are lasting seemingly forever here. A great play around the Atlas Expanse, especially Nikki Middleton dashing in, popping Dex Maximus. Pudash forced to spend his core flip. Cliff also uses his primary as an insurance. And now Nikki Middleton has all the energy against this Pudash who burns his special as well. And Wolfmang dribbling onto Mr. Flambeau. But Nikki Middleton is on top of both Cliff and Pudash. It's very, very huge X here. The clutch banish from Cliff does not get any damage on Nikki Middleton that's meaningful here. And Nikki Middleton gets the barrier. Weston will back it up. Now both teams have an open net. As we are looking with an Aeronado, Cliff cuts it off smartly with a primary, so Weston does rotate it around. That's a huge bell ringer again from X, and X dashes in with that Super Surge. Coming in from downtown, getting the goal in and equalizing third set, 1-1.
One of the few times where Super Surge X is actually a really solid pickup, because you're never really considering that dash distance to come into play, and when it does come into play, you're taken aback almost immediately. So really good point for the side of Handless Dogs as they try to get a lead in this current set going for themselves.
There are signs of life in Handless Dogs. If Wolfmang also uses a dash primary to try to kill Nikki Middleton without an evade, but Nikki Middleton does survive that, and now she is back. She is terrorizing Cliff and Pudash. Cliff forced to burn an ult, but it's barrier down for Pudat and Sons. Handless Dogs kind of turning the momentum onto their side as they look to get another corner offense here. Weston rotating around Flambeau. Cliff gets a great core flip, but Flambeau is there with the tornado, and both barriers still hold. And Wolfmang is struggling to get reach of the core this time. And if Wolfmang's not there, the offense cannot quite start. Stuns Weston, but Weston gets off the Benny triple take, and it holds the core once again, and both barriers still stand once more as Handless Dogs demonstrating this amazing defense, showing them why they're 2-0 here in Nasty currently. And Nikki Middleton here with the X Maximus, and just as Cliff's pillar runs out, Nikki Middleton comes in, uses the flip, gets the second barrier, open net situation for Handless Dogs here, and this is a point that they're going to really want to secure because they expanded all their resources. Wolfmang is kicked off the field as his Prizefighter stacks are reset now. And it's Nikki Middleton and Flambeau controlling both lanes, controlling it with the NATO. A great redirect. Unfortunately, Pudash is on top of it. And then Nikki Middleton and Flambeau using the Taiko Temple to their advantage. And that's the Era Beam getting the core in. 2-1 handless dogs on set 3.
Also, the Era beam change there came in clutch, because if we're thinking about old Era there, the core was almost about to go outside of the range of the Era beam there. Just the fact that that 0.1 second that beam procs sooner now was actually the difference maker, that Mr. Flambeau was still able to get that core and get that goal going now. So Handless Dogs looking to be in a really strong position now. They do want to find this set, and I mean, you can see it, they're taking the first barrier already.
And Nicki Millen absolutely massive with this big fish pickup. Every time she does her X Maxima, she can cover, she can outstrike any character on the field right now. And another great room banish from Cliff. Unfortunately, both Nicki Millen and Flambeau can survive it. There was no follow-up here. And Wolfman gets a nice stun on the Flambeau, but Weston on top of it. Weston has full energy as well, and they're going to push with that Aeronado here straight into Pudash's face as the bell ringer coming in. Pudash trying to get it out of the corner, making it extremely difficult as handless dogs here. As Weston does lose a barrier, 1-1 barrier situation here. And Pudash, great rotation. Weston with the read onto triple take, and that's a huge Nicki Millen once again with the arrow beam, trying to get through Pudash. Pudash uses his expanse here, and coming in with the Asher Shield, rotating it around once again. Both teams very, very on point, especially on Taiko, which is such a small enclosed map. They're doing really great here. Nicki Millen protecting Flambeau from danger. Cliff has to step away, cannot get a kill. I mean, getting these pancake stacks intact is crucial. Barrier open for Pudat and Sons now. All they have to do is strike the rock in, and that's 2-2 now. A welcome break from Pudat and Sons.
Sometimes Psycho Temple will just have those angles, and Pudat and Sons incredibly happy about finding that, because they didn't really have to use a flip for it. Pudash has a flip, Wolfman is close to getting one. They have two members of them also at full stacks, although the side of Handless Dogs is all three of them fully up, so it's gonna come down to now execution and just kind of setup, and curious to see who's gonna be taking this third set, as it's incredibly close already.
Very, very close, looking very nice. Nicki Millen kicks Cliff off. No more stacks for you, buddy. And it's okay because Nicki Millen is going in, but Pudash is holding, and Nicki Millen wins the strike war against the Atlas here. And it's a slowed, an unpowered Wolfman here with the Era Beam and that primetime era coming in so well, and so much pressure can be put on through the Handless Dogs. But Wolfman coming in with Cliff. Oh, the core slips through though. And unfortunately, the pressure is back again. And Wolfman comes back to the bottom right side, but Weston managed to find a clear. And now Handless Dogs flipping back. I mean, Taiko Temple is just so much offense coming in from both sides at the same time. And Cliff, what a great primary pillar. Gets the core, gets the net open for Pudat and Sons. And against Taiko Temple, anything can happen here. Flambeau has energy, saves it potentially to secure something. And that's a barrier open. Flambeau is rushing in with the flip, with the beam, with the X Maximus, misses the core flip here. Unfortunate situation, and Pudash rescues Cliff. But the Era Beam comes in, once again clutch. Mastery at the hands of Mr. Flambeau here, as the ever-important third set goes to Handless Dogs here.
An absolute great or beautiful primary just coming out there, predicting where the core is going to go and just shutting down that clear angle, as they're going to be rewarded with another draft. Potentially some more size again on the X here, just to make this pick so much more oppressive to be dealing with. Goes for the extra special, which also makes sense, right? You don't want Atlas to have ultimate all the time. You are X, you love yourself an X Maximus. As the second spark comes up from Pudash, a spark of agility, you focus now, by the way, on Atlas. A lot of cooldowns, a lot of speed, together with glass cannon stacks and stacks, is going to have a lot of value. Team player going to help with getting the core up front for the side of Mr. Flambeau here, as the remaining three picks. The Adrenaline Rush probably a neat pickup overall. The size on Wolfman is going to do quite a bit of work though, because this Asher is going to get even more difficult to get past, but you can just also kill her. I guess that's also fine.
My goodness, there was absolutely no time for Pudash to react with the special, as Nicki Millen just runs in, pops all the skills, and gets Wolfman off the field. And Cliff is looking lower already, and Pudash needs to use his special to save Cliff, to make sure, and the power plays always seem to be in favor of Handless Dogs starting set 3 here, but Wolfman definitely is a lot bigger now with those double size awakenings here, and manages to use a dash, but core finds itself into Wolfman's hands, and into the net it goes.
Yeah, Asher close range, not much you can do about it, especially if you're on Finny. You might need, you almost have to be an Atlas to really be dealing with an Asher close range like that, and Wolfman just really took advantage of that situation and was able to force it past the sort of frail defense that a Finny can muster.
Mr. Flambeau beams, as soon as Mr. Flambeau beams Nicki Millen, Nicki Millen matches Wolfman in size, and that's a huge X again. Once again with the X Maximus, a clutch double room banish here from Cliff. I mean, this Very nice hold coming in from Weston, using the primary to get it out of Wolfmang's hands, and now Cliff must deliver the core away from the net, but at the cost of his life, the special not quite there in time as Cliff does die, and Wolfmang now spends the flip, and that's a delicious looking Asher here, and Nikki Middleton, no matter wins the strike core against Kudash, gets it through. Handless Dogs 1-1.
The damage is just continuing to scale, and it's starting to find its way. Mr. Flambo and Nikki Middleton just working so much better together, making use of that X and Era combo that they've been struggling to use at the beginning, because they're just continuously finding the proper buffs and finding the damages and KOs to create power plays for themselves, because at the beginning they didn't find that at all, and that made it so much more difficult for them to play this out.
Yeah, super good combination, but this might be a great kill onto Flambeau, but the Taiko drum saves Mr. Flambeau. Era on the drums, a clutch expanse from Kudash, saving the top barrier, but it's still pressure on Nikki Middleton, using that X Maximus almost immediately at start of set, gets in a lot more consistent damage here, and Kudash spends his special again, and now Nikki Middleton, as soon as it's over, X Maximusing onto Wolfmang, so much cooldown that Nikki Middleton can use, especially with that Happy Star pickup. And oh, nice clear out using the Era special as well. And yeah, all three of Handless Dog players look to be in sync as Nikki Middleton rotates over to Mr. Flambeau. The beam not quite enough, and this time it's the creations of Cliff making sure that the clear happens on the side of Kudat and Sons. And Wolfmang gets on top of the Finny. Nice ult from Weston. Triple take not quite there. And now, oh, another great clear from Weston. And the top barrier holds for both teams, but not if Cliff's primary there gets a hold of the core here. And a little bit scary moment there combined with Flambeau's Storm, but they managed to get it out, managed to redirect it. Kudash has to use his flip, and both teams, I mean, is dealing with a super red core here on overtime, and it might be Wolfmang who gets the best of Weston. And while Wolfmang stuns Weston, Cliff gets a great primary time and time again. This primary has come in clutch. It's 2-1, Kudat and Sons.
Yeah, all these pillars just shutting down the clears that the side of Handless Dogs want to be going for makes it a bit more difficult for them to play out. However, they do have a great energy situation still, but it might not even come to play because two players are immediately down at the goal as well. Oh man.
My goodness, that looked like a set that might go the distance until it really didn't. Flambeau burned his core flip, and it's still the core still went in despite that.
Yeah, and something that is now a bit worrying, right? Because again, these rune pillars, they're up for a long time. They're not really being denied that consistently. So either you can go the route of Timeless, where you just have them be present even more, or you go Monumentalist, where you have so much more area to work with. And Cliff opted for the Monumentalist way here, which makes a lot of sense. Fight or Flight gonna help Flambeau as a speed up, bulk up, a solid pickup for Asher. Not really gonna change much. The Stinger's gonna help a bit more with the damage output as well. As a Timeless creator gets denied off the Atlas, but honestly, Kudash with all of the movement speed that he's already working with, together with a missile propulsion as well now, can actually be create a lot of offensive pressure as well to be playing through with this Atlas, which could be that little bit of extra pressure that's gonna push the core into the net on the side of Handless Dogs.
Yeah, Nikki with the X Maximus pushing Wolfmang off of a pressure play, and now this time they turn the tables onto Kudat and Sons, getting the double barrier first. And yeah, Cliff has been making wonders with this Monumentalist, but Weston's so cool with it, gets the core away from the barrier at the nick of time, and Mr. Flambeau here trying to collaborate with Nikki Middleton. They have the angles wide open here. Kudat did use his expanse, did use his primary. All they have to do is get it to them now. Mr. Flambeau working to get the beams in, and Cliff stalling the core out very, very well. Even gets the full-size rune pillar off, and Wolfmang now is pressuring Weston, as well as a good double banish from Cliff, and a Super Surge X is very, very scary, cutting off the pass angle, but Kudash is wise to it and makes sure that doesn't happen. But Cliff goes out of the field, and now power play on the side of the Handless Dogs. And oh, what a clutch strike shot, what a clutch expanse. Kudat is clearing these. And Wolfmang trying to make sure that the passes are cut. Nikki Middleton gets her hands on the core, but Mr. Flambeau making sure that the core stays in play into the corner. Nikki Middleton wins the strike war 2v1 into the corner, and now it is 1-0 Handless Dogs in this final set.
A lot of this game is kind of just coming down to strike war interactions. A lot of goals were just clean strike war wins, and I feel like that's where it's going to be a do or die to this point at this point, because both team comps have strong attacks, strong defenses as well, and they're executing them well as well on either side. So it's going to come down to the small interactions. Who's going to be more consistent at winning these strike wars? Or, I mean, again, you can also just take them out. Nicky Minolen's just a menace.
Absolutely crazy plays from the Handless Dogs as Weston gets a follow-up KO onto Cliff. Atlas was too dead to do anything there, but Mr. Flambeau uses the flip, but Pudash had the expanse and now pushing with Tornado. Quick 2-0 this time for on the side of Handless Dogs, and every time someone dies in this game, they lose their stack of pancakes, they lose their speed, and this time it's been Cliff and Pudash taken off the field.
Handless Dogs are just one goal away at this point, by the way. Just taking this first game. It was very back and forth continuously, but we'll see if they're going to be able to close it out. They do have every tool in the book to really make it work, just because they have all of the movement speed advantages.
And the Axe Maximus getting it past Pudash. Once again, taking the barrier. These first barriers have been going down like hotcakes, and there you go. Nicky Minelan burns the flip for the second barrier as well. But working with an open net is going to be so much better for Handless Dogs as well. Weston smartly waits out everything in Asher's arsenal except for the shield, unfortunately. And now Pudash and Suns equalize it. That room pillar is scary, but the triple take is there to deny it. Nicky Minelan not quite big enough to take that strike. And now with Flambeau's NATO trying to get it out of here. But Pudash with that Missile Pro empowered primary Atlas. Nicky Minelan trying to walk on top of Pudash. Cliff is so low. Pudash saves Cliff with the special, and now it's Flambeau and Weston trying to work its way. Cliff is tiny-fied, but Wolfmang trying to get it through Weston, and he does! Weston preemptively evades as well, but Wolfmang, great redirect, gets the core in the net. 1-2.
A lot of defenses for Handless Dogs worked out due to Weston being incredibly patient on his strikes, and Wolfmang starting to kind of catch on to that, just waiting it out at that point, just being aware like, hey, the core's already going into your net at this point, I don't have to act, I can wait until you do something. And in the end, the core was even so close to the net that he said, you know what, I don't even need to wait anymore, because if I just touch that and move it a millimeter, it's just already in.
At some point, you can't wait, and Wolfmang trying to find a pick onto Nicky Minelan, but Nicky Minelan gets that clutch evade off, and Weston throwing it around to Mr. Flambeau. Both Cliff and Pudash tried to intercept that, but it does not work out. And Flambeau here almost with energy here. Nicky Minelan dashing in, getting the Arrow Beam proc, and she becomes so big and so strong here, and the Bell Ringer threatening Cliff once again here off the map. And a great dodge on Eric Carr from Cliff. If he got hit by it, it could have been very disastrous, but now he has no energy. But even so, Cliff is putting on pressure, gets the double banish off onto Mr. Flambeau. Mr. Flambeau, who has the flip, does not use it for the first barrier here. Can be used. This is such a great tool that he has right now. It's the tool that only he has in the lobby at this moment. Nicky Minelan using the X Maximus once again, getting herself huge. Doesn't need to pick up Size Awakenings. If you can make yourself bigger with X Maximus, and now both members of Handless Dogs have the core flip potential. Oh, a great expanse from Pudash blocking the lower barrier, making sure the barrier holds, and that's going to be so important, especially because Flambeau has a follow-up flip here. It could be very, very dangerous. Flambeau uses the flip, waits out the Monumentalist barrier, but does not manage to get it, and Wolfmang gets a pick onto Nicky Minelan, finally returning the favor, and coming in. Unfortunately, the shield does grief him a little there, but now he uses the flip, and Weston might be forced to use his flip in a dangerous situation. Uses the flip on, and that was very good. Waiting out everything and make sure that the clear comes out. Nicky Minelan is back, and she has vengeance in her mind as Weston and Wolfmang do a little dance here, but Weston comes out on top as the red core still goes in, and Nicky Minelan returns the favor onto Wolfmang this time. These two brawlers have been going at each other, and now another clutch 0.3 second Arrow Beam clutching out the victory for Handless Dogs. A great set 5 game. Handless Dogs go out 1-0 against Pudash and Suns.
A special shout out to Weston there, holding that last barrier so well, continuously getting the strikes past the attack from the side of Pudash and Suns. Incredibly difficult to find these strike timings, but he was just able to lock it down and make sure that the barrier doesn't drop. And together with that as well, all of the damage that comes out as well. I highlighted the Air and the X during the game itself, but the Finny damage close to 50k. Obviously that Deadeye, those twin drives, they're gonna do a lot of damage with time. So even though the core control was mainly being picked up by the side of Mr. Flambeau and Nicky Minelan, the Weston had such a large part in dealing damage and just making sure that those 9 KOs can be found on that X.
Absolutely wonderful stat line from from entirety of Handless Dogs. Yeah, combined they have well over 100k damage, and Mr. Flambeau and Nicky Millen both have 5 goals and 4 assists each. I mean, are these forward duos crazy or what? And yeah, absolutely. And Flambeau might not, Weston might not have had the number of redirects as the other members, but yeah, he ensured that the damage was continuing to get put on. Kudash having to spend his special in every situation that he can, and making sure that Nicky Middleton can get those 9 KOs despite an Atlas. Yeah, great first game from Handless Dogs.
Going into game 2, we're on AtLab now with Timeless Creator and Primetime Starter. We're seeing Primetime across the board here, with the exception of Nicky Minolan playing that Dubu forward with Timeless here. Trying to attack the wall of Atlas, which just being another wall on this Dubu as well. We'll see how well it's going to go.
Absolutely, and once again, this is Pudad and Suns taking the first barrier, taking second barrier very quickly. This has been a trend last game as well, with Pudad and Suns getting the first 2 barriers at the start. But Nicky Middleton's Dubu, once she gets into the face of the Atlas, she can make things happen, especially once she hits level 2 and gets that wall, using the black hole to get closer to the action quickly. And Mako holds against the Centauro, but not as longer as Cliff hits level 2, uses that second ability, and Wolfmane stuffs it through with the primary past Weston.
Weston almost got that save as well, but it's a bane of every goalie's existence, is that little stretch in the goal where you just hit it and you can try to go for Soren angles. He just didn't try to go for a Soren angle. He tried to clear it out, but hit it either way. So a bit unfortunate, but Pudad and Suns, even though they lost the first game, really here to fight.
Absolutely, yeah, and they take another quick 2 barriers again, as Nicky Millen desperately trying to get some kind of thing onto the goal here. And Wolfmane has to retreat to the Atlas special, making sure that he gets his health up. Same cannot be said for Nicky Millen, though, because this is a slow Dubu. Oh, but Wolfmane hits Nicky Millen into the orb and gives Nicky Millen energy, but no matter, Cliff. A great core flip into the bottom left corner. Weston going for the primary, but Wolfmane tanks it with his body, letting the core through.
Yeah, not a lot he can do. And I feel like as well, it's going to be a bit difficult for Nicky Minolan to stay on this map, by the way, because Dubu is not necessarily known for staying alive.
Dubu with a base stagger super high. Unfortunately, does not have the speed, and then the size just makes him a great target. Mr. Flambeau waiting smartly for the Dubu special to go away before making his strike, but maybe he did concede too much ground here as Wolfmane looks to take the second barrier again. Centauro special keeping the core afloat, and Weston has to use his flip. Gets it away from Wolfmane, who uses the primary. Millen trying to walk up using the wall and gets it through, and that's the power of the Dubu forward here. Flambeau has to jump for it. Oh, misses the strike. Everyone's missing everything here. It's okay. Flambeau has a core flip. Weston getting to the core just in time. Handless Dogs making it look risky, but does get the core out. Kudash just going to rotate the core away from Nicky Middleton. And the black hole usage from Handless Dogs, making sure... Oh, something happened. And I don't think that was what Weston was looking to do.
I think Weston, just as patient as he is, was like, oh, I'll just wait a bit. I want to see if the Drakkar Shotgun comes out early. And then it eventually just realized, wait, the core's too far gone already. Happens. What can he do? First set going towards Pudad and Suns here, as they're rewarded with a draft where they have 3 sparks in it already, by the way, so that's not going to be any high prior for anyone as Fighter Flight finds its way onto Cliff, going to help with that mobility. 1-2 punch, a scary awakening to give over to Juno, though, might help a ton with getting core over to the other side, as an aerials pickup is also great for Weston here. So even though the draft was lost by this, or the set was lost for Handless Dogs, I feel like they're going into this draft incredibly happy and coming out of it incredibly happy.
Yeah, absolutely. What a wonderful break from Handless Dogs. Yeah, 1-2 punch on Juno, as well as aerials on Mako is very, very scary here. Nicky Millen does get the short end of the stick, though, but, I mean, Dubu's not really here to do awakenings. They're just here to put up walls here anyway, and put up walls they do as they get the lower barrier here. And Kudash clearing through Wolfmane, dashing through 2 people and almost getting the top barrier, but Weston does clear it out. Nicky Minolan and Flambeau trying to find their positionings as they try to siege this top barrier here, but Cliff is on it with the shotgun. Log is out, roll is out now. Mr. Flambeau gets it back to Nicky Minolan, and waiting, Wolfmane trying to get a pick onto Nicky Millen, unfortunately dodges very, very well from Nicky Millen. Flambeau jumps up to the top, tries to get the core into the corner, but that's what Expanse is for, and this black hole is up. Cliff has to be really, really dangerous trying to walk towards it and contest. Just like that, Nicky Millen is waiting with everything, and there we go. The Dubu wall is up. Tofu Fortress creates the terrain needed to take down the top barrier. Slow and methodical are the Handless Dogs. Weston perhaps a bit late on this core flip, and Wolfmane contests and wins just like that. Pudat and Sons are up 1-0 on the second set as well.
Yeah, Weston there also really difficult to work with Wolfmane, because if Wolfmane is continuously making sure that this Mako secondary gets cancelled, so the aerials don't really come into effect, even using the ultimate beforehand just to make sure that the Mako ultimate goes away, which is so effective, because without the speed up, Mako is just kind of a lockdown goalie, which is still not bad, right? But it's not going to be enough for you to just completely win out a movement game in that midfield area. As another goal gets found, they're in their groove.
Yeah, very good momentum from Pudat and Sons as they get 5 points simultaneously, but maybe this is the momentum change that Handless Dogs need as a Blobbo gets double barriers here, and the Blobbo almost gets it past Pudash. Pudash does clear, thankfully, for Pudat and Sons here, as Weston concedes the first barrier. It's a double core flip situation from Pudat and Sons, and Nicki burns the core flip to answer, and they do get to clear out. The Black Hole is coming up again, and this time it's Flambeau trying to turn the tides of the battle as Nicki Millen gets the rebound through Pudash. And yeah, much needed signs of life from Handless Dogs here.
Yeah, it's a first goal for them as well. So it's important that they can find goals like that, because if you're going like 3-0 in the first 2 sets, it's not going to be great for your mental and your momentum. So incredibly important goal there for the side of Handless Dogs, that they're trying to find a second one as well.
The Handless Dogs suddenly look like a completely different team, especially since Nicki Millen started marking Wolfmane instead of the opposite, and now Flambeau equalizes the set. Very quick game set point there from Mr. Flambeau here. The Blobbos are doing a lot of work, and yeah, Nicki Millen countering Wolfmane's dashes with her own dash. Looking a lot better here from the Dubu as well. So we're seeing continuing play here. Wolfmane looks to get a really sharp double barrier off, and he does. With the Zentaro passive up, he can do a lot with his projectile, looking to save that projectile for the Jakar to send it to him. He has to use it there, tries to juke Weston, angle not quite there. The Black Hole is up for both teams to play around. It looks like it's going to be Pudash who clears it through, and Cliff gets the kill onto Mr. Flambeau, but the Blobos still do things even if the pilot is gone. And well, with the kill from Nicki Millen's Tofu Fortress, then now both teams are at a 2v2 situation, and a double goalie making things work down here for on the side of Handless Dogs here, as Mr. Flambeau is back 2 seconds later. Zentaro will be back too, and there he is. Wolfmane is back, has his cooldowns, but once again taken off the field by a Dubu dash. Just a stray somersault, taking Zentaro off the map. Once again, a great redirect from the Juno Blobbo, but Pudash is on top of it, burns the flip. Weston would have nails the primary, and Nicki Millen following up with the log, and the core goes in, and a 1-1 equalizer from the side of Handless Dogs.
Incredible that they were able to find that. It feels really weird as well, because the Dubu just overall on a map like this just feels clunky, but it works out so well because it's so difficult to be going through here. And Nicki Millen is also going to get rewarded here with a missile propulsion, which is going to be again a deny of the Atlas, and also going to make that ultimate so much more effective for the Dubu here. Super Surge is also going to enable Mr. Flambeau so much to be more mobile across the map with that extra range. And again, another deny pick off the Zentaro as well. That is a solid pickup for Weston, because they have been continuously finding damage as well and KOs. So overall, again, another draft where Handless Dogs just kind of got the better options overall.
Yeah, and Wolfmane is a huge Zentaro, actually, as a huge a little Oni boy can be, I guess. And especially with Cliff taking Among Us as well, Among Titans as well, making sure that Wolfmane gets a huge size awakening. And potentially this can get Nicki Millen in size here, but again, open barrier for Pudat and Sons. Nicki Millen here trying to get their second barrier for Handless Dogs as well, and Dubu has to rotate away, trying to get the orb. Mr. Flambeau just punches through with everything he has, all the Blobos, all the rolls. Cliff, great shotgun pass. Nicki Millen uses the special, but that proves to be the undoing as the core just slips by. 1-0, Handless Dogs really coming back with a vigor.
Yeah, they find the angle there. A little bit unfortunate for Cliff to not properly react to the core there and having it go through, but the Pudat and Sons still have a lot of energy to be working with. So even though they're down 1 goal in this current set, they're going to have a lot more flips to be working with, which is, it kind of makes up for the fact that you're down a goal currently.
True, all 3 members have flips currently, and Handless Dogs looking to force at least one of them off a flip. And it's going to be Pudash, but there goes Wolfmane after the Black Hole, and now Cliff is low. Pudash does use the special, making sure Cliff at least can maintain his core flip here. It's very, very vital for Pudad and Sons to ensure that they can get this point off, because it's going to snowball very, very quickly. I mean, Flambeau's Blobos have been everywhere so far, and Weston holding his own against Wolfmane. Wolfmane has to use his dash to get away, making sure his stagger is back, and it's Cliff and Pudash fighting against Mr. Flambeau. Great core flip from both, but Cliff gets shot by Weston from across the field. It's Ariel's Mako power, I guess, and now it's power play again for Handless Dogs here, with the roll almost taking Pudash off the field. A super dangerous moment right now for Pudad and Sons, and Cliff misses the core. Pudash, great expanse, but pressure is still on for Handless Dogs despite using all these cooldowns. Nikki Middleton is finding all these angles, winning all these strike wars, and Flambeau almost gets it through Pudash, but a great save from the Atlas here. And a nice Centauro special from Wolfmane, trying to keep the pressure on. And this is Centauro with his passive up, gets a great angle off of Weston, but now he is locked into the baby cage for the foreseeable future. Here he goes. Nice dash blocked by Nikki Middleton. And now Weston has a flip. Nikki Middleton almost with a flip. This could be a really nice Handless Dog situation here. If Weston doesn't let the core through just like that, uses the flip away from Wolfmane. Nikki Middleton making sure Wolfmane cannot get his hands on that, and a great Tofu Fortress used defensively. The core is going super quickly, especially with that 1-2 punch Juno from Mr. Flambeau. A stray core could do a lot of damage here against Pudad and Sons. And Nikki Middleton just using the black hole to kind of transport her places, especially with Dubu's big stagger is very funny to watch. The great clear from Weston. Wolfmane trying to juke it around, but Flambeau is there. But Weston gets it into the hands of Wolfmane, who doesn't make sure that the core goes in.
Yeah, Weston has been holding on to that point for so long, and also he gets a lot of value with those primaries, with that primetime aerials and Deadeye, finding KOs, finding damage so consistently on this Mako, which makes it actually so much better than I kind of anticipated going into this game as well. So it's turning into kind of a game of like, what's gonna happen first, which defense is gonna break first, because both the Mako and the Atlas have just such strong defenses, and they're playing it so well as well currently.
Yeah, Flambeau doing a great job of keeping Wolfmane low, and Mr. Flambeau uses his secondary to make sure that Cliff has to strike through the slime. And yeah, and so Cliff's core flip doesn't take a barrier, as Cliff brought dangerously close to the edge by Nikki Middleton's roll here, as Handless Dogs lose a barrier each, but they're keeping the pressure on here, and Wolfmane trying to make sure the Mako doesn't get her drums going, her secondary going, but so far Mr. Flambeau and Nikki Middleton really in the driver's wheel here with the core. And Wolfmane trying to get it through Weston. Weston holds once again, and Flambeau gets it through the midfield, rotates it with Nikki Middleton. A nice Juno jump followed by a great redirect from Nikki Middleton, getting it through Pudad and Sons defense.
Really great intercept with that jump, making use of that extra range you get from Super Surge, and giving that extra bit of annoyance to be dealing with, because if you are the side of Pudad and Sons, you have so much that you need to be watching out for. You have that Dubu ultimate like that, that's just going to be such a nuisance to really be dealing with. You have to try to get past a Mako defense that's also continuously just taking you incredibly low, and if that in and of itself isn't enough, you have a Juno with 1-2 punch that can basically jump across the entire map at a moment's notice. So they have a lot of quick, small mistakes that they can make, which they want to be avoiding as much as possible.
Yeah, there's so many things for Pudad and Sons to think about. Nikki Middleton just ran rolling onto Wolfmane, and even that's just so dangerous as Dubu's doing some damage. And this angle that we've seen time and time again from Handless Dogs, just waiting for the Dubu wall to come up just like that, and it can get it through. But potentially this Missile Pro actually, I think, messing up the Dubu special. The walls have not been as crisp on the other few sets that they've been on, but Weston holds against Wolfmane. Cliff has to use his flip and equalizing the set 2-2 for Pudad and Sons.
2-2, but no real aggressive flip potential for the side of Pudad and Sons. You do have Atlases that's close to flip, but that's mainly going to be a defensive flip used. To be honest, same thing on Handless Dogs. They don't have a lot of flips they're working with, especially as Mr. Flambeau used an evade there to stay alive. So we'll see who's going to find it. A lot of attacks coming through already.
Yeah, and the start of it is Pudad and Sons. This is where they're comfortable at. They took both barriers at the start. Handless Dogs have to hold an open net against this Centauro combo, but a quick core speed coming in. Wolfmane is almost brought down, and he does go down actually. And now power play on the side of Handless Dogs. Things can turn on its head so quickly. Nikki Middleton just refueling with the orb, coming back to join the action. Cliff is putting in work to ensure that Pudash is protected at all costs. and they make sure they buy time for Wolfmane to come up, and a great redirect, but Weston slaps Wolfmane out from getting control of the core, and now it's defensive special from Mr. Flambeau with the black hole up. The core can be anywhere. Great speed onto the core, making sure Pudash had to use special, and Weston clears, but Wolfmane is there, and Pudad and Sons lead set 2-1 now.
You can see the frustration on Weston, and then there again, he hit that funny little corner there, tried to clear it up, but it just bounces down directly into Wolfman's hands. But that is just how it happens sometimes. There's not much you can do about it, as they are now going to go down 2-1 in sets. We do have another draft on our hands, and Hotshot finding its way into Atlas is going to help a lot with keeping the core away from his barriers. Twin Drive, solid pickup for the Juno. Again, you saw how much that Super Surge was doing. If you're going to have that twice as much now, it's going to be a lot more difficult as well to be dealing with, as more damage and survivability finds its way onto Pudad and Sons. Curious to see how well that's going to make a difference. As the Orb Replicator pickup is actually going to come through for Nicky Minilan, probably playing into the energy economy there a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was a really good draft from Pudad and Sons this time. Handless Dogs finally finding themselves on potentially like the short end of the stick on the draft, but Juno with Twin Drive might be really annoying here, especially with Super Surge Flambeau. But yeah, great rotate from Mr. Flambeau into the hands of Nicky Minilan, as they really prefer to take this lower barrier first and then rotate it up to the top using the Dubu walls here. Weston concedes the lower barrier here, as they're all three of the Handless Dogs trying to get through with the Sad Boys angle coming out here. And the black hole is open for Pudash to rotate around, but the speed from the Mako just giving a lot of maneuverability to Handless Dogs, and Nicky Minilan just forces it through with her log, and she even has flipped here, waits out the shotgun, and in it goes.
Really good angle, really good usage of the flip there as well, making sure you get the goal right then and there and have Mr. Flambeau's flip up for the next point here. Wolfmang will have a flip available as well, so maybe there's some funny double barrier angles here as a Sad Boys angle comes out, and the attack is building yet again for the side of Handless Dogs.
Another quick 2 barriers down. Mr. Flambeau does miss his flip, but yeah, another Mako speed up, especially with the Aerials powered one. Weston making sure the barrier stays down this time, but Wolfmang dashing in here. Weston has to use his flip. Great clear out from flip, and Mr. Flambeau just jumping in, almost stuns Pudash out. But this time it's going to be Pudad and Sons answering with 2 barriers of their own. And Nicky Minilan cuts the pass, but the car special coming in. Weston clutch clears right now, but Pudash is continuing the pressure for Pudad and Sons here as the black hole comes up, and Cliff immediately clears it, giving some more maneuverability for themselves. And Nicky Minilan coming in with the wall, forcing Pudash to clear up, and Flambeau just dashes in. They were waiting for this all their lives. It's just a 2-0 on the 4th set for Handless Dogs.
And what an annoying situation for Pudash as well. He can't play it into the wall because it's just going to go bounce back at you. So you try to go up top, but then the Super Surge range is just going to be enough for Mr. Flambeau to go and catch that core. Now, Handless Dogs looking to hopefully take the set in the 3-0 fashion. We'll see if they can pull through with it.
A great double barrier play again from Handless Dogs, and Nicky Minilan rolling in. This is ever so scary. Pudash does have the abilities to answer for that log though, and it's Weston passing to Nicky Minilan over and over again here. And Wolfmang, each time he comes back, oh, this time he gets a great rotate. Another Sad Boys angle is happening all the time here. And Nicky Minilan coming in with the log. Mr. Flambeau has dash. This is a Twin Drive Juno, and the logs kill Pudash. And it might go away here, and Flambeau does not have anything to answer for Cliff's great clear, especially with that Drakkar special coming out, slowing down everybody. Weston slightly misses a primary, and that's a very nice redirect from Wolfmang. Mr. Flambeau dashes, misses. Wolfmang here putting on a lot of pressure onto Mr. Flambeau. Mr. Flambeau is heavily damaged, does not want to be in the action quite yet. And that black hole is making wonders, but a redirect from Mr. Flambeau. Nicky Minilan unfortunately misses the dash, and that could have been right there, but the Juno with all the strikes and the slimes dashing in 3-0 for Handless Dogs as they make it close again as we go into the 5th set.
Yeah, they found the formula again with just setting up Nicky Minilan to do all of the Dubu work, and that 3-0 set gets rewarded immensely because every single time that Dubu ultimate came through, it was such a menace to deal with, and now there's an extra special on this Dubu. Now you're going to have to deal with that ability on every single kickoff. You get a team player to get maybe more efficient clears out, but I don't think that's going to make the difference, especially as Mr. Flambeau also gets more speed as his own pickup there. Zentara's going to be able to pick up a Dash Awakening, which is going to help a bit with mobility ability and also some damage, because KOs have been found, but they haven't really been found consistently enough to really make the difference, as the remaining 2 pickups are coming down to kind of the best of the rest.
It could be an Unchained Zentaro we see here, as that extra special does add mobility, but right now it's all Mr. Flambeau here as his slime army wreaking havoc here, and Cliff is brought down so low without evade, immediately healed up. But I mean, with the Dubu roll bringing so much burst power for the handless dogs, it might be really hard. Weston waiting out Wolfmang's dash very smartly, repositions his strikes so that he can get the clear up. And right now trying to get the core through Weston. Once again, it seems so impossible, as Weston this time using his Empowered Primary to get the clear out, but third time's a charm as Wolfmang does finally take the barrier down. It's open goal. Weston evades and clears once again, and Cliff almost taking NickyMillen off the field there, but the Dubu wall is down. The push is up. And Handless Dogs, they own that bottom right corner, but this time it's Cliff making sure that the action doesn't happen. And Weston and Flambeau, great tag team here, as they manage to get the clear off of. This is a energy this is Wolfmang with energy. If he gets that dash off, this might be a checkmate for Weston, and Wolfmang not choosing to conserve his energy for now. And there we go, he uses the flip, but Mr. Flambeau clears it before the core could be there. And now NickyMillen once again, this is so much value off the extra special. Dubu wall coming down time and time again, and this is Flambeau with a flip this time, a double flip used, Flambeau and Pudash, and Pudash wins that flip war and gets the core out. And NickyMillen kicking the core in deep, and they just might play methodically again until the Dubu gets the strike again. Jakar goes camo, can't see him, but the Mako ult, well placed. Make sure that Cliff can't wreak as much havoc, but the pass to Wolfmang into the redirect to the bottom left corner, Weston could not react to it. Could not get there in time as a Mako, honestly, as well. So great start for Pudad and Sons on this final set.
Incredibly important timing there as well for Cliff to find that flip and real nice redirect from Wolfmang, because I think there was the 4th Dubu ult coming up again, because NickyMillen was positioning to just completely shut down Pudash's defense there. So you do want to be finding these goals as quickly as possible and take advantage of these downtimes on that Dubu ultimate, because it's just so difficult to really dealing with that ability.
NickyMillen, great setups on the Dubu ults, even just using it at the start of the set. And start a point, and then getting a lot of value out of it, like Wolfmang using the dash and getting countered by the Dubu wall instantly, and Nicky's just like, okay, that's fine. Like, we'll set up our offense later. It's just once again the Dubu coming out with the Missile Pro enhanced as well, and Flambeau getting some slime setting up, but this time it might be Wolfmang as he comes in with the slashes. Weston's so good with the clears though, and offense on again for Pudad and Sons. Cliff gets the shotgun off, but Weston redirects it at an angle so that the shotgun will not affect it. And this is a slime and a log coming in. Wolfmang with the flip. NickyMillen gets it. And now redirect Weston. Great primary, knocks the core out of Cliff's hands here. And Wolfmang trying to redirect again. I mean, this is such value onto the team player, I believe. And oh, a great Mako ult as well. NickyMillen rotating down. This is where they belong. This is where they're comfy at. Handless Dogs here with all their creations. This might be another Dubu ult. There it is. But not there in time was Flambeau. And 2-0 from Pudash. This is match point here for Pudad and Sons. They might equalize the score 1-1.
And I feel like the killer here is the fact that NickyMillen doesn't have anything in terms of movement, because you can see quite often the defense for the side of Handless Dogs starts very far back, and they need to start building their attack. And that means while they're trying to get that attack, this very slow Dubus has to walk his way over to the attack. By the time he's over there, usually the course cleared already. So we'll see if they find a different approach here, but both barriers down already, I'm not sure.
There's Handless Dogs need to find whatever works very quickly here. They did not want that black hole gone, as Mr. Flambeau uses his core flip to make sure it happens. And Wolfmang trying to break Weston's ankles, but Weston is wise to it. Immediately starts moving down, and this is a scary Handless Dogs push here. Gets the second barrier. Perhaps it is too little, too late though, because this is Wolfmang with energy here and gets it through with his slice and dice into the dash. And 3-0, convincing 5th set victory here for Pudad and Sons.
Yeah, Handlestock's not necessarily making use of the Dubu as much as they would like to. They had some really good points, right, where that ultimate was difficult to really be clearing around, but more often than not, they couldn't get upfield fast enough to really set themselves up and make use of it efficiently, especially with Wolfmang doing such a good job at disallowing Weston from ever using that secondary, from ever using those aerials and get that Dubu upfield much faster. And even though a lot of goals were found for both sides, and again, also a lot of damage just across the board here, in the end, side of Pudat and Sons had just had that little bit of extra consistency and that more clean gameplay and game plan execution as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Handless Dogs played a valiant effort here with the siege, with the Dubu. They basically waged a siege onto Pudash, but yeah, like you can see 100 saves from Atlas, 29 saves onto Cliff. They've held on valiantly, and they're rewarded for their efforts here.
Most definitely, but it's not done at this point because this just evens out the series, right? We'll see how they're gonna do in Game 3.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. This third map we're going to Clarion Corp, so we'll see how it goes.
And this is Game 3, the Clarion Test Chamber between Handless Dogs and Pudat and Sons. Game 1 went to Handless Dogs, Games 2 went to Pudat and Sons. And this is going to be Game 3 on an Aerials 1-2 punch start. We'll see who's going to take home the series today.
Both teams making sure they lock in their comfort picks. You see Weston on the Atlas, Pudash on the Dubu, and Nicky Millen on the Kazan. So yeah, very, very cool. Both teams pulled out all their stops here, and the first two barriers once again is on Pudat and Sons. It's kind of like a ritual now, and making sure the pressure stays on. Cliff hits level 2 first, Wolfmang is level 2 first, and Nicky Millen, this is really, really low on the low stagger character. But yeah, this is why it's so good to have Atlas here, as Weston heals Nicky Millen up to over half health again. And now Handless Dogs are answering back with a barrier of their own, as Nicky Millen playing this corner so comfortably here. And Mr. Flambeau trying to push it through, getting it back, using the secondary, and Pudash has to use his Tofu Fortress here, as Weston uses Expanse to knock Wolfmang out. Nicky Millen on the prowl for Wolfmang, who has full energy here, wants to save it, and Cliff ensuring that Wolfmang stays alive and getting the goal with the shotgun.
Ooh, that is so huge, actually, that Wolfmang stays alive here as well, because they do have a flip available to themselves now. And also, we're on a 1-2 punch start, right? It's gonna be very possible to try to play for KOs, and I feel like a lot of the goals will be found around kind of power plays, or even if it's not a KO power play, just a power play of making someone, putting them down into stagger and making sure they can't interact with the core, even if they wanted to.
The first winner of the Era Orb here comes from Wolfmang, as that is a huge Centauro, and Cliff uses his flip, Nicky Millen there to use the crooked leverage, and I think they want to kind of start knocking Cliff down, making sure he's uncomfortable here. And Cliff uses a secondary, putting the pressure on, passing it to Wolfmang, and now it's Weston losing both barriers, but still holding strong here on the final, what could be the final push for Pudat and Sons here. And Pudat and Sons really want to close this out. Cliff's getting a good rotate, but Flambeau is there to cut off the pass. Expanse does come out, but Weston, this is a Weston with a core flip here. And Wolfmang trying to make sure Cliff gets the core through, especially with the slice and dice, but unfortunately Handless Dogs are the one on the offense now, and Pudash forced to burn his flip here, but this is such a weird configuration of the stage to kind of clear out of. It's hard to get a clean clear, and Weston burns his flip, but Wolfmang wins the strike war regardless, and it's a 2-0 situation from Pudat and Sons.
Yeah, momentum very much in Pudat and Sons' favor right now, as Wolfmang finds a crucial timing on the strike there, making it even worse for Weston to use the flip in hindsight now, because now you don't have to flip, you don't have any HP left, any evades left either, in case someone tries to ability dump on you. Should they probably do it? I don't think so, but we'll see how it's going to play out, because Pudat and Sons are keeping up the attack very strong here.
Yeah, Mr. Flambeau staggered and has to fall back here, and Weston uses his special, gets Flambeau back, but does lose 2 barriers on that offensive sequence, and Wolfmang, yeah, coming in, slice and dice. Weston doesn't even need that energy burst, as Pudat and Sons go up a set 3-0 again.
Convincing set from them, and again, just as in every game so far, they're coming out of the gate and just completely taking over the momentum of the get-go, as they're going to be rewarded with another draft here. Drakkar not really having any insanely high prio picks, gonna be fine with picking up the heavy impact here. As the bulk up gets picked up for Mr. Flambo, gonna help with that survivability again. Another Twin Drive denied off the Atlas. I think this is 3 times where Twin Drive is dropped in a draft and 3 times where it didn't go onto the Atlas. As the Dubu's gonna get some size, gonna deny that off the Kazan. Obviously, size Kazan being incredibly difficult to deal with, so very valuable deny there.
Yeah, this is a Monboots Dubu, so not quite as big as a Pauldron's Dubu, but yeah, forcing Kazan off size. But NickyMillen has a Spark and a Dream, and 2 barriers down for Handless Dogs, and as momentum completely changes at the start of set 2 here. Handless Dogs getting off to a quick start set 2. Weston does lose a barrier now, and the Dubu wall stands strong here at the top. And Mr. Flambeau, though, controlling the midfield, and NickyMillen and Mr. Flambeau pushing in with their secondaries, but they hold Pudash and Sons, and Cliff still kind of low, but he does get the orb and resets here. Weston does lose the second barrier here, so it's open goals on both sides here as NickyMillen rushes in. Dubu with the primary, and Cliff getting it out. Cliff and Pudash here making sure that the core doesn't go in, that the momentum isn't completely taken over here, and a great special from Weston, making sure NickyMillen can heal up here. And Cliff kind of running in, but great expanse from Weston, making Pudash use his somersault, and now he has a lumber over there, hoping that he can get to the core in time, which he does. And Wolfmane slice and dice around Weston, and Weston uses the flip.
Very
and misses.
Unfortunate, yeah.
It's a fortunate situation for Handless Dogs as Pudat and Sons continue the momentum 4 points in a row on set 3 here, on set 2 of point 3. So
We'll have to see if it's going to come into play as well. Flip coming out from Wolfmang there is going to kind of destroy that attack momentum that they had, but they still are looking a lot cleaner in the way that they execute their comp as well, holding so much midfield control as opposed to Handless Dogs right now.
yeah, I mean, Wolfmane goes out, Flambeau uses the flip for that, and Pudash doesn't have anything to really save that from happening to Wolfmane unlike last time. But yeah, the double barriers down on the power play, by the way, for Handless Dogs. Double flip, a double barrier down for Handless Dogs here, and now they're in a bit of a pickle again. As NickyMillen and Mr. Flambeau trying to rotate things around here. Weston has to use his expanse here because he missed his strike shot, and now it's a little uncomfortable as Mr. Flambeau trying to get midfield control, and Wolfmane and Cliff both stack, and Cliff does not die here. And this is a low Kazan Atlas saves NickyMillen here, and you can see how the Atlas has been so clutch in all of the games that we've seen today on both teams here. NickyMillen uses the flip. Unfortunately, the core stays in this like weird wonky place here, and they kind of gotta force it through. And it might be Wolfmane who can get a kill onto Mr. Flambeau, who does use his energy to stay alive here. NickyMillen racing back, and Mr. Flambeau gets the out clear. Great plays from Mr. Flambeau, making sure Handless Dogs stay in the game right now. And a good rotate from Pudat and Sons, making sure the pressure is continued. Wolfmane looking kind of low, but he does have a lot of energy. NickyMillen winning the strike war against Cliff. Dashes a great angle from the Handless Dogs brawler as they get it around Pudash. Handless Dogs 1-1.
Another important goal for them to get the momentum going, potentially. They're getting a little bit better at being able to intercept those cores in that midfield area and getting then a proper attack set up for themselves. But I think overall, it's still a side of Pudat and Sons that are more in control of this game. An important goal to be found for Handless Dogs for sure, but I feel like they need to find a little bit more consistency before they can find themselves winning a set here. And I mean, yeah, case in point.
Yeah, case in point, Wolfmane misses his flip, but gets the barrier anyway, and slips the core by all the Handless Dogs here. And yeah, Pudat and Sons looking to lead 2-0. And on the final map, this is a huge mental deal as well. But Wolfmane brought low already and gets shot by Mr. Flambeau. Mr. Flambeau does use the Crystal Thorns here to ensure that kill was happening. NickyMillen playing for her life, wiggling out of the reaches of Cliff, who does use a shotgun and his special. Unfortunately, does not get the kill out of it. And NickyMillen reset at the same time as Wolfmane, and both brawlers meet on the field once again. And NickyMillen brought low, dodges Wolfmane's special here though. And we're gonna see Weston answering back on Wolfmane's push, rotates the core around. Pudash smartly waits out Mr. Flambeau's special here, and they start their own corner offense. This is a lot of pressure coming out from Pudat and Sons, and Weston finds the out clear somehow, and Pudash has to use his Tofu Fortress, and Cliff is getting brought down quite low. NickyMillen chooses to go for core control over finishing off the kill. That does let Cliff reset, and this is a scary Kazan in the corner. Lots of core control potential, especially with that. Oh, is it a kill coming through to Pudash as well to get the goal in? And it's 2-2. Handless Dogs making the set look a lot more competitive than set 1.
Most definitely. Unfortunate that the KO wasn't found on Cliff there to get the energy reset on him as well, because he's gonna be having a flip soon if this keeps up. Both Wolfang and Cliff can actually work on it, but before they can even make use of the flip, they need to get core out of their own half, because Handless Dogs are just keeping up the pressure right now.
I mean, Nicky Middle, an absolute menace on the Kazan. Wolfmane does get it through Weston with even with the primary coming out with his special there. And Nicky Middleton walking up, and yeah, like Flambeau has the secondary, he has that aerials range available, and this is Flambeau with a core flip here, and potentially could close out the set. Wolfmane and Cliff are also very dangerous here because they both have flip, and they might use it liberally here to ensure that they can get this second set. This is a very important second set for Pudat and Sons, and Weston uses the flip, but Wolfmane answers back and somehow gets the core through. Flambeau uses his core flip defensively, and using the secondary, Nicky Middleton trying to kill Wolfmane. Does not get it. Wolfmane still brought low, still staggered, but he is on their side of the field, and Nicky Middleton has energy now, trying to get it around Cliff to Nicky Middleton, trying to put her in an offensive position. Pudash, I believe, has Tofu Fortress, used it now. Nicky Middleton uses the core flip. Pudash is wise to it, thanks to the Tofu Fortress, and gets it out at the nick of time against Mr. Flambeau here. Nicky Middleton did not have the hook up. Cliff is brought low, though, without energy. And Wolfmane here trying to get an angle off, and the Expanse lives again. Weston, though, trying to clear to Flambeau. Wolfmane uses his primary, gets it through Weston, and Pudat and Sons are up 2-0.
An incredibly important set here, because it completely changes the way that this game is going to go, because now Handless Dogs have no room for failure anymore. Any set that they're going to lose is going to lose them the series at this point. So it's put so much more pressure on them to perform, as Size gets denied off of this Kazan pick here as well, which would be a little bit of a crutch of getting him back, making this Kazan have more range to be working with. Sparkle Leadership still going to start sparking on Nicky Middleton, but I don't know if it's too little too late to get these sparks going. Primetime going to help Mr. Flambeau a lot with that, with those interrupts in the midfield area, but another team player finding its way onto Pudash, which is just, again, going to accelerate the attack for the side of Pudat and Sun so much more. So I feel like if you're not finding that midfield control by those piercing shots off the Estelle, Handless Dogs are looking at a rather big problem in this potentially last set.
Pudat and Sons have no signs of slowing down, as yes, this Estelle did take prime time, but had the team player value coming up. But on the bright side, if you really think about it, Handless Dogs will never lose another set, if you know what I mean. So Nicky Middleton's next sparks might not be deniable. So they are playing the gamble, but not if Cliff gets a wonderful shotgun off and gets both barriers. Open net for the Handless Dogs. This could be match point here for Pudat and Sons as they look to get their first victory in Nasty, and 2-0 they go up. Wonderful shot from Cliff over and over again. I mean, the backbone of Pudat and Sons right now.
Yeah, they're just playing it so well, and also not only would it be their first victory, it'd also be the first loss for Handless Dogs in Nasty here. So a lot of changes around the leaderboard here if the side of Pudat and Sons can keep up this consistency that they've had so far and take home the series.
And we might have just Caster's cursed them, because Flambeau with a wonderful secondary takes the lower barrier as well. And Nicky Middleton showed a lot of potential already despite slow Handless Dogs' first two sets. And this might turn it around here. As we Caster's Curse another team just to keep the balance. And Nicky Middleton dashes in, making sure Pudash is a little uncomfortable clearing, has to burn the Tofu Fortress. Weston holds against Wolfmane through the lower left corner. Flambeau makes sure that the clear can happen as he uses the core flip. No room for error. Absolutely no room for error on the side of Handless Dogs. Mr. Flambeau trying to walk through Cliff, trying to get the kill onto Mr. Flambeau, but Flambeau gets the clear off and walks into the sunset. Cliff did not get that kill. And that primary, secondary coming in from Estelle, making sure the pressure is on against Pudat and Sons here as Nicky Middleton. This is Nicky Middleton with the core flip, and the Crystal Thorns coming out of Estelle, making sure the pressure stays on. Wolfmane cuts off any clears that Weston could have done. Nicky Middleton uses the core flip. Great weight, but Weston unfortunately misses the strike, and the core goes in. 3-0 set victory on Clarion Test Core. Pudat and Sons pick up their first victory in Nasty.
Yeah, the bounce in the side street there, a bit unfortunate, but that shouldn't take away from the performance that we've seen from Pudat and Sons today. They had a strong game one, weren't able to close it off in the end, but especially in these games 2 and 3, I feel like they started to shine a bit more. It started to come together a bit more, and especially if you look at this Clarion Test Chamber game, right? They won 3-0. It was a convincing set almost each time. Only letting 2 goals go through as well. So very much a deserving series victory for them here, as in this week 3 of Nasty.
Yeah, I mean, very good plays coming out from each of the players from Pudat and Sons, and Cliff Strickar really turning the tides for Pudat and Sons as he got it both games. They won both games, so very good plays. Congratulations for Pudat and Sons, yeah. And I mean, even though they lost their first game of Nasty, Hammerstocks did put on a great performance. We saw a nice Dubu Brawler pick coming out the second set. Things didn't work out for them, unfortunately, but I mean, we really saw why they did pick up 2 games in Nasty earlier. So great games overall, and thank you.
Thank you too.
We're here. You know, sometimes 5:50 p.m. is good morning, but for you guys, it probably is considering where we are on the stream. We're going to be taking the Taiko Temple here, game number 1, Fireflight Prize Fighter start, a single prize fighter opted in by Dieselbug here. I'm joined by Oppabug, again, Koyo's coach here to cast the second game from him. And last time he coached him, Koyo didn't win. And I'm hoping that the team has made some improvements in the meantime. How do you feel like this team has, well, progressed in the last couple of weeks? Do you think that they'll be able to come out swinging in the series?
Well, 2 weeks ago they didn't win, but the week I didn't cast them, they did. So maybe I'm cursing them here. But I think obviously that first point wasn't a great start. I think they have made pretty good progress. I'm expecting this to be a tight fought series. I think these are both teams that are in that same like skill level ballpark. So I don't think they're going to get this one easy, but I think they're going to work for it, and I think they're going to get it.
And going into it as well, let's talk about this Awakening star. A bit polarizing here. I think the fight or flight going to be opted into by both forwards, but the one prize fighter pickup by Beelzebub, which might actually be like a long-term deny. Like it's not particularly great in Naka, even though fight or flight isn't particularly useful as well. So just kind of taking it to make sure that the X or the IME does not get it later is a completely acceptable pick in my choice. What are your thoughts?
No, I agree. I mean, Mako doesn't care too much about it unless she's like dribbling a lot, and I think, especially with the changes to Mako secondary, she's a lot more stationary than a lot of other goalies in the game. And Julap's gonna end up taking a lot of these strikes for her. So the prize fighter makes a lot of sense. She also does a lot of damage. So, I wouldn't be surprised if she actually starts stacking these prize fighters.
Yeah, especially with the kill confirm on the Mako special, but these are really good clears actually coming out. A very strong start, I think, from Beelzebub, but only so much you could do against an overtime Tower Fortress. The core gets ricocheted around a little bit now. Honker potentially trying to get it in, not going to be able to though. The bull rush just a little bit too slow is now Daru in the midfield looking to get some brawler assistance in, has a flip to work with, but Ripstick a lot of space to work with right now. Flip does come through, but now it's up to Beelzebub to hold, who uses his flip, but not the clear that you want there. An unfortunate pixel clear gets the bounce up instead of into the corner, and second point goes away for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, just misses that drum. You get that drum, you put your ball in a really nice spot to score, but it's like the smallest of mistakes can lead to the most catastrophic of results. There's unfortunately, I'm looking really good for Furris as they get the double barrier right away. This time they don't have to wait until overtime to get it, and probably gonna be a faster point because of it. But we'll see. Points not over yet.
Yeah, I think something that's a little curious here actually is going to be the scaling this game. Now is a character that really, really likes speed, really, really likes that on the secondary, and that's not something that can be really easily denied by anyone. Potentially the Super Surge by X or IME. But things like the aerials, right? This is going to be an awkward deny for anyone, especially if the Dubu gets MVP, which I don't think he is going to be at this point. But on the other side, you also have an X as well, who's just kind of known for a monster of scaling. And yeah, there's the aerials there. I'm not quite sure who's going to deny it here, but with Super Surge and aerials here, I'm wondering if blue team kind of got off pretty easy this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think that at least X can deny, but I don't think he will. I think he's gonna take the might. Most likely here. Yeah, there it is. And now they're gonna have, both options. But the one upside is that means that two of I believe three dash extension awakenings are gone. So while you're guaranteed to get one, even on the draft if you lose, you'll think about it from that perspective of you're probably not getting another one, or if you are, only one of your two will get it.
Yeah, just the explosive entrance left, and I think IME, especially Angle Senpai, is going to be looking to get that pretty quickly. Not only does it deny the double dash awakening, which can be basically a game ender in draft, it's also going to be incredibly good for that dash range, especially with a drive. And right now, Angle Senpai is going to need the score goals, has to guarantee himself the MVP, which they are they are on their way to do that already. A very strong start coming out of Honker and Senpai. Getting on this as well. It's going to be, seems to be a very strong start here from Furret.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all of the defense has just collapsed so far for you. They're just not able to hold. They're losing barriers because of silly strikes that really shouldn't be happening. But they're handled really from Furret to capitalize on these blunders from you.
Yeah, and even here in the North American Strikers training grounds, right? Teams are good enough at the game nowadays where sloppy play will immediately get capitalized on. Good glitch pop here from Angle Senpai, but not going to be able to find any pressure. Ripstick not going to lose his second barrier. Pull comes out, warrants the flip here from Angle Senpai. Good possession of the core here, stolen, as it buys Ripstick a lot of time to allow the Conqueror to come up here on the defense. Now going to be the Turret's opportunity to defend again. Beelzebub now sends the core up. A nice bounce off the Taiko drum from Julak, though. It's going to be the first point for Koyo this series.
Yeah, something, if you haven't noticed, a lot of these melee goalies are now taking the momentum boots, and one of the downsides of the momentum boots is you don't have the range to actually get those really fast ones anymore. You're gonna just have to guess and position the right spot. Ripstick just guessing wrong and gets punished for it there.
Mm-hmm. So we gotta go on to this third point. Like to kind of I've been doing this thing where I realize that I can't just go like full play by pay the full time is unfortunately clear. I've been going for a Sora angle, but didn't have like the follow up there. I need to start asking co-casters about their day. How was your day?
My day, honestly, a win here would make my day great, but a loss here would make my day terrible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would say it's an overall good day since it can't be ruined by a loss here, but a win here would make it great if you ask me.
Yeah, that's so true. You know what, Koyo? A slow start, but a start nonetheless. And unfortunately, what is a bit of a non-starter right now is Julak here in the midfield, going to be KO'd by the Conquer. And right now, it's going to be clear skies for Furret. They're getting damage here up on the Brawler. Second goalie barrier goes down as well. Dario fully rotated on the defense, which means that all the space in the world to work with here for the two forwards of Furret, able to get their second set here. And I'm scared if I am Koyo here. This upcoming draft could potentially mean quite a bit depending on how the draft order lines up. And, well, bulk up is the thing I'm looking at right now.
Bulk up is like one of the best awakenings, if not the best awakening in the game, but you do have the size, so I think that, yeah, the size is going to end up going for the Conquer. Now, whether it's a mistake or not, you can ask any Nassau brawler, you might get different opinions, but I think that it's a reasonable pick. I think the team player is another one that you really look at. This map isn't as open, so you won't get as much value, but I still think just regardless, this awakening is so good on goalies, and we'll see how much it helps out here. If that's the missing piece that Koyo needs.
Just taking a look at the stats here for a second as well, right? 130 power on this Aimi is going to be actually quite difficult for the now to contend with, I think. Right now, the Conqueror is just, yeah, also another issue to contend with in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, really nice.
By the way, yeah, or sorry. I'll let you go.
No, really nice job. Sorry for the pause there. Really nice job by the Furret squad, just really consistently putting on so much pressure on Beazle, and it's just not able to be contested at all. But double barrier for Koyo, they kind of have an opportunity here. They scored 0 points the first set, 1 point the second. Maybe they'll go for 2 this set, and then after that, maybe they can come back.
Yeah, true. They might be able to on the fourth set here. Wow, actually a really good strike war by the Conqueror. It's a good preemptive flip comes through. Now Ripstick forced to blow his own, keep the play going. Oh, but the flip now in front of the Conqueror, not intercepted in time. Beelzebub, no cooldowns to deal with it here. And 2 flip expended, but a point gained for the side of Furret. Koyo now, a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, no, it's been an uphill battle for them. Really nice job from Furret. Furret has just been playing better all around, both core control and the damage / KO department. They have just been doing a fantastic job, really putting the nail in the coffin with that one. Just one more to go for Furret to take game 1 here. And I mean, if I'm Koyo, it's probably not good to start thinking about what you need to do better next game. But it's starting to get to that point where you're about to lose this game, and I don't know how comebackable this one is. I'm gonna be real. The Awakenings are pretty doomed as well. Even if they get a set win, I don't know. It's not looking great. But I mean, hey, that's a good start right there from Daru.
Yeah, really good hero play from Daru. Able to get 1 point, uses his flip to do so, and that's a quick point for the side of Koyo. You want a few more of those, maybe nab away the set, but yeah, like you mentioned, it's a bit tough here. Angle Senpai on the Aimi right has the flip. The Conqueror building towards his as well, so unless you have something worked out, something clever or lucky in the wings, it's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with, especially this damage coming out from the X, from the Aimi is just immensely hard to deal with, it feels.
Something I've noticed is Fur has done a lot better job than Koyo this game at maintaining like a triangle. And I think even on closed maps, a lot of teams like to go into their little line formation, but I think it's still important to get that triangle. It's a really nice job. I believe it was a dash flip just to confirm the KO as well. And it also takes out the flip and kills the goalie, which is huge, and a really nice job from the side of Ripstick and Co. The first squad to take game 1 here in week 3 of Nasty.
Big game at that, right? 11 minutes. It really felt like these points were very quick, even though there was some fight coming up from Koyo. It really felt like the Conqueror and English Empire were able to convert on a lot of opportunities. Not only that, too, right? The minute that some defense would show up, the KO pressure started coming in as well, especially in that last set. I feel like we saw Beelzebub die a lot on the goal line just because of the kind of the space that Anglo Senpai and the Conqueror were taking. So that's a bit to come back from. We'll have game 2 coming in just a moment, unless we have any parting thoughts here from Mappa.
No, I mean, really nice job from the Furt squad here, the Louise Little Furts to take game 1. Hopefully for my team that doesn't become a recurring trend in our game 2, but anything can happen. Let's see.
We'll be right back. And we're back. We're back here on Splash Zone. Sun's out, guns out. It's an Among Titans start, and everyone's going to be running around a little fast, but what's also going to be fast, I think, is going to be the core. I'm looking at this midfield matchup here. Rune versus Juno here on the open map, Savinky Splash Zone. A bit of an immobile brawler as well here. Conqueror once again recuperating his role here on the X. And I'm interested to see how this will go. I think that things like 1-2 punch, hot shot, cooldown, going to be very big this game, even more so than they already were.
Well, 1-2 punch was one of the starting awakenings. I think that X could have probably gotten away with just getting the double size from even at the cost of the speed, but it looks like the Conqueror wants the speed here on the open map. I'm not saying I'm the greatest fan of it, but we'll see. Maybe he knows something that I don't. Whoa, kill that Noble Fortress there. See if they can score in this power play though, because if you can't score, okay, there you go. If you can't score in that power play, it's a little bit embarrassing, but they are able to get it.
Yeah, cool KO. Yeah, coming out from Beelzebub, a bit of a serendipitous KO found on Anglo Senpai, and that's gonna be a point. Notably, 2 level 2s here on the side of Koyo. Gonna be a very big. The Banish and Kazan second form, incredibly big power spikes for the characters. So things will only be getting harder here for the side of Fur, especially if they don't quickly end this set again. And going into it as well, right? Another Banish comes through, and you mentioned that you had some thoughts here on the Rune pick. You mentioned that Julak does like going this, but it wasn't something that you particularly thought of. Instead, something that might have some mixed results.
Well, I think the Rune's actually really good against X in general, but I also think that Rune isn't like the greatest on open map. If you're gonna pick him on open map, this is probably the best one, but it's not the greatest pick on this type of map, so it's definitely not something I suggested, but Julak is very comfortable on it, so he's just trying to put on Xianzi cosplay out here. All good.
Truth. Tried to do it last game with the Now as well, just didn't go too well. So looking to maybe do that on another character, but for now, a good strike from Beelzebub is going to actually keep that barrier defended. And once again, right, the name of the game, I think, is going to be scaling here. The X kind of makes that a question in every game that he's in, but again, right, wanting to get that hot shot, wanting to get that core speed no matter who you are. Unfortunately, Julek passing away. A watery grave awaits for him. Flip comes out from Anglo Senpai, sends it in the top right corner.
Did he walk into that? I don't think he got hit into that. I think he was just not paying attention.
Dang, that sucks.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I mean, he is level 3, so he's playing his teammates real quick here, but really nice mix-up from Dara to pick up that barrier. I mean, playing gold on this map is actually the worst. you get mixed up so easily, and a really nice job from the side of Koyo to tie up the set. This is the first set they've actually gotten 2 points in, by the way, this series so far. So,
W
might be their
Koyo.
first, yeah, might be their first set win, hopefully.
Looking forward to that. Looking for a little life coming out from Koyo. But for now, they got to deal with the X Maximus. Julak already going to be staggered here, almost taken out by a friend fling. As Angle Senpai trying to get the core. Good banish comes through, which now means that it's going to be an open net for the side of Wee's Little First. The Tofu Forge comes out, an opportunity here for Daru, but not going to be capitalized upon. Julak now has to play defensively, has to really respect what the Conqueror can do in this situation. As now Daru has a flip to work with. Oh, an unfortunate whiff means that Ripstick's going to be able to use his to get it clear as well. X Maximus comes through the Bull Rush, not able to find too much, but Daru now going to pay the price for his sins, going to be taken out. Beelzebub now has to make this way work, but unfortunately, this over-aggression now means that he's not going to have any resources for this defensive play. The Conqueror now able to get the core forward, but unfortunately he's going to be stopped immediately here by a Rune Banish. Daru going to be back up again now in overtime, which means that both this Rune and Juno have now become exponential threats. Flip as well, not to mention a good pass off that core flip. Daru seeing the angle, knowing what he's got to do, sends it right there into the bottom side of the map. And like you mentioned in the previous game, right? The team that formed the better triangle usually won the point, and it felt like this time Koyo was able to do that.
Yeah, it really felt like they were more on the front foot this game. Really nice job. But I always want to say that we were talking about the Shianzu cosplay. That was a Shianzu cosplay pass if I've ever seen one. Threading the needle with the core flip. Really nice job from Koyo. Interesting that the glass cannon taken over the CTL or the timeless on the Rune. I know that size on creations is actually really good on more open maps like this because it lets you cut off things that you wouldn't normally be able to cut off. But I think the glass cannon, the idea is because it's open map, the speed is good. But I'm not sure how favorable I'm in. I'm not a glass cannon fan myself, by the way. Like, I know a lot of people don't like taking it on forwards. I personally think it's usually fine on forwards, but I'm not sure if this is one of the spots I would take it.
Right, I'm just wondering if you took it for core speed.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
like,
a good point.
yeah, like no 1-2, no hot shot potentially in that draft, but definitely weird taking it first pick. Like you mentioned, I mean the timeless right really doesn't do too much on anyone except the Asher, so really interested to see. Really curious as to why, yeah, Julek ended up picking that. We'll see. I'm sure that Julek might have some thoughts in Twitch chat. You know, I'm predicting the future here, but as we go on, wait, actually, don't say that, Julek. I'm talking to you in the past because that's a spoiler. Don't talk about it until it's done. Don't spoil the game. But right now, though, it's gonna be the Conqueror looking to play spoil sport here on Beelzebub. Who just used the flip, no defenses here, but a good banish now gives a lot of breathing room. Whoa, sorry. It looks like Angle Senpai getting fridged by Mr. Inky himself there out in the corner, and that means that's gonna be all too easy for Julek to get that goal.
Yeah, Ingo, if you're in the Twitch chat, go say hi to Julak for me. But really nice job from oh, what a flip. That was almost a barrier again. And I mean, it's really hard for Ripstick to continuously play against this, both forwards playing on the open side of the barriers, and Asher wants to play a more closed defense, so it's just really difficult as the Asher to play against, especially because of how much they are just passing it around to each other, and then also going for the hit sign. But really nice job from the Conqueror, looking to actually score back here. They're gonna do it and bring it to 1-1. They're not gonna let this game go easily, and that's kind of what you need to do as the Conqueror. You need to make the most out of your best, the most out of each situation you got, because you're not gonna get as many situations. I mean, or like as sequences like as the enemy team is. So, really good job.
Agreed, and good timing on the top spin from Daru. Now going to mean that this is potentially a goal. Yeah, immediately capitalized upon the pull into flip. Means that an 11-second goal is going to go the way of Koyo, and it feels like a complete reversal of fortunes from the previous game.
Yeah, that core flip splitting the Red Seas there. I love it when you can get the knockback on both the midfielder and the goalie, and putting them in both awkward situations and then striking in between them. It's really hard to play against that. So Bezel also took momentum boost this game, which is different from last game. He took strike shot last game. I know something he's been practicing other gears over strike shot every game, and it's looking pretty good this game. I wonder if it's something to consider about in potential game 3.
Oh, God.
I shouldn't be talking about game 3 just yet, as a lost strike word to the Blabo happens even to the best of us.
Yeah, WChat GPT, that's an N dash. That's an N dash strike right there.
Actually, I think that Blabo was actually controlled. I don't think it would have strike on that timing if it wasn't forced. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Now that like I'm replaying it in my mind palace, you know.
Yeah, all
my
good.
movie theater. Yeah. Okay. 0.5 though here in this set. It's gonna be big. A good log though from Beelzebub actually. Makes up for that missed strike. Pillar goes down. Doesn't find too much value now. Conqueror able to get it. As Daru now tasked with a very difficult task of making it through. It's gonna be flip on flip here
Oh,
from the Conqueror.
Beelzebub.
Almost dies. Almost kills Beelzebub
Yeah.
off of that and narrowly escapes. But Julek gonna be the one here on the chopping block potentially. Good strike from Daru means that the potential advantage is here. Flip not there fast enough. Banish gonna whiff as well. The flip goes over to Daru. The splash is here. The top spin is there as well, but Ripstick, good presence of mind in that situation. Able to understand Daru's game plan before it happens. Pass comes through from Angle Senpai. Julak able to avoid the bull rush. Now gonna be a full 2v2 situation here in the net. Overtime now here. Gonna be very scary on this open net for two melee goalies, and Daru gets a good pass from Julak. A bit of deja vu from the previous set, and Koyo make out of this set like bandits.
Yeah, I think that overtime hitting right then also made that court speed a little too fast for Ristic to get up to the top there. And I think if Ristic was able to hold on a little longer, they would have had the water cannon. And I think with water cannon, it was going to be very favorable for them after, that spot with them being with Koyo being unable to score with their own. But really nice job from Koyo not giving up just because their water cannon didn't work and just putting it in before the water cannon on the side of the Weaslow first came through. Interesting drop of the 1-2 punch on the Juno though. We were talking about it. Core speed is now there.
Yeah, and looking on the flip side as well, extra special actually passed up by Julak. I feel like nowadays it's incredibly good on the runes, considered one of his best awakenings. But instead opts to the prime time, just wants some midfield core control potentially. More opportunities to play make around Angle, who now has that 1-2 punch, that core speed, which can be very hard to deny, especially without the prime time. So it makes sense why he picked it. We'll see if it pays off though.
I think it also denies Asher. I think Asher really wants that prime time, especially without rapid fire in the game anymore.
You're right. You're so right. I still don't forgive RTF. And that makes a lot of sense. I wasn't even looking at it. It makes sense that they just kind of trade places. Yep, makes sense. 1 point here.
Prime time has never been bad on Rune. Let's get that clear.
Yeah. That's true. Also true. That makes sense why they went back.
No worries. And we're gonna, a really nice first point. If they're gonna come back, this is the type of thing you need from Weaslow First. You want these points where the core control isn't just overly dominated by Koyo, and they've done a great job in the last few points, last set. It was very close because they were able to at least contest the core a little bit more and have opportunities, and that's kind of what they're going to want to do here going into set 3 and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum boost actually though allows Beelzebub to reach that core in time. Flips coming up for Angle Senpai though, as well as Beelzebub. Could potentially be some core flip action. Yeah, one goes down here, but actually gonna be blocked away. Daru on the other side losing his recovery. Drone log comes through as well. Conqueror just looking to create a bit of a distraction. Not gonna find too much value, but the corner of the splash zone. Beelzebub forgot that it was a threat, and unfortunately has to pay for that with his life, his goal, and his flip. A bit of a boon here for Furret.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was like, how close is he gonna get? Because this is one of the easiest ways to die on goalie on this map. I actually played in a in-house with them maybe a few weeks ago, and I was killing Beelzebub on the same thing as Juliet. I think I probably killed him like 3 or 4 times, and it looks like it's still a bad habit for him, so maybe we'll talk about it. But Ripstick walks into the water cannon. I think he secondaried the wrong direction into the water cannon, but it was so fast I actually don't know what happened.
I think that's what happens. I feel like the Inky mind control sends its regards there. Gonna be a bit of an issue, yeah, going forward.
People have a lot of fun on that little corner and thought it would be.
Yeah. Wait, that was crazy. I think he was flipped into the path splitter, and I don't think he had even the opportunity to evade that. Maybe he did, but
Yeah.
if he did, I didn't see it. So unfortunately, Daru, the airship's gonna be sending regards. A lot of letters really coming out at this point right now as the top spin comes through. Gonna be defended away though by Ripstick. The Conqueror now uses the X Maximus, tries to get a cheeky strike, but isn't gonna find it. Good defense by Angle Senpai, but Ripstick is going to be anchoring that play. Pass splitter comes out again. No. That's
At least it wasn't match point yet, right? It doesn't feel as bad. It was like, okay, we get a hold our flip, we're good, you know. But that could have been a lot worse if it was just a point, you know, later.
yeah. Well, luckily though, Ripstick does preserve his flip for this point, which is even more crucial. Gonna use it there to get the core upfield. Angle Senpai a potential opportunity. No, two members here of Koyo now able to respond in time. Beelzebub striking it forward, getting it through, playing very aggressively, mind you, with this extra move speed. Feels like he's been using it incredibly this entire game so far.
Oh, the banish.
The banish. Ooh, doesn't
He was
get it
in. He
through
was in
now.
the. He was in the goal zone, so he doesn't get locked out, and it ends up not mattering. But that could have been dangerous on the Julak point blank banish on that goalie there.
Mm.
But now it's not gonna be up for a bit, so you know, if they could just get this water cannon up soon, it's just they used it once, but they just need to defend until they can get this again, I think, or at least put pressure so Koyo can't take their barrier. We'll see what happens though.
And feels like Koyo might have an opportunity soon. I think the pressure is on for Conqueror to get this in because there are gonna be two flips coming up soon. It's gonna be one from Daru, another
flip, bro.
passing through. Oh, the flip for the Conqueror almost gets the angle again, but it's not.
The water's gonna come up soon though. The water's gonna come up soon. Oh, it's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Super tense point though. It looks like, you know, the ways you would normally score are being defended so well, but because they're being defended, they're not. No one's having the the spacing or the abilities for the just the casual strike in, you know, and that's kind of what happened there. The team player going on this map is actually huge. I think it might very well be game altering for this Asher to get that on this open map. It's a lot different than it is on closed maps. On open maps, you're basically always wanting to clear to an ally if you can, and team player is going to be like that. I think that the size going to the X is also kind of big. Daru taking the fighter play instead. It is really good on closed maps. I mean, on open maps though. So I get it. I do wonder how much though, if it's worth giving the Conqueror though that extra size.
We'll see in just a second. As right now, both barriers actually going to go down. Daru, bit of a fancy play, but unfortunately the goalie barrier is not up yet. Water cannon's here. Wow! Just taps it right in. Perfect amount of size to do that. And Angle Senpai on the flip side as well, gonna get shot by Mr. Inky himself.
Yo, what's the third map, by the way? A little early to say, but what's the third map?
Actually, yeah, I'm not sure. I forgot. It was told to us by production earlier, and I completely forgot. So yeah, we'll see. It's a mystery. It's a bit of a cliffhanger. We'll see. Will you see when we get to that point though? As right now, we are marching. We are marching closer though. As Koyo does feel like they have the momentum on their side, and it feels harder and harder to lock Daru out of his scoring opportunities here, especially because, I mean, look at again, Beelzebub, look at where he's standing. He's playing so confidently, so aggressive, setting his forwards up for success in so many opportunities because he's really just allowing Julak and Daru to walk forward, playing that pseudo midfield position with that move speed. And right
It was the glass cannon. It was the glass cannon that scored there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh my god, that judo core speed's a bit scary, but unfortunately it kind of bites back actually. The Conqueror's gotta have to score here. Unfortunate misplay here though. Means that
there's the water though.
Yeah, the water comes out.
He had a flip! He had a flip! Oh no!
Oh my god, I think that was a score, but the Conqueror was actually the one to defend that.
Yeah. I mean, all brawlers are beautiful.
Beautiful, they're beautiful.
Yeah, they're all beautiful.
Oh, flip comes through from Ripstick to take out Daru, who has to play very defensively, but Julak, the glass cannon movement speed, puts him where he wants to be. Yep, not even the Among Titans, it's the glass cannon, exactly where it needs to be at exactly the right moment. and they're going to be taking Koyo specifically. Is going to be taking Inky's Splash Zone, and we're going to be marching on to game number 3 here in the series.
Yeah, I believe that was their map pick, so really good job from them as well. We can look at the post-game stats here. I think that really nice. You know, I was a little skeptical, but on the rune pick, but I do understand that it's really hard for Asher to play against, especially on that map, against that rune. Being able to cover so much of the player options and, you know, really making it work. The 5-4 scoreline, not only scoring but also able to assist on 4 of those as well. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, what really matters is that Ripstick got 27 awards and the Beasley 25. So I'll have to give him a little talk between games. But really nice job from Koyo to take back a game and, you know, bring us to game 3.
Can you think about it though, the difference between those 2 orbs? Really, one of them was Angle Senpai versus Julak. You see here, right? Both brawlers the same amount of orbs, but Julak, he didn't look greedy there with the 15, you know. And even though you can play,
snake, you know, a little snake.
yeah, like you can play Beelzebub for the 1, but the other, that's the midfielder, AMAS, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, a little bit of a midfield snake, but let's not get carried away any longer. Let's go into our game 3 in just a moment.
Alrighty, we're in game number 3 of Koyo versus Wee's Little Furt. Both teams have had pretty strong showings in their map selections so far, and they'll be duking out here on the Gates of Obscura to end off the series here. I think both forward duos here kind of picking up roles or characters that they are known for here, and we're getting a little bit of back and forth as already. It looks like Angle Senpai and the Conqueror are taking shots at the enemy forward duo, but taking a look at a second, we've got a Monumentalist start taken by the Atlas, the Rune, as well as the Dubu, whereas X, Aimee, and Rasmus have all picked up Sparks respectively.
Yeah, I think the Sparks are pretty important, but you know, with leadership, but I don't think they're actually, like, leadership is particularly amazing in this current meta, so it might be possible to actually just ignore it if you're not like one of the Sparkers, but you kind of don't want to give it to the leadership plus agility. Agility is probably the worst Spark individually, but even with leadership, giving everyone like a little bit of speed can be annoying. But I mean, right off the bat, we got a point and, you know, almost a second point for Koyo right here. It's kind of interesting. As I said that, I kind of jinxed it. Kind of interesting point though is Atlas being picked for Ripstick, meaning it's his 3rd different character in 3 games. Everyone else has played the character they're playing on your screen right now in at least one of the games, I believe. So kind of cool to see that.
There is a little bit of a difference here too in the goalie playstyles, right? Big thing to look at: Pauldron's Dubu versus the Atlas again. Ripstick picking up those momentum boots. So I think we're going to be seeing a bit of a more aggressive playstyle from Ripstick, already looking to walk up in these situations, whereas Beelzebub is looking to kind of stand on top of his berry. But right now, oh my gosh, the Conqueror shows us a little bit of X lore right now. Gets a double KO. Daru though trying to defend, but oh, it's actually an ace here. Angle Senpai gets the glitch pop and the goal, and well, even though they got the first point, it looks like Wee's Little Furrets are looking good, looking to get the momentum back here in the first set.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see, especially in the level aspect. The levels are going to be really disjointed now with that triple KO, the ace there coming in, and a 1-2 lead in this first set, in this crucial first set. I think in any elimination game, the first set is incredibly important. And we were talking about this, statistically speaking, at least in Nassau, if you win the first set, you have roughly a 70%-ish chance to win the entire game. So it's very important. And a KO on Julak is not going to do them any better here.
Because I think even here in Nasty, right, teams are just good enough for drafting. That draft advantages mean a lot. So yeah, I agree with you. That first set can mean quite a bit, and it's gonna go the way of actually Wee's Little Fur. It's Beelzebub not able to get that flip, doesn't have the range on it, which means that I believe the Conqueror is gonna be MVP in the situation. That he is. Full X profile banner, I just realized, and He's going to have a bit to pick here. And by a bit, I mean big fish.
Yep. Team player is something to look out for, though. Team player is something to look out for. And the first goalie to be in the selection is going to be Beelzebub, so we'll see if it's going to be denied here. It will not be denied, and I think that is a huge pickup on. I personally think it might be the best awakening in the game on this map, but Atlas getting the Twin Drive is another thing to look out for. We'll see which one is stronger, Twin Drive Atlas with Monumentalist, or will the team player on Gates of Obscura be stronger? And obviously Conquer getting the double spark is a little bit scary as well.
Yeah, one thing as well, right? Ripstick opting into picking Twin Drive over the missile propulsion. I feel like that's sort of a personal preference, as far as I understand, right? Whether or not you prefer one or the other. But notably, on the other side, 2 sparks for this X, which means that the scaling can potentially be very dangerous, especially if a third comes his way. Even though Spark of Leadership, right, not particularly useful for stat sharing, getting that third spark with a Spark of Power and Agility can mean a lot for this X. So here's hoping that...
I mean, like, the speed and agility, too, so I'm sure that you will not be complaining.
Yeah. No, absolutely right. But it's the 3 spark power spike for the X, I think, is going to be very big.
Yep.
And yeah, so as of right now, the Conqueror looking to take a lot of punishment, but you'll be dishing it out very soon in draft if he is able to get MVP again, which as of right now, core control is mostly gone the way of Angle Senpai, so that might not be what you want to see if you are at the side of Furret. That being said, maybe one barrier is going to go down. That's XP for the Conqueror. Flip comes through from Daru, not going to find what he wants. Ripstick, though, unfortunately just misses the angle, but Angle Senpai finds a KO on a Julek in the flip side. The flip comes through. A good dribble by the Conqueror gets Beelzebub's flip. The nerves here of game number 3 now in full effect. Glitch Pop comes through, doesn't get the pass over to Conqueror. Daru with an opportunity, not able to find the shot that he needs. Banish comes through now, ends the offensive play before it starts for the Conqueror. Angle Senpai now gets the core forward, gonna be blocked by Julek, but the Conqueror receives the pass. The X Maximus dribble is so scary, but it's gonna be defended away again. Now Pillar comes through, almost catches Angle Senpai sleeping, but Angle Senpai able to do it, get it cleared. A good Glitch Pop pass comes through. No, not what you want to see. Ripstick, unfortunately, really doesn't want to clear into Daru, and unfortunately there is just no way that you can clear it topside, and that's a point over for Koyo.
Well, for the Koyo knowers, that's what we call in the business of the King Blue Gambit. Doesn't work out. I think other people might know it as the Sophia strike on the Atlas, but you know, all good.
Freaking
the KO and the Atlas also gonna come out late as well. Unfortunate, and we'll see if they can make anything out of this power play. But so far, it's been kind of slow. They're actually almost gonna lose a bear out of it.
Yeah, friggin' Ratatouille moment. As soon as you said like Sophia, I was like, yeah, that is the Sophia, isn't it? Dang, for those old heads who know. But yeah, as of right now, yeah, the power play, like you mentioned, kind of taken away. Julek finally gets one when the power play is over, but they're gonna immediately lose one. So right now, Angle Senpai a little bit worse for wear. Does get the second barrier, but might have to pay for it with his life. Ripstick a good secondary there, using the Monumentals to its full effect, blocking any sort of play that Daru's gonna want here. A bit of a misclear though from Ripstick means it's gonna be an open net. Julek now using the pillar to get it through. Strike goes up to Angle Senpai, but Julek with possession of the core sends it to Daru. This is a bit scary. Flip comes through from Julek right to Daru. The flip comes through. Wow, right through the Aimi turret. Perfectly timed. And that's going to be 2-0 lead for Koyo here in the set.
Yeah, as you said, if that flip comes out a little later, I think the Aimi turret does pick it up, but the wind-up on the Aimi turret is a little bit longer. And at the end of the day, it was a really nice flip. And the core flip from Beelzebub is going to come out a little early, and now Conquer the flip, and not much Beelzebub can do about it except throw a long and say no. Conquer's taking a lot of damage here. It's another thing to look at here.
Yeah, and this rune pillar is going to be used to actually just interrupt this banish coming through. Yeah, that's a dead X. Yeah, now it's going to be a power play. Good pull from Daru. Takes advantage of Ripstick's patience. Flip going to be there. Angle Senpai really good striking though. Really good core control. Delays this play a lot. Allows himself to actually get the flip as well. Daru now has to play very defensively. This X Maximus could be very scary in such a second, but Beelzebub, good use of the Pauldron's damage, actually playing a bit of defense here. Daru with the pull comes through. Not going to be the angle. that he wants, but Ripstick a good sword angle now, able to get the clear. Strike from
Oh,
the
no.
Conqueror actually wins, but not what you want to see. Very unfortunate. As now we're going back into the neutral a little bit here. The Conqueror able to find the core speed though. Split comes through. No!
No! I mean, unfortunate. We're just gonna say the monumentalist side, Atlas secondary might throw some people off or something. I don't know. That's gonna be my excuse. But really nice job from Koryo bringing back the set. We are now tied at 1-1 apiece. It is now a best of 3. The glass can's gonna come out again
What
from
the-
Dulac. He doesn't care. He's the madman. I think this game, the IME has been harassing him a little bit more, so we'll see how long he's able to keep those stacks up. But also the spark of leadership denied from the Conqueror. Conqueror will not be becoming the mayor today, but is able to get the Might of Colossus, so not all bad.
Yeah, that's actually a really, honestly, really disturbing deny coming out. Really, like, that's exactly the position you want to be as a 2-Spark X, right? That forced double deny on the Spark, which means that no sparks left on the table, right? It's going to be hard to actually find usages for those sparks. They're okay individually, but they're certainly not power spikes. But, and you're able to get Might of the Colossus anyways. I think the Conqueror is incredibly strong right now, and I think Senpai as well is a little bit strong with that dash pickup. But we'll see though. Ripstick's got to hold these situations though, and it's not going to matter if the core is going to sail right by him, and it's going to be up to the Conqueror and Angle Senpai to convert before Daru and Julak find a bit of a gap in the armor, which they've been able to exploit very well recently.
I mean, is Twin Drive Atlas fake? We'll find out today, but really nice job. Oh, core flip right in the middle, but it's not going to find anything. I will say, the health bars are very low, so even if they're able to defend this, I can't see this going too well for Koyo, and we'll see though. The double banish is going to be pretty timely, allowing them to immediately go into offense, but the Julak is going to die. That's probably going to be a goal pretty soon.
Yeah, wow, that glitch pop setup on the Bull Rush actually defended away by Beelzebub. Good use here. Zangle Senpai. Oh!
You can't pass in that spot. Daru cutting it perfectly. I was talking to this guy in warm-up. You just got to cut the pass. Don't think too hard. All you got to do is cut the pass, and that's exactly what he does. Really nice job. Saves. Potentially could be a game-altering moment for Koyo.
Yeah. It feels like there's a couple very key unforced blunders coming out from her, and it potentially could cost him the series here, as it feels like the game 3 pressure is really starting to mount up. Good layering on the strikes though. Wow, Beelzebub almost gets a nasty KO there on the
I don't think it
Dubu.
would have been a KO. I think he would have gotten into the portal, and I don't think he was moving at the angle that was lethal. But it's still nervous as hell to play against that, that's for sure.
Yeah, agreed. And there's potentially some portal plays that come through. 2v2 situation here. Actually gonna get defended away by Ripstick and Angle Senpai. Julak, a very, very good defense, even though a good evade, even if nothing ended up landing there. Daru with the flip, and the X Maximus is going to be gone here. This X not going to be all too powerful, just quite a really smart pillar from Julak though. Gets it sent up to Daru, it's going to be cleared away nonetheless. Log comes through, defends away the flip. A second flip comes out by Ripstick, tries to snag that bottom of the remaining goalie barrier, not going to find it though. Flip comes through from Daru, gets the second one, it's going to be an open net again. Flip from Beelzebub, intercepted by Angle Senpai with the Tofu Fortress now. It's gonna be there. Oh, and Angle Senpai has walked into a log. That is not what you want to see. It's gonna be up to the Conqueror here to block the pass, and that pass is actually blocked. He's gonna have to pay for this play with his life, potentially. Gonna be walking around staggered. Atlas Revive is there, not gonna find too much value, or sorry, not gonna find too much value off the passing play, however. As Daru, 1v1 opportunity defended away by the Twin Drive, passing through the portals. We're looking at a Valve game right now as the X Maximus comes through, but it's core speed. Yeah, from the team player on Beelzebub comes through in overtime, takes the set for Koyo, and Koyo are looking good. That was a hectic point, but Koyo come out on top, and Beelzebub potentially his pick of the litter, looking like size.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a monumentalist Dubu get this much value out of vlog. I've not only the kills have been coming through as we saw in that last set from it, but so many core flips have just there's been no angles around the log because it's so big. So I think this is kind of crazy. Like I'm usually like a timeless Crater Dubu fan, and I'm not a huge fan of Moni because it can break your ult sometimes and stuff. But you know, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try it. You know, maybe Beazle has the hidden sauce here.
Yeah, and one thing as well, Spec Training actually not taken on the Conqueror, opts into the Heavy Impact instead, which I think is interesting. I never actually learned if Heavy Impact affects the strike.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's exciting.
And it does not anymore. It did at one point and it broke the game. Don't worry about that.
Okay, well, in that case, interesting to see him pick it over the Specialized Training, I guess, looking for stagger KOs instead of dash punches, but...
Yeah.
Regardless, though, that kill on Angle Senpai is going to actually leave one barrier down for the side of Wee's Little Furrets. Good strike more from Julak, though. Catches the clear, and Daru able to follow up. Koyo feels like they have all the momentum now coming through. So it's going to be 1 point up, 2 more, and if that goes the way of Koyo, that's going to be series.
Yep, I mean, if you're a Wee's Furrets fan, you gotta lock in here. This is you know, this is the most important set. I think you need this set to regain that momentum you had from the first game. And it's just really looking bad. You've lost, what, I think 7 straight goals in a row? They've scored 7-0 on a 7-0 run right now, Koyo. This is like, this isn't just losing 2 sets. This is losing 2 sets 2-0. I mean 3-0. It's not what you want to see.
Yeah, and that momentum is definitely powerful, especially in a game like OS. Momentum can really, really mean a lot. And if it's not regained here, and doesn't look like it is, Koyo has an iron grip on this offense right now. Julak already preemptively playing by the portal. Angle Senpai able to get the core forward, but a double banish immediately by Julak. The KO found by the pillar. Flip can come through for Conqueror. That it does. A flip and wait comes through this pillar. A little bit dangerous, but excellent patience actually from the brawler of Seraphim's Wee's Little Furrets. Sorry. Bit of a whoops. Yeah, and the Conqueror right now. It's what? Oh.
The same team name. Yep.
Yeah, it really is. It really is the same vibe. And you know what? Whether or not you're Seraphim or Weez, you're losing right now, and you got to make it come back right now. The Weez Little Mountain or Seraphim's mountain to climb. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's series point right here. Most important point of series. Can they close out on it? And I have to say that this team player pick, since this team player pick has been picked up, it's been 8-0. Was this really the pickup? I mean, okay.
It might have been.
Yep.
It might have been. Feeling like a team player, and as of right now, Ripstick here to defend potentially the last goalie barrier. He's gonna get this series. The Conqueror gonna find a good KO though. Angle Senpai now with possession of the core, pass back to Ripstick, gets it over to Conqueror, but this iron wall that is Beelzebub, it's going to be very hard to get through the size Dubu, very much coming in play there. So now the Conqueror has an advantage, has the flip to come through, doesn't actually get the core though before he needs to. Angle Senpai with the flip, probably going to be looking to use it, but it could be defended away by Daru. Core goes for the glitch pops there, going to be defended away by Tofu Fortress. Angle Senpai narrowly avoiding that banish as the X Maximus looks so dangerous. The flip doesn't come through, and now the forward of momentum here is all for Koyo. The pillar comes through, takes that final barrier. An amazing play here by Julak. The flip comes through, over to Daru, takes away one Atlas Expanse, but doesn't get the second here. Core travels around the world a little bit, but Daru, the team player, comes in clutch, sends it into the top side of the net. Ripstick not able to react, and Koyo, after a devastating loss, game number 1, pulls it back 2 games in a row, and gets I think like you mentioned, a 9-0 streak to finish it.
I mean, who needs Hotshot Rune when you have Monumentalist 189 power because of 3-stack prize fighter plus fast cannon? You're hitting it a lot harder than in a Hotshot would. Really clean comeback from Koyo after losing that first set. And just overall, they really looked, once that team player came through, whether it was because, whether it was correlated or caused by the team player, I feel like the Koyo just never looked back.
And this series is a bit of a tone setter. I think both teams, I believe, were for O2 coming into this now sitting at a very dangerous 0-3, right? Not much room for error going forward. You're done with the third of the regular season, right? All the narratives about, hey, it's just the just the start of the season. You got this whole path ahead of you. That narrative is now done and dusted. You are in the season proper now, and this is not the point where you really want to be going winless. And that's a big win for Koyo, right? A 2-1 is significantly more respectable than a 1-2 at this point in the season. So that's going to put them in prime position to at least, scrape into some of those playoff contention spots. But yeah, if you are Wee's Little Furts, you're sitting at the bottom of the league right now, and you got to be wondering what you got to do to make it, because you did have some dominant performance, right? That Tycho game looked amazing. They were getting so many KOs, so much pressure was coming onto Beelzebub. It really felt like Beelzebub did not have an answer to that. But as soon as it got to these other maps, it really felt like Koyo was the team that was able to grab the momentum, able to keep the pace, and able to set the kind of game plan that both teams were focused on in these, in the final parts of the series. So props to Koyo, right? Keeping that mental resilience after game number 1 and taking it. And that's going to give them that win. That's going to give them that 2-1 spot. I think the mental, the just keeping it cool, making sure that you're playing your game, right? And that's a good place to be.
Yep. And don't go anywhere, because I'm sure there's another match coming up on your stream in just a moment. But thank you guys for staying tuned for this matchup. And this was Applebug, and I think I was here with Mr. Brickbat. And yeah.
Yeah, get you guys around.
Hello everyone, welcome to this nasty match for this week. We have Dynasty Party going against frickin' Esports, and looking at these two comps, I think we're gonna see a lot of variety. Huge damage start, Hotshot on both sides and Spark of Strength means that there's more cooldown reduction, more damage, more core speed. Yoshi, I'm ready for these crazy overtime points.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm looking forward to this match because I'm looking at freaking esports locking in a humble Zentaro, and that guy's playing into Vice. Right now, though, the Vice is absolutely getting annihilated, which, you know, I suppose makes sense when you have the Zen and Estelle comboed together, but I think this game could really, go to either team because they both have this insane damage potential, and it comes down to whether Cero and Turbo can combo their damage together on someone, or if Jack Limestone can just completely 1v9 wipe some health bars away.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. You see the ult expended from Jack Limestone right away, but Cero's getting pummeled here in the quarter, and I just feel like whoever's going to like capitalize on the corner offense damage is just going to be at advantage here, because you see Cero is just afraid to walk up against that log right away, but they got to be worried about the net, as another crazy score from a Vice primary just gets the core in the right spot and gets another point over to Dynasty Party.
Yeah, I think a big thing in this game is also Asianator has locked in Dubu, who is a phenomenal character in the corner. This is such a corner-focused map, and Andy, obviously incredibly well known for all these ranged picks, is playing Juno. I wouldn't wish Juno goalie on this map on my worst enemy, but I respect the pick, and obviously it has a lot of offensive potential. That's why it gets picked. You know, that's why he plays it. And, you know, look, getting in there right now, has a lot of opportunities to make plays happen, you know, try and chip through this Dubu and the defense. But playing defense themselves is going to be pretty difficult, especially when both their teammates are down. Uh-oh.
Yeah, double KO, but they passed it to the short corner, which means Andy was able to get the clear right away. It has the flip up as well, but Cero gets it to the other side, and our offense is now restarted, and both members are back up for frickin' esports, and they get the second barrier here. Potential out here, unfortunately loses the barrier, however, and we're getting to overtime, and that course speed's gonna be a factor right away. Asianator trying to spend the ult in order to buy some time, but Cero and Turbo with the checkmate onto the Dubu causes them to score and get a point back in this set.
Yeah, a great primary from Cero to just... Asianator was evaded, but unable to really react in time. Probably, check, not a hotshot difference, but a 124 power Zen difference. Their core just going a little bit too fast and sealing out any opportunity of saving that. And really, that's obviously what freaking esports needs to get back in there. You know, 1 point on the board, 2 more could be on the horizon, but a lot of damage coming in on Turbo. And again, this Dubu is just, you know, they were able to get through that last point, but it just seems so difficult to consistently make it through the Dubu, especially in the corner. But power play on the board, this could be their chance.
Yeah, Swaghaver stepped a little bit too close to the edge on that one, but Cero takes a full ult, and unfortunately they lose the core through the barriers, but 2 flips available for frickin' esports. They use one right away. Cero takes a lot of damage on the back end on almost blinking health bars as Swaghaver tries to get the goal, but the core's just getting hit back and forth, flip expended just for defensive purposes, but all it really results in is Cero just getting damaged a lot throughout the point. Now Turbo spending the Estelle primary in order to try to get some distance going, but Asianator gets the flip, so that way it's not scary initially. We'll have to see how this point goes. Swaghaver trying to set up a checkmate, ends up doing so with just the strike. Unfortunately, Turbo wasn't back far enough to help the defense, and Dynasty Party takes the first set.
Yeah, a great shot from Swaghaver off the dime coming from Jack Limestone, and there he is getting rewarded with heavy impact. What a great, a wonderful day to be a Vice player right here. Just bam, draft 1, heavy impact. A lot of other strong awakenings, though. Obviously, again, both these teams have a big damage potential. The 1-2 punch going to be denied from the Juno, not letting that through, instead picking up a dash awakening. Always great to have on the Juno goalie, makes the offensive potential just that much more significant. We're seeing a little bit of size come onto Swaghaver, some CDR for Turbo here, and an adrenaline rush, which could be incredibly impactful for Cero. No sparks seen on the draft on this spark start, so no scaling coming in for Cero or Swaghaver on that end, but still, I definitely think this heavy impact is going to warp the game in the favor of Dynasty Party.
Yeah,
But freaking esports definitely...
Yeah,
Sorry, got a lot.
A strong start, and you can see right away, you know, Dynasty Party capitalizing on that corner offense. Yeah, a lot of damage and a lot of cooldown reduction that last set, which means more abilities coming out, more people are getting hit, and the core is getting hit in the corner, and there's a lot more solvable corner offenses, especially against this Juno, right? I think she's going to lose a lot in the interactions if they can end up getting the checkmates, and that might just because Cero and Turbo die, but they're trading one barrier each right now, and Swaghammer's trying to get this corner offense started with the Thunderstruck from Jack Limestone, but doing the short side portal is able to be cleared right away, and now a sequence that won by frickin' Esports means that this double barrier is now down, and Andy will have to expend the flip in order to get some offense going, but it's really scary for Asianator to expend the ult right away just to buy some time again, and Andy is just able to get these clears, and it just looks like the offense is gonna keep on going for frickin' Esports.
Yeah, the freaking Esports definitely have all the momentum at this point, but a good strike warp from Jack Limestone going to be shutting out that. And there's no one back there. A full frontal offense has come out, and unfortunately, the core slips by. The defense is not quite there, and Swaghammer is going to be tapping that one in, 1 point away from securing a second set for Dynasty Party, and a flip on Swaghammer. A lot of damage onto Turbo immediately, and really, things are looking a little scary for freaking Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the second or third point that there's just a rogue primary or rogue strike that happens to be in perfect position. Swaghammer almost clearing out the whole board here and getting the second set win. But right away, you can see Cero damaged right now, and it feels like Dynasty Party is running away with this one a little much. But Swaghammer with no evade has to be careful of this kill coming out from Cero. Unfortunately, nothing is seen yet from this KO. Looking at all the abilities coming out, Asianator tries to expend the flip to just get it out in the corner and just not have Swaghammer in the middle of nowhere. But with Cero on blinking health bars, that core is rolling to the other side, and Swaghammer's right there but can't quite get the angle. Now uses the Death Touch in order to try and get the core, hit Cero instead. And the core is just moving back and forth through both portals, but nothing's really found by the Brawlers, as Cero now on the blinking health bars as well, tries to use the ult in order to gain some life and has the energy, but a nice piercing shot from Turbo means that they're trying to come back in this set as well.
Yeah, just a wonderful bread and butter coming out from Turbo. Hit the dribble, piercing shot onto the goalie and the core. No, a wonderful thing, just get it done, especially on this hotshot start. Like, and it really allows you to hit much wider ranges, but Swaghammer, a little upset at getting scored on, just not having any of that, takes both barriers in an instant. And we've been seeing a lot of that. And obviously, again, Juno goalie on the side of freaking Esports. It's to be expected. But oh, a slow roller coming from Jack Limestone on the portal pass is going to be sending that in and putting Dynasty Party up to 2 sets here.
Yeah. I mean, I thought this core was really going to be fast, but it seems like it's just slowly rolling in every time, even though they have the hotshot power start. A lot of awakenings here, though. Specialized training, missile propulsion, extra range with the surge, if possible. So just take missile prop away, and seeing a lot of important awakenings here, some survivability and some speed. I think the team player is going to be really important, Zyoshi. What do you think?
Oh, I absolutely agree. Team player is the #1 goalie awakening. Unless you have just like your character's best awakening, bar none, in the box, you should be taking team player. And even then, it's still like a, I don't know, maybe team player is still better here kind of situation. But here with hotshot and team player, Andy just has so much core speed now coming from the box, able to enable some offense and honestly just some quick clears. More core speed means that he'll be able to get it out of the corner way faster. No corner involved though on the double barrier though, is Swaghammer going to be tapping that, able to pick up the big fish, which enables both his Might of Colossus and obviously all of his abilities. Because a little bit of extra power, a little bit of extra size, it's going to go a long way, as that's a big KO coming out. And here, just a ton of offense being generated for Dynasty Party. They have the ball, trying to get it out right now. Not quite how they expected the power play to go. And I think this has been a recurring trend, is freaking Esports will lose their barriers pretty quickly. Juno goalie, you know, that's how the world works. But oh my god, it's a crazy hook.
Yeah, I can't even believe it. I mean, that's the third point or fourth point. It's just slowly rolled in there. Just keeps punishing the positioning of the Juno. I just at a loss for words, but that's just how these points keep going. An excellent ult, though, means that blinking health bars, 1 kill right away for Jack Limestone. As Slime KO'd Jack Limestone as well. And what a crazy sequence, but Dubu up and able to use the creations in order to get some power play offense going. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the second barrier, and everyone's respawned off of this crazy start, Yoshi.
Yeah, everyone's back. Sarah's looking a little low. The barriers are down. Swaghammer is in there scrapping. And a third point, it won't roll in. I think the Dynasty Party offense on the barriers has been great. I think that they've been struggling a little bit on the open net, which makes sense. The ranged goalie has doesn't have to try and shove it through a corner on the open net. But there we saw great primary coming out from Swaghammer, bringing us to match point. Has a flip. That's really scary. They only need to win 1 more point, seal the deal. And here, freaking Esports is going to be needing a little bit of a miracle, and Cero getting taken to half health is not quite that.
Well, if history repeats itself, they will win the point here, and they get the first barrier right away, but Swaghammer walking up with every single tool available doesn't actually get a barrier right away, just tries to use the strikes to get it in with Jack Limestone. It's 1 barrier as well with the flip with Asianator, doesn't quite get the second one. Zero, not with the Zentaro ult, just trying to get more damage, more availability, but unfortunately gets KO'd in the end no matter what. And almost KO'd by Andy, but ends up getting the barrier with the flip instead. And they get the clear out, which means that they potentially can save the barrier, and they do it yet again. The jump from Andy, not quite getting there. Turbo gets it to the bottom side, and Cero finishes with an excellent rush. And they won the point, Yosh.
Yeah, it's exactly as you said. You know, freaking Esports will not get 3-0'd in any of these sets. Gonna be putting at least 1 point on the board. 2 more, and suddenly we have a game on our hands. But there, that last point, Cero just getting some awesome Super Surge value. A wonderful Zentaro Awakening. never feels bad to take that, one of your best. But here, we're just looking at a whole lot of nothing. A lot of damage being stacked up, a little bit of corner play. Andy jumping in to save that barrier right there. And we're just kind of taking it slow, and I feel like that's how freaking Esports does not want to play. Because the longer the point lasts, the easier it'll be to take the barriers later on, get damage stacked on. They really want to blow someone up, but speaking of blown up, Turbo has been shot dead in the streets. Swaghammer will be putting it in his absence.
Yep, gets banished off the map as a result, and unfortunately, Dynasty Party does get the win as a result. I just feel like this match could have been very explosive at any point, and it just didn't quite get there because of a few mistakes that frickin' Esports have made. And I'm excited for the second match because on a different start, on a different map, this was the map picked by Dynasty Party. It might be a little bit more even, and we might get to a set 5 as a result, but really excited for this next matchup.
Yeah, me as well. I think with some different team comps too, we could see a different story. I think in this game, it was just Rasmus, one of the best brawlers right now, really eats ranged picks alive. You show up, you can like strike secondary, even add another strike at the end to just beat them close range. You have hook to catch out clears in primary to beat them at a longer range. Like, what doesn't this guy do? Just made Andy's life a living hell, and it's really difficult. But I think it's just not a map for range picks. You can make it work. We've seen Vyson historically do pretty well, but a different map, a little bit more favorable for how freaking Esports wants to play. Completely different game. But with that, I guess we'll see you there, game 2.
All right,
Bang.
bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to freaking Esports versus Dynasty Party, and everyone buckle up for an insane game a bit of a wacky game. We've got Drakkar and Kazan goalie on the side of Dynasty Party going up here. We were watching the draft, sitting back and like, okay, we don't really know what's going on, and we're feeling it out. Dynasty Party picked a Juno, normal, and against frickin' Chris, you know, Mr. Esports himself, it makes sense that they would be denying the Juno, not letting that through. We see Finny go through. It's like, okay, that's an Asianator pick, but obviously on the other team, the Finny has also been gone through by the Swaghaver Drakkar, which we saw get locked in next. Like, it was Drakkar, Kazan, Drakkar, and then Kazan. And it, like, those aren't characters that you lock back to back ever. In zero situations. No such cases. But here we are. We're sitting, it's like, is that a Drakkar goalie, Kazan brawler? My jaw is on the floor, my gob is smacked, and my flabber is gasted. Cardsmith, how are you feeling this game?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it makes sense. Especially Red Side Draft, I think, is particularly stronger this game as they get the goal as well with the KO. They're just going to have a lot of damage scaling in the late game, and with the Finny and Estelle, they should more than enough have the constant control and range in order to deal with everything in the battlefield. The Swaghaver, Drakkar, Asianator, Kazan, that'll be interesting to see how that works. I worry about the Kazan maybe like throwing out a primary and then Estelle like just checkmates them. Cero getting the big size right here and trying to get the double barrier, but has to expend the flip end. It's a little bit worse for Wear as they're popped off the map by Swaghaver with the Palmlers, and the Palmlers speed means that they're going to win the strike with Andy and get the goal as a result.
Yeah, that is the way. We've seen Drakkar throughout the ages take on a variety of roles. In beta, he was a disgusting monster, disgusting freakish monster that made everyone sad unless you were playing him. And after launch, we saw the rise of Drakkar control and Drake midfield. We've seen the fall of Drakkar just now, and across the ages, character that hasn't been super popular recently. We saw him play goalie a few times to varying levels of success. Here, right now, it seems like the best way to play Drakkar is to show up, put the pummelers on, and just start mowing people down. Especially, you're the brawler. Not a whole lot that you're doing, but here we're seeing a bit of a struggle on the defense for Dynasty Party as freaking Chris able to put it in right there, taking us to a 0.5. And this is a very different game from the last game. This one is, we're going down to the wire. We're seeing a lot happen. We're seeing Andy on the Finny, which, some people have been saying Finny right now, best goalie in the game. I'm sort of inclined to agree. I mean, look at him. He gets to do whatever he wants. And unfortunately, his brawler having a little bit more of a struggle against everything going on. But really, I like the Finny a lot, and I like what freaking Esports is putting up this game.
Yeah, it looks much better than game one. Might be the map as well, as the corner often started with the side streets, and unfortunately Jack Limestone can't quite get it going together with Swaghaver. Swaghaver trying to spare their life because they're getting really low and trying to punish freaking Chris on the edge. But they just keep taking damage. The Finny card out. Freaking Chris now staggered and gets the orb. But Cero gonna finish the kill. Actually, not finish the kill. They just lost the Drakkar because he stealthed. I heard the ability and they thought he went into the side streets, but he just went to the left and saved himself as a result. And Swaghaver trying to get the second barrier, but it's just overtime and just passing the core back and forth as finally the Palmer speed and the Drakkar secondary will allow them to get the goal as a result. But this is a really exciting game. It was a huge damage start and we already got to a 0.5 there. I'm excited to see what this draft gives.
Yeah, and as with any damage start, every draft is going to be incredibly important. But here, team player Kazan goalie is hitting the rift, and that's especially, we've got the Pauldrons, we've got the 3 prize fighter stacks that Asianator was able to build up that set. Gonna have to start from 1 again, but with these KOs coming out, that is going to put that guy over 180 power, which means that he can red core, I believe outside of overtime without anything else. Just that's enough power. And with the team player, we're going to be seeing this guy hit the ball pretty quickly. Freaking Chris picking up an adrenaline rush as well. Also incredibly relevant, on the prize fighter start. could just swing entire points, and the more KOs come out, the more frequently freaking Chris can build these up. And right now, freaking Esports is just blowing through Swaghaver's health bar, through these barriers. Sarah's looking a little low, could be at risk of losing the prizefighter stack, but really this is a phenomenal point for freaking Esports right now.
Yeah, and you know, Swaghaver picking up the recovery drone means that they have that survivability, or they might go for a kill that they weren't able to get before. But why go for kills when you can just score the core on the enemy team? Freaking Esports getting the first one of this point and looking to bounce back from that first set.
Yeah, a close set. Really, if I were playing for freaking Esports right now, I'd be kind of bummed out after that one. So entering set 2, you gotta sit there and say, okay, we almost got it. You know, feeling good about that. You gotta bring it back, but that is a hard one to bring it back from. Both barriers gone and the core going through. A little bit of used energy burst coming out from Dynasty Party. Bit raw there, but you know, again, freaking Esports still looking at, we're still there. You know, I'm sitting here, just burned that recovery drone on Swaghaver, feeling pretty nice. They're definitely not out of it yet, although an unfortunate point to go in there for sure.
Yeah, and you saw that last point. They were trying to focus down the midfielder, but with the recovery drone now, I'm interested to see if that direction changes, as the health bars are starting to go down for freaking Chris and Sarah, and they have to be careful of getting KO'd. Luckily, they both got orbs right now, as Juno comes out with the slimes. Flip coming out from Swaghaver, gets the barrier. Now they're going to try to confirm the goal right here. A rogue slime to the bottom, and all the blobbles are coming out, but nothing's really getting scored. Andy trying to clear up. Unfortunately, freaking Chris couldn't quite get there with the strike, and Swaghaver just strikes it on in.
Yeah, covering the out, able to catch it right there. Very well played, and we haven't seen, I believe, a single KO. All the prizefighter stacks still at 1. If there have been any that I've missed, we've just been, you know, they were traded back. We're watching a completely different game from set 1. Everyone's sitting here, really playing it slow. See both barriers go down for Dynasty Party, though. Bit of a tough situation, and this is where freaking Esports wants to be. Is that they, again, look at Andy. He is crossed the midline. He is getting in there. This guy wants to just contribute to offense as much as possible. Freaking Chris is now low. Getting KO'd, that's going to be a prizefighter stack for the fellows. Going to be a little scary there. And now has to play defense. This is the opposite of what they want, really. Do not want to be on defense for too long. We saw a little bit of team player farming from Dynasty Party there, but not quite set up, as the barriers have gone down. Nets are open. Things are looking a little precarious for both sides. Sarah really close to a flip, though. Jack Limestone using his, not quite getting it. Sarah now has the flip, has to stay alive long enough to use it, but this could be it, as the ball goes in, just barely slipping past Asianator, who I believe might be able to save it if he was in closed form, but in the open form, not quite able to catch it. And that's going to take us to a 0.5 on the bounce castle.
Yeah, maybe with that closed form, hitting it up, could have gotten the swear angle here, but Andy's got to be careful. Lost the barriers right away, and the core's still on their side. Couldn't quite get the clear, finally gets it there. But you have to feel like the team player is very relevant here, as the flip called out by Jack Limestone, and Swaghaver gets the strike and gets the set yet again. And another 3-2 set, but it just goes in the way of Dynasty Party here.
Yeah, Dynasty Party has been exceptional at sealing out these points. You know, they get the barriers and then they're able to get through. Swaghaver now debating between bulk up and 1-2 punch, opting for the bulk up, denying some stagger from the enemy team, and is going to be rocking out with a ton of power. I like the 1-2 punch a lot on Drakkar. It makes his combo incredibly reliable, that's all you pick this character for, is you show up, you try and combo someone, catch them off guard with pums. Opting for the bulk up, though, to get more power and give 1-2 punch to his Jack Limestone, who is going to appreciate that very much. Juno 1-2 punch lore. And now it's looking really rough, I think, for freaking Esports, because the team player, all the power, and the 1-2 punch on Dynasty Party is so much core speed that's going to be so difficult, especially for Finny. Now, not a character, you can't just pop an expanse, you know, and say, okay, and we're good. You know, that core's not going in. You have to be so much more careful about all these these fast cores. Did pick up Hot Shot, and that's going to be very nice for all the reasons that you pick Hot Shot, more CDR, more core speed, etc. But right now, big Swaghaver on the Rift is just going to be winning every strike war. Clear goes to Jack Limestone, who puts it in. 1 point for Dynasty Party, 2 more to win the series.
Yeah, the size really mattering there for the Drakkar. Was able to just keep it out of the Finny ultimate for as long as possible. But Swaghaver getting the KO this set means that they have to be careful. I mean, they have a ton of power right now, trying to get a core flip going for this score, but Sero gets it away from Asianeer, gets the 1 barrier for now, but they lose the core. Andy has to move up now in order to cover, and unfortunately hits themselves against the middle, so they won't get the momentum boost. But the damage is now starting to come out, and all that power that Swaghaver has accumulated means Sero has to move back, otherwise they're going to get core flip like that and get another power play going. The pummelers are activated, Swaghaver with the strikes, and the shotgun means that Dynasty Party now in full control and now on match point.
Yeah, I mean, 3 prize fighter stacks on Swaghaver, the pummeler is procced, and the lizard is moving a mile a minute, and it just has all the power to rip people apart, send that core flying. Things are looking tough. The strike shotgun going wide, not quite making it onto the barrier, but 1 barrier down. This 1 barrier and the net stand between the freaking esports and the series ending. They have to lock it up, but there goes the barrier, and now things are looking incredibly scary. Sero, though, low health, but looking for an opportunity, has the ball, but just getting shut out by Jack Limestone and Swaghaver. Big flip from Asianator to send it in, and it just barely slips in, slotted into the bottom corner. Andy just barely not able to make it, and that's going to be Dynasty Party taking this in another 3-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, the scaling, it was a weird comp. We don't know how we got there, but we got there. And just all the power and core speed and damage just coming out from even the Juno. I mean, stepping on 2 slimes, that's some serious damage coming out. As we can see, not that many KOs, but when they got the KOs, they made it count. 7 goals, 1 assist from Swaghaver just meant that with the KOs and the pummelers, he could just always move up and be available for that goal. And even though I really like the comp of frickin' esports, they just had a couple too many mistakes there, and just as a result, couldn't live up to Dynasty Party.
Yeah, just really difficult. I like that Jack Limestone doing the most damage in the lobby. A bit of 1-2 punch Juno lore, a little bit of Juno lore in general. Just pushing it all out, enabling both his teammates to clock in 3 KOs. I think that really weird comp. Very, very strange and bizarre, but sometimes a little bit of strangeness, a little bit of whimsy is what you need to win these games. Go a little off meta. Get wild with it, and they were definitely rewarded here. Again, like you said, I really like freaking esports' comp, but just not quite able to seal it out, even though Andy was fighting for his life with the 126 redirects. Just difficult situation, but Dynasty Party will be taking it, and that's going to be the series. Good job, Dynasty Party. Anything left you want to say?
No, I think Dynasty Party, took care of business, got the dub as is expected of, I think, a lot of people. And yeah, now we're going to fade away into the next nasty match.
Hello, gamers. Thank you for joining us today for another nasty series between Woe Chills and eBoy Entourage. I am Frightfully Fresh, joined by Dropletto.
That's me.
That is him. We're starting things off. This looks like a very Woe Chills comp, if you will. You know, you got ZZZ on the X character, notably weak by Dropletto, Taco on the Rune, and Isla Lyra playing the signature Rasmus. How do you feel about eBoy Entourage's team?
Well, I will say their comp is very, very interesting. I mean, of course, Luna Brawler isn't exactly something that you see a lot. It's one of the more common, like, unorthodox Brawler picks. But on this star, I don't think Luna's particularly strong at the stagger, and ZZZ is on X with bulk. Oh my god, with bulk up, which, as we can see, has already picked up 2 kills already, and he just kind of run over this game.
Starting things off bloody, you know, it's a bulk up start. Pretty much every character on both teams has bulk up. There's gonna be a lot of damage coming out. Taco is gonna be doing a lot of banishing. ZZ is gonna be putting people in their own net off the walls, and Isla's gonna be confirming kills with that hook. So then you got the other team doing Imi things, doing Finny things, doing Luna things. There's nothing special really about the thing that they're doing other than scoring here potentially, and no, they are unable to get it in.
Yeah, I think, oh my god, good ultimate coming out from Chicken Jockey, almost scoring a point, but Taco using his rune to great effect, almost using all these pillars to put it in, but it's very scary, almost rolling past earlier, barely misses, but oh my god, okay. Yeah, I will say, I want to point out earlier that I think this team on eBoy Entourage has a lot more opportunity to kind of take like random opportunities. Basically every character has some way on their team to kind of put it in if the core ever manages to like get out, like sometimes with luck, but the character like X is just isn't able to kind of, he has to play the long game. The longer these points go on, the more opportunities they will have with ZZ racking up tons of damage with the wand bulk up.
Rasmus running up, getting hit by the Luna Rocket, going to be unable to defend with the hit stun, and it's going to take the barrier and put him in a really put her in a really precarious situation, but she's going to be able to defend it away with the help of Taco's pillar. I can't remember the name of it, and there you go, Chicken Jockey dashing up, intercepting the pass, and putting it in. eBoy up 2-0.
Yeah, like one unfortunate misclear coming out from earlier, passing to Taco when a strike was on cooldown, and Luna is just kind of able to put it in. Any mistakes you make against this Luna character just goes so far, and on in a comp with where your brawler kind of isn't coming back very often, you kind of have to be on your toes on defense.
Rune X, you know, setting up the pressure. Isla Lyra staying behind in order to kind of secure something, and off the drum, there you go. Taiko Temple at its best. Woe Chills is going to be bringing it back 1-2.
Yeah, great opportunity there. Kind of actually forcing out everyone there. I mean, the wand on X is going to be getting so much value this game. As you said earlier, Fresh, everyone's going to be on the bulk up, which means this wand value is going to be even higher than it is per usual. And X is going to look like he's going to be doing way more damage than usual, but barely missing the kill on the X. But a beautiful double banish coming from Taco, only securing one barrier, but they're able to trap out on the side, and so many abilities coming off the side. eBoy Entourage, but just not gonna no like brawler to secure it again. They're kind of looking for so many opportunities, maybe even looking to try and find a kill on ZZ or Taco, but forced to spend a flip to get it out.
It really seems like they're putting it forward and then just kind of putting a lot of pressure on the enemy goalie, Isla Lyra, in order to try and secure something from there. You know, Finny's really good at that. Imi's really good at that. Luna's really good at that. And I think given enough time, as you said, like, X is going to be an issue. But also, when we get into overtime, it's going to be a lot harder for Rasmus to defend, especially against characters where they don't really have to stand in his range. You know, they can kind of choose how they want to interact with the core. Like right here, Rasmus really doesn't have much to do there other than kind of like walk up and try to primary and hope that Serapi doesn't clear it away in time.
But a great corner offense going on ZZ and Taco, just kind of keeping it in for the X to get a great ult in. And it's so scary for the side eBoy Entourage. Just 2 flips on the side of Woe Chills, and ZZ often just use his flip to put it in against 3 characters who just don't really have the deep defensive options that a character like Atlas, who was banned by the way, might have.
Yeah, we could talk a little bit about the bans. You know, it's a very damage-heavy comp start, or damage-heavy comp for both teams, and then obviously a damage-heavy start with bulk up being up. But both Now and Alice were taken out, so neither team really had the option in order to kind of opt for that healing play style. You know, you either live by the damage or you die by it. Is kind of how these teams are both playing.
Yeah, they kind of like both agree. It's like opt into this damage shot. I mean, both teams, luckily here, have committed to it. Like both super high damage on both sides, possibly maybe a little bit lower from the side of Woe Chills, with the Rune not commonly being seen as a damage character, but the Rune Vanish, hey, that can take out a lot of health in just a quick second, which might be all ZZ needs to find a kill. But barely getting past, and the Vanish not able to find a kill for Taco, and both sides looking extremely low. This point can really go either way right now.
Yeah, the overwhelming offense from the side of E-Boy Entourage is going to be really hard to defend, and Isla's going to be able to clear it away. But yeah, I mean, they keep hitting the core forward, and it just kind of stays on their side. They're not able to clear it out, and boom, there you go. Serapi was able to kind of take advantage of that core that was hitting to open space, you know, playing Imi, able to glitch pop it kind of any which way that they want to, and they're able to seal the deal. E-Boy up 1 set.
Yeah, a great reaction coming out from Serapi there, and it's now because of it, granted an MVP pickup for this set, and there's a lot of great awakenings here, especially if you're looking at damage. A Stinger, it could be a huge pickup, especially denied from the ZZZ. But hey, everyone knows nowadays this team player awakening could be pretty disturbing if Taco can get some great passes between him and his teammates.
Yeah, I almost feel like team player on this map in particular, especially on the midfielder, is a lot harder to utilize because the drum's going to be in your way pretty often. However, I'm pretty interested to see how Taco is going to kind of take advantage of the team player pickup. It looked really strong on the Rasmus, but Isla really wanted that prime time in order to either deny it away from someone else, or honestly, it's just really good on Rasmus as well. So I think it was a pretty good draft by both teams.
Yeah, I will say that the only awakening I'm a little odd to see picked up is an Among Tides coming from there. Of course, it's very strong on the Finny for a lot of all the speed it grants, but Luna and Amy aren't really two characters that are known for getting that much value out of size. Both getting bigger secondaries, of course, bigger strike box, but it's not as much value as someone like Taco picking up size, which could have been huge for both X and Rasmus. But we'll just have to see how this plays out with the side of E-Boy to Entourage keeping the possession for so long, and able to keep it despite Taco's efforts, but one out. And ZZ's in this corner with Taco, but barely gets out once again. But an unfortunate missed strike from ZZ isn't able to secure the point. And this core is just going everywhere right now.
This is a masterclass defense by IDC. They are unable to get it in past her. You know, I mean, you were talking about the speed on the Finny. I don't think that matters at all. Look how fast this character is. Perpetually Naruto running at all times. And they're going to try to go for an offensive attempt. That's going to be easily cleared away by Ilalira, kind of holding on to that flip. It's going to be really hard to score on her in this moment. But, you know how Taiko is. Things can go bad very quickly.
Sometimes you lose the track of the core for just a second, and just goes flying because of how fast these drums hit it. But Serapi's looking extremely low. The core barely flying by ZZ. There's the team player starting to come out right now. The score is just so red, but it manages to get past Taco, and it's now Serapi has control, but Lyra, a great clear down. Chicken Jockey opting to pop the flip, and things are just so scary for Lyra. So many projectiles are coming out at her, and Chicken Jockey's able to scare it with a great placed primary.
I didn't even see the primary. Like that was a jump scare for me. Like I was not defending that whatsoever. That was very well done by Chicken Jockey.
But yeah, I mean, this core, like we said, that with the side of E-Boy kind of wants to take like these fast interactions where all the characters can kind of just react with their ranged abilities, but team player from Taco is just not giving them that many options. The core is just getting it's going out so fast for the side of Woe Chills that they're kind of able to just kind of start their own possession so quickly before anyone can even react to the core. They're an unfortunate pounce coming out from there, kind of unclearing the ball, and with Taco down, this might just be E-Boy Entourage is looking to scare this point, but oh, great flip. Hook.
I get excited every time I see a Rasmus hook like that. It always brings such joy to my heart. They're trying to kill ZZZ, and you know what? They're successful in it. X not really known for having a lot of abilities to kind of move around quickly, so it's going to be much easier to do than other characters. I'm sure you're well aware of that. And the overwhelming offense again from E-Boy Entourage. They're able to kind of pass it in front of Isla and Taco the entire time. They're unable to clear it out, and hey, given enough time, their cooldown's going to come back and they're going to be able to dash it in.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills at that point came out from the side of the E-Boy Entourage. I mean, the Stinger and 1-2 punch pickups are looking very huge for the side of E-Boy Entourage, and when you can get a power play with these 3 characters, it can just be so hard for the amount of options they can cover, especially with the passes. Again, just the glitch pop covering so many options. It's kind of the collapsing from these characters, just looking so scary. But a great bench coming out from Taco, and ZZ's putting up the damage. If they're able to keep the score in the corner for long enough, I mean, look at that X primary. Beautiful from ZZ. 3-man primary.
Yeah, I know I just mentioned the Rasmus. Oh, that was unfortunate. I know I just mentioned the Rasmus hook, but I'm sure you get really excited when it hits a primary on all 3 targets.
Yeah, I mean, a triple primaries, especially with that wand, it's so nice.
Oh, it's so much damage. But unfortunately, moves again to the E-Boy Entourage side. Who honestly, this draft is looking very scary. E-Boy Entourage having the Finny, having the Luna, having the Aimi. You have things here like Extra Special, Deadeye, Monumentalist. I feel like this is going to be kind of like mostly on Woe Chills to kind of pick up a lot of options to take some of that damage away. Or honestly, it looks like they're just kind of opting to play their own game plan. Take Rasmus on size. The Extra Special falls to the Rune. They're good. I think both teams actually came out of this pretty well with the draft.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the side of E-Boy Entourage. Deadeye and Heavy Impact. On 2 characters, we're already doing a lot of damage at that point. It could become very scary. But you know what I saw? I saw Extra Special Rune. And that Awakening on that character is so annoying. It just kind of takes out so many evades. And maybe to find a double barrier at that point. I couldn't tell you if that was Extra Special, but I'm going to tell you that it is anyways.
Hey, that looked like a wonderful Extra Special, the way that Taco hit the ball. There is no way that was going in that direction without Extra Special. IDC unfortunately whiffing their strike. I'm pretty sure the size had something to do with it, but hey, you have to give up something in order to get all that speed on the Finny. And
Sure.
I think most players would gladly opt for it. IDC is definitely taking advantage of that very well, kind of moving up and applying pressure as much as they can.
For sure. And a unfortunately missed dash from Chicken Draw, kind of losing possession. And when not having the core means that Serapi's just taking so much damage right now, kind of being run down by Illyria. And an unfortunate miss from the Rune means that the kill on Serapi is not going to be found. An unstaggered Aimi and a great banish coming out from IDC. But from downtown, ZZ with the Superman X manages to find a kill on IDC, forcing the power play. I mean, X would flip in this corner. A wonderfully played strike from ZZ, and with Chicken Jockey missing their dash from the other side of the field, this could just be terrible for the side of E-Boy Entourage.
And it looks like they're able to regain their footing, setting up the Aimi turret, which unfortunately the core kind of rolled past. But hey, they're able to kind of get back on their footing again. As long as they don't get banished, as long as they don't get Superman punched off the wall, things are going to look pretty nice for them on defense.
Yeah, and a great primary from earlier, kind of getting it past both IDC and Serapi, managing to kind of steal, I wouldn't say steal that point, but able to find a goal. And these kind of getting these plays out, these core out so quickly, again, is what is so hard for these ranged characters to kind of deal with. It's just so hard for them to react with all their abilities, having kind of a wind-up they need to react to. And a wind-up is something that Rune Second doesn't have, dodging the kill from Serapi, and kind of getting 2 abilities out for press 1. But, oh, Bondu Finny managing to save that barrier, and flips are coming out from the side of E-Boy, deciding to opt to go all in for this barrier, but are able to secure it. And ZZ actually managed to find a double barrier of his own. And things are looking very good for the side of Woe Chills right now.
Yeah, ZZ taking that Super Surge Awakening is really getting a lot of value. I know that was like the first draft that ZZ got it on, but I feel like a lot of the barriers that are getting taken now are kind of because of that, killing IDC, just kind of a surprise take of the barrier by dashing up. And unfortunately, they kind of lost control of the core there. And you know how it can be on maps like this, it bouncing around. And it ended up going into Woe Chills' net.
That might have been the most unfortunate series of Tycho bounces of all time. I'm not gonna lie. They're just unfortunately out of position. They're too busy trying to kill Serapi there, and was caught without anything to save the core rolling past her. But hey, the damage game plan from Woe Chills is looking pretty great for the side of ZZ. But one random kill from a Luna Rocket with the bulk up 1-2 punch and Deadeye is all that the side of E-Boy needs to kind of just find a kill on Taco, and Rasmus is now being forced to play this scary defensive situation alone.
Yeah, Illyria correctly identifying that the clear needed to happen away from IDC because the card was coming out. But unfortunately, it was a little overwhelming, and she was unable to keep the core out for much longer before Taco was able to come back up. Hey, this could be it. This is match point right here. I think E-Boy Entourage are looking really good right here, especially with the almost double barrier taken right here. But if there's any team that I know that can definitely come back from this, it's a team with these 3 on it: Taco, Illyria, and ZZZ. ZZZ, I'd never seen this guy worry. It could be set 5.5, and he's just kind of like bobbing, listening to some beats. He's having a good time.
Hey, this guy knows he's got a game plan, and he knows if his game plan go on for long enough, he's gonna win.
His game plan is be big, be X, hit it in.
Oh, let's be
You know
clear.
how it
He's not
is.
hitting the core. He's hitting them. And the plan has come into fruition. Managed to secure the kill on Serapi, but Taco is actually the one to go down as well. Illyria and ZZ are now on defense against this Luna character, trying to get the ball up to IDC for Chicken Jockey. And Finny with the flip is trying to run in there. But they do manage to secure the area with the strong Luna secondary. And bit of a scary situation for X. I'm going to pop the flip to get it out. And Chicken Jockey attempts to find the secondary to the top side, blocked by the Rune Pillar. And the core is just so red right now. Taiko Temple is showing how fast this map can be played out.
And they're able to find a kill before I was about to say Sorcerer Supreme being one of their starters. Before Chicken Jockey is able to kind of dash in and put it in, they're able to take him off the field. And I'm very interested to see what they're gonna kind of do with this power play. It looks like Taiko is doing Taiko things, and the course is kind of bouncing around. They're unable to kind of gain core control. You know, Chicken Jockey taking advantage of that, trying to put it in, but Illyria is able to put it away. And ZZZ getting the core and able to do some magic with it with the help of Taco Pillars. We are now on set 4. Looking real good.
Yeah, no idea how that Rune Pillar bounced to make it end up in ZZ's hands like that, but greatly played from Taco to kind of using that pillar to keep possession here. And that's our 2 sparks coming up in this draft. Both Taco and Serapi have opted to take spark on this start. I will say, I don't think leadership is right though. I think that awakening is a little weak still. I won't lie.
I have to be in agreement with you. There's another awakening here that I have. Oh, and it goes to ZZZ, the Orb Replicator. I feel like this awakening is Giga Thanos right now, to put it lightly. It is so good. 3 orbs is basically a flip's worth of energy for your entire team. It's crazy.
Yeah, and when you're against like this Luna, I mean, having a flip up more often is just so important, especially when you need to evade all these things, especially with, again, all these ranged abilities. Like, you don't want to be getting hit by any really of their abilities, like the Luna primaries, the dash punches from Amy, and of course the Luna and Finny ults. That this Orb Replicator might be what the side of Wochills needs to just kind of get their heads back in the game after taking this set.
Yeah, it's a very heavy creation comp in a sense. I know Luna technically is not a creation herself. Wonderful kill by the Wochills combo of ZZZ and Taco. But I know Luna's not really a creation, but she kind of is. Like, you know, she puts the nuke down, and that's just kind of space that's denied in the same way that another creation would be. So whenever I see the core kind of end up on the side of Wochills, it's really hard to defend because they just have all these things kind of in their way. I really like that flip from Illyria, kind of able to hit it around and then put the primary on top and put some damage on the enemy team. ZZ able to do some cleanup afterwards and take a barrier, and successfully defend away when the core rolls back to their side.
I'll point out that ZZ is actually keeping his eyes open for any orbs that you've been able to pick up. I think he's already gotten 2 this point. And not only are these orbs generating so much energy for his team with Orb Replicator, but it's also denying healing and energy from the other team. And when you're on the X, I mean, look at ZZ right now, kind of hunting for the kill on Amy. This energy is something you can get out of X. It is just so valuable for her. But a great glitch pop here on the side of Serapi, manages to find a kill on Taco to kind of start a power play from behind. But the damage coming from ZZ is still super scary. Serapi kind of having to be out of the play. But a great strike we're coming out from Chicken Jockey. And then both sides have no barriers, but double banish coming up from Taco. IGC's forced to defend alone for a moment there. Taco manages to get the core back, and ZZ almost hitting it back with his primary, but a great kill found and a shot to the bottom side. ZZ managed to secure the 2nd point, and it's looking like Wochills are really doing like great work to take back this game that was looking kind of bad before this.
That extra special in the rune is putting in work. Chicken Jockey and Serapi doing really well, just kind of holding the core, but all Taco has to do is walk up, use the banish ability, and unfortunately that's a double barrier from against Illyria. It was a very good pressure from Serapi and Chicken Jockey. Very overwhelming. It's exactly what you kind of need to do in order to beat out someone like Rasmus.
Yeah, Rasmus kind of usually seen as a pick to deal with all these like melee brawlers. Possibly struggling a little bit here against the double range, and Rasmus, his primary is just too slow, unable to catch the dash secondary coming out from Chicken Jockey. And if they're able to find faster points like this, trying to get past Rasmus before he has a chance to do anything, the E-Boy might be able to get past Illyria and look for more like these fast doubles they've been getting recently.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the patience from Chicken Jockey, and honestly, the entire side of eBoy Entourage. Unfortunately, yeah, I do this all the time. I hate this. This is why I always tell Brickbat I do not want to cast, because things like this happen. I feel bad now. Really good patience from eBoy Entourage, but Wochill's kind of able to run them down, get the core on their side of the field, and they're unable to clear it out in time. And now we're moving on to set 5.
Yeah, I believe it might have been, again, among Titans, a small bit of size that you lost. The movement speed just not enough to make up for that lost strike range there. But Taco is picking up a third spark, even with the, we called lesser pickup on the leadership here. Getting X a bit like 20 power, especially when he's picking up the Adrenaline Rush now. I mean, ZZ is already finding a lot of kills. Might be able to completely take over this game with one Adrenaline Rush proc to snowball it all.
I know I did some yapping earlier, but I really don't feel like there's a single draft here that went one specific way or another. Like, I feel like that draft was incredible for both teams. ZZZ
sure.
getting the Adren Rush, it's kind of able to put a lot of damage on the enemy team, and then, you know, if they secure a kill, it's going to work out really well for them. But the enemy team, yeah, I keep calling the enemy team eBoy Entourage. I apologize profusely.
Hey, they're
You're
red
not the
side.
enemy team.
Red
You
means
are
bad.
the eBoys. You know, there's nothing an enemy about eBoys. ZZZ wants to put it in regardless, though.
Yeah, I mean, X is looking so balanced at that point, just holding down the W key towards Chicken Jockey, and ZZ is kind of just able to run down anyone that he can get close to. A lot of damage awakenings, and of course, the wand pickup on this X just means that if given enough time, X is kind of able to kill anyone with all his abilities and so many heavy hits, but Delbear coming out from the side of eBoy, and Chicken Jockey, the Ghost for Dash is unable to get it, but the core manages to find their way back up the field. And ZZ looks for the kill on IDC, but is unable to find the strike into the flip. And a double ranged attack coming from eBoy, I think, but Taco is unable to get it up the field. Chicken Jockey, a great back pass on Serapi there. Just kind of keep possession away from both Taco and ZZ, but ZZ's looking to start his own offense. A great held strike. Taco went back down, unfortunately missing the X dash to get the core. But
Yeah,
they're able to get the core out.
Yeah, Taco was trying to defend alongside Ilalira for as long as possible, was really unable to. Just kind of how slow Rune is. And Luna and Imi are kind of able to run around. But it doesn't really matter because Imi has, you know, basically a mid-screen dash, especially if they have a dash awakening, which in this specific circumstance they do. But yeah, I mean, able to kind of like leap forward even if you're kind of on the back foot and just able to secure the goal. We're up 1-1 on set 5.
Yeah, but Extra Special Real looking to already start this point off strong with a strong Extra Special start. But Taco, no HP left, is forced to kind of fall back with the flip. Not trying to lose that right now, but power, 201 power on Erasmus, just setting the core primary red immediately to get the first pair. And again, I mean, Erasmus is looking so weak right now, but he's almost actually ongoing with that secondary. A great Extra Special Banish coming out from Taco, and if ZZ can find a kill on this Imi, this Adrenaline Rush might be able to let him win this point on the spot.
Oh, the Tycho lending Serapi an extra little hand, but it doesn't really matter. It's easy for you. He is going to get the kill. Ilalira with the hot shot is able to kind of put the core forward, you know, red core every single time primary hits it, and it's gonna be really hard for characters like Luna and Finny to defend against like a fast core like that. You know, I think those are characters that kind of struggle in overtime. But hey, you know, Serapi once again kind of capitalizing on core positioning with the Imi dash and able to take a barrier away from Ilalira.
Yeah, whenever the core's on this side for the E-Boys, it's so scary for both shows, but unfortunately, the Tycho bounces, just sends the core up so fast past Chicken Jockey, past IDC, and up to ZZ, who was ready in position in front of the net, and kind of manages to kind of, I feel like, steal that point away. I think it's looking so bad for the side. Wochill's there.
I feel like every single time I cast Tycho, it's just saying, unfortunately, over and over and over again, IDC able to defend perfectly, but unable to kind of defend against the relentless pressure of Wochill's. That was wonderful pressure from them, and the ultimate for IDC almost saving it there was beautiful. Like I'm very impressed by that.
For sure. I will say, I believe that Wochill's did a great job that game, kind of taking advantage of all the core speed they had. I mean, of course, they all had a lot of power because Bulk Up is a mighty balanced awakening, but the hot shot earlier and the team player on Taco, in addition to all the Tycho drums, just meant the core was able to get past these ranged characters so quickly without any like melee goalie or melee brawler to just kind of keep the core like in a safe spot. They're kind of able to just kind of find all these goals kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, 100%, and we will be back with Atlas Lab in a second.
And we are back now onto game 2 on the Atlas's lab. It kind of an inverse of what we saw last game. Woe Chills opting to now be playing triple range themselves, and Chicken Jockey now, or E-Boy Entourage now with the ones that have picked up their rune, but this time on the goalie position. But on this Deadeye start, I mean, everyone knows that magical things happen on Deadeye start. I mean, for an outstanding game here.
It's going to be magical things for both teams. I mean, we were all familiar with ZZZ playing the. I mean, there you go. All right, well, as I was saying, but I really want to see kind of what IDC can do with the rune. I was really impressed with the Finny last game. It was a bit unfortunate that they weren't really able to get the win there in the end. But you know, I think as long as she plays the rune kind of similarly to the Finny, like I'm pretty excited with how this is going to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this game is already off to like kind of an explosive start. ZZ finding that kill so early, and Taco finding a kill with the Estelle primary with Deadeye, and ZZ kind of ran out of the point, kind of like a headless chicken, staggered the entire time. But Taco is able to put it in with the Crystal Thorns, scoring the first point from the side of Woe Chills.
ZZZ has a bit of the living gene. You know, you think you can take ZZZ out, but you never really can. Nobody knows death better. You know what? Serapi might know death a little bit better, but nobody might know death better than ZZZ except in that one particular moment. Setting up the turret, kind of able to put up a lot of pressure. It's gonna be really hard for Isla to clear it out, but she makes it look so easy. That was beautifully done. Buying enough time for Taco to come up, and they're gonna be able to clear it out easily with Taco's assistance.
It was great demons coming from layer, and the demons just kind of keeping up, and ZZ using the Atlas Lab Black Hole to actually secure the kill. Now we've got a bit of a waiting game, waiting out the rune primaries. And Chicken Jockey's looking for their own kill on ZZ, now holding down to one more evade. And of course, Zentaro, I mean, it's a little bit hard to get around not dying to Zentaro, but Chicken Jockey now trying to start his own offense with the flip. And rotating to the other side, Taco trying his hardest to keep it away from Chicken Jockey with great flips to kind of buy time ZZ to come back. And now it is actually Chicken Jockey is the one who is now staggered. He's looking for this kill to kind of take on this point.
Yeah, this might be E-Boy's map in particular, but you would not be mistaken in thinking that it's Woe Chills' map. Just kind of with how they're playing around the black hole. Doing very well with it. I know it's a very popular map, but and there you go, ZZ kind of able to take advantage of that loose core kind of floating around in open space and able to secure the point there. I feel like IDC and Serapi are kind of figuring out defense. That point looked a lot better, and I have no doubts that they're going to be able to bring this back.
Right, but no matter how good you can be at defense, if Woe Chills can just find their kills, the power plays, you can only survive for so long. Only so many abilities you can have to kind of keep ZZ at bay. They're doing a great job at kind of keeping the core up, which is what I think E-Boy needs to look for. Just kind of keep the core in possession so that ZZ can't find these kills that he's looking for. But a great reversal coming up from the side of Serapi, kind of finding the kill when ZZ missed his own. Lyra kind of bouncing back, finding her own kill on the great, and great defense from both Taco and Lyra, and kind of looking a bit of a stalemate, both the top areas down for each side.
I know we're like, you know, weeks past the patch discussion at this point, but this game is so much more fun to watch with everyone just dying left and right. Like I have a big old grin on my face just seeing all these nukes dropping, you know, talking about ZZZ killing someone and then just watching him die from Serapi instead. A lot of offense being brought out by the Zentaro and the Ivy and able to kind of sneak it past. You know, I don't believe Iolira saw the core kind of go wide, and they were able to score a goal because of it. It was very well done on the offense.
Yeah, they kind of struck it through ZZ there, but unfortunately ZZ got hit away while staggered. They kind of just rolled past there because of it. But it was great offense with that E-Boy Entourage. Now looking to kind of get their own black hole being popped. ZZ got a great pass up from ZZZ to Taco. They're able to keep the first barrier defended, and this Zentaro is looking to start their own offense, striking through Taco so many times. And ZZ, hey, look at that orb munching. It's like orb replicator never left. I saw that.
ZZ playing his own little mini game, hungry hippos, trying to get as many orbs as possible while his team kind of defends. And he, you know, he's not just doing that. He's also kind of looking for those little dash punch kills. He doesn't really play Juliet, you know, the same way other people do. You know, other people typically lock in Juliet on the character select screen. ZZ does it after locking in Luna. Buying in time, waiting for Chicken Jockey to go down, and because of that, it's going to have a lot of offense and really good power play from their team. But unfortunately, core kind of going wide. The passes might be a little.
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't even know what just happened.
It's a
Oh, that
Deadeye
was-
start. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's so true. Power play for both teams. And ZZZ is going to try and make sure, with the help of Islalir, going to make sure that it stays a power play in their favor.
ZZZ is on the prowl right now, looking for all of these kills, just getting so much value out of both the Luna and, of course, the Pummeler's speed. Now looking for the kill, and IDC opted to drop the nuke on it. Zero how, but a great Lich Ball from Serabi, just smacking the core back in past Alir's strike. And we're now looking at the set point.
Yeah, but the core kind of going wide constantly for both teams, and then both teams being able to capitalize on the moments. Woe Chill's kind of trying to do that by killing, and then you have E-Boy Entourage kind of doing it by throwing out things like Imi Lich Pop or wonderful flips such as that one. Both teams kind of have their own style here, and it's really kind of interesting to see how the two styles are meshing in this particular moment.
Yeah, but the side of E-Boy Entourage, I mean, this core is being kept in this corner so scarily. And it's unfortunate stun on their rune it keeps them from getting back, and a great nuke from ZZ secures the point. Great control from Taco there, just kind of keeping the core up while both hitting everyone on the side of War Entourage.
Yeah, I thought for sure that E-Boy was going to be able to clear that core out and make some magic happen with it, but I was proven wrong. Wonderful hit stun onto IDC, kind of make sure that that's going to go in.
Yeah, Cash Slash coming out from the Kai. But also, of course, I mean, Orb Replicator's back. Favorite Awakening, Cedar play. Maybe ZZ's gonna pick it up, you know? Wait, let's see this. Oh, he's totally gonna take it.
He's taking it. I'm sure that ZZ shares my love of this away. Nothing else here really jumps out at me as something crazy. I think Heavy Impact going to the Estelle is going to make it so her cooldowns are a lot lower. But that was 3 sparks that just kind of got tossed out right there. You know, one went to Chicken Jockey just kind of because they didn't really have any other option. But that's going to really have an impact later in the game when there are no sparks available, especially if they get Spark of Focus.
Oh, did you see that?
I did see it. Every single time I have a separate thought, you know, ZZ just jump scares. It doesn't only jump scare the opponent, but also jump scares me.
Yeah, I mean, execution coming out from ZZ just kind of taking out Chicken Jockey, just disappearing, and finding the goal after the end of the power play. I mean, is Orb Replicator the best damage awakening in the game? Sources are pointing to yes.
Orb Replicator might be the best damage awakening in the game. I don't even know if ZZ got any orbs that point, but like it doesn't matter. Wonderful hit stun from ZZZ trying to put Serapi into the center of the ult, and it's going to be able to take them out. It's looking really oppressive for the side of E-Boy Entourage. I'm sure they're going to be able to bring it back, possibly in the next draft, or maybe even here with some wonderful banishes. But the power, it's just so overwhelming with all these passing plays and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, ZZ's been able to secure like an early kill so quickly, but I will say he's been comboing his damage very well with both Taco and Illyria. I mean, the first point, of course, like primary into Giga was that. I mean, that was insane. But Taco is finding a lot of damage on this stuff, and ZZ just knows his damage ranges with the Deadeye so well that once you're able to get staggered, if he knows, he's just hunting for that kill.
I kind of want to see like a horror movie just featuring ZZZ. Just like he's just the most kind person I've ever talked to, and then you just watch him play this game. He's just, you know, he's such a monster. He just goes on killing sprees. The Black Hole, cold-blooded killer. Black Hole kind of taking the core away from defense for the side of E-Boy Entourage, able to bear on Woe Chills. And during this time where the core's kind of floating around in open space, they're going to try and put as much damage onto ZZZ and Chicken Jockey at the same exact time. This is a bloodbath. This is Freddy versus Jason. This is ZZZ versus Chicken Jockey. And you know what? I'm buying 2 tickets to that movie.
Yeah, but at the end of this bloodbath, it is actually the side of Woe Chills coming out on top, and a great strike coming out to ZZZ, and Serapi going down to Taco. I mean, the damage game plan coming out from Woe Chills is just looking so oppressive right now. I mean, all these kills, and I will say the energy economy. I mean, of course, Orb Replicator, he has so many flips for damage. You know, best damage awakening for sure.
Yeah, seeing team player on this draft, it's going to look really good. I'm sure that Taco is looking to pick up the team player. There are some other options here that are really good for Taco. For example, I think X Special and Hotshot. However, I think that team player might just kind of secure the game for them at that point. The core's just going to be moving so fast, and there it is. Especially on a team like Rune and Imi, where a lot of their moves are kind of predictory, if that makes sense, where they have to kind of predict where things are going to go and set up their abilities ahead of time. Moving the core as fast as Taco's going to be able to now is going to make it really hard to defend and catch the core.
I mean, the main thing I see from this trap, I mean, as we already saw, the Luna Nu coming out immediately because of this extra special pickup. This is going to be so rough on the damage economy. And when ZZ is stealing all these orbs and providing so much energy for his team, like this extra special could be what... I mean, great kill coming up from the side of Woe Chills. Again, no energy to evade that because we're forced to evade all these nukes. If we're out of energy, we just get to play the game so much less.
Yeah, as I said earlier, like you would never expect that this map would be the one picked up by eBoy themselves. Just kind of with how Woe Chills are kind of playing it, it's just putting a lot of damage on and really using that black hole kind of masterfully. Isla Lyra is putting a lot of damage out with her ultimate, but also using it to keep the core up, which is kind of making the enemy team scramble. eBoy Entourage in this case, I don't know why I keep calling the enemy team. Don't listen to me. But yeah, able to keep the core up, and you know the enemy team has to kind of scramble for it. I did it again, and the core goes into the net. This is looking a little rough for eBoy Entourage.
Yeah, but that was a beautiful strike from ZZ, getting it right past the max range of Rune Primary. It was sliding into the top side. And by the way, extra special, the Luna ult is up. All it takes is kind of one evade coming off someone at the wrong time, and that's basically half your health bar gone. Or just in these tight corners where it just covers so much space, and Chicken Jockey is down to Sliverfell, but a great dash push or from Amy there. And I would like to point out that Serabi has gone from level 6 to level 8 in the past 10 seconds. If they can kind of take back this point, as Chicken Jockey does so expertly, and to kind of even take back this set, I mean, these drafts could be so good for the side of eBoy.
And it's not just the drafts, but also the XP. Serapi's going to be a lot harder to kill with all that extra stagger coming in from those 2 level ups. And Chicken Jockey even getting the 1 low level up is going to be a lot in order to keep them alive as well. Immediately putting damage on the ZZ, kind of removing him from the game right off the bat. And it's going to be really hard for Woe Chills to defend without their little dash puncher kind of on the sidelines. And hey, eBoy Entourage really taking advantage of this, putting it top side, but Isla Lyra is able to catch it with the twin drive, cast to last, Ariel's Kai. Really moving very quickly, and Chicken Jockey trying to put it in is going to be unsuccessful in doing so. I mean, these points are moving so fast now that we're kind of on the last set.
Yeah, but Serapi was only able to stay alive against ZZ hunting them down for so long. And it is now the power play for the side of Woe Chills, and not only is it looking so scary for the core, but their damage that they're racking up, it just means that they're going to be able to take this play and to kind of take it even further if they can manage to like kind of combo these kills together. And there's the dash to finally secure it, and again back into the power play for the side of Woe Chills.
And Taco with the team player flip pass right to ZZ, standing exactly where he needs to. He always ends up with load redirects, but it doesn't mean that he's not doing anything. He's always kind of exactly where he needs to be. The core's moving so incredibly fast right now, and eBoy Entourage are able to put out so many abilities to try and catch it, but they're going to be unsuccessful in doing so just because Kai is moving so fast, has this barrage in order to kind of catch the core before it can get into the net. There's a huge scramble kind of in the middle, you know, all this damage kind of coming out, and in the meantime, all these abilities being thrown out in order to try and score, and it turns out the best forward on eBoy Entourage might in fact be ZZZ, whose ultimate was able to put the core into Woe Chills' net.
Yeah, kind of beautiful how well that shot was placed by Luna's ultimate. Just kind of put in a spot that earlier is completely out of reach. But I mean, hey, some things never change, and here another kill to the board of Woe Chills. Just kind of again, this damage game plan is taking it a little hard, and it's very rough for the side of eBoy Entourage. They're playing a lot of low health characters, and they're just not able to keep the core up for long enough to kind of like deny possession, but it's kind of allowing them to be hit so often.
Just like that. Like, however, on the opposite side, it looks like eBoy Entourage secure the kill there. All these characters like are being able to leap forward and kind of take advantage of the core being in open space. And this is kind of reminiscent of last game with Taiko Temple. You know, Woe Chills was looking a bit rough, and they were able to bring it back. This might be the case for eBoy Entourage. You know, they kind of hit their stride. It's being a lot harder for them to get taken out, and they're really holding onto the core a lot better than they were before. It very well done, kind of adapting in the exact way that they need to. And I might have spoken too soon. There's a little bit of egg scrambles end up in the black hole kind of space, and when they pop the black hole, ended up going in the net. We're on match point right here.
Yeah, and and immediately ZZ finds a kill with the extra special Luna ult. Just immediately taking Chicken Jockey off the board, but Sarabi attempting to find a kill in revenge. ZZ's looking low, but that's 2 barriers down for the Type E-Boy entourage. But Chicken Jockey is able to find a kill on ZZ, and they're looking to secure the second barrier, and it's just so... I mean, these points just go either way. Again, Deadeye Star, really, whoever can pick up the first kill might be able to take it all the way. Lyra trying to kind of run in and take the point herself. But E-Boy is not giving up. They are keeping the score for as long as possible. And another black hole pop from Chaco, actually securing the set. I mean, that's 2 points back to back with a beautiful use of the black hole. And Woe Chills has taken to game 2.
I'm getting Vietnam War flashbacks from this, you know, with 2 goals being scored off of that, off the black hole, and then last game with that happening on Tycho constantly. It's rough. These maps can be rough at times. I thought both teams played that super well. I was really excited for E-Boy to bring it back. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so fully, but I was really impressed with it. I'm really excited to see kind of how they do next week.
All right, Nast, week 3, Chikara Eclipse versus Groundhog Day. Should be an exciting match for sure. Groundhog Day's map pick. Game 1 of this series on Gates of Obscura. The Deadeye heavy impact start. This is going to be a brawl. We got the Aimi, Zen, Finny from Chikara, and the Pummelers Deadeye Luna coming out on the side of Groundhog Day. This is going to be a fun one. Cloak, run us through what you think this is going to be looking like.
Well, as you just pointed out, we do have Cannon Bite Breakers coming out from Chikara Eclipse. But I have to say, Lego, I'm a little bit worried for Eclipse, because I don't know if you know this, but they came off of a loss to Handless Dogs last week, 2-0. And do you know what Groundhog Day is an anagram of? It's an anagram of Greyhound Dog, Lego Mage. These guys are facing
crazy.
the second dog for a second week in a row, and I'm worried. They haven't done so good against the dogs so far.
Well, lucky for them, groundhogs are traditionally rodents, I think. Or something like that. I think they're with like rabbits, so they're like rodents.
But Lego, it's an anagram of Greyhound Dog. Okay? It's an anagram of Greyhound Dog. Listen, Lego, the puzzle pieces, they're fitting together. It's all a big conspiracy. This goes all the way to the top, Lego.
Top that thing's big dog doesn't want you to know. Oh my. Well, luckily for us, this first point has gone on pretty long here. Cragley with a potentially good shot here at the top doesn't find the angle. Jewish Asian makes a nice save with the flip as it gets back to the midfield here. Cragley looking for the opportunity. The slice and dice. The glitch pop to confirm it off the somersaults. And will be Chikara Eclipse, who start us off with the first point as they look to get past their great foe. All canines, apparently.
And I do have to say, I think that in terms of comp strength, Eclipse has selected one that's really good for this map and for this start. I have to imagine that this was not the Awakening start that Groundhog Day was planning for when they picked this map. And, I mean, Spring Rolls rocking the Pummeler's Luna Brawler. Definitely not something you get to see every day, but it's not going to stop him from taking barriers. Just some fantastic offense there by Spring Rolls and Sphinx is going to equalize our barriers here as we move into a neutral stage.
Yes, Spring Rolls bring up the top side with the Crater Maker. Nice save here from Scandals. Gets it back up to Cragley. Jewish Asian through the portal. Lexar just sends it right back through, but Sphinx with the Strikes War. Keeping Chikara on their toes. Coreflip not able to connect here from Spring Rolls. Is now Cragley looking to bring it to the top corner. A pass down to Scandals. Firewall Sentry doesn't connect. Jewish Asian. Tough corner defense makes it through. Spring Rolls with the boost, but Lexar able to make the save off a nice Strike War. Now back up to Cragley in the top corner. Slice and Dice not able to connect. Scandals can't find it on the rebound. Big finish. A pass up to Scandals through the portal. Blocked back. Crater Maker comes out again. Doesn't find much. There's a Tofu Fortress in return from Jewish Asian. Boosting in. Spring Rolls doesn't get it off the rebound, though. Jewish Asian's got to go back in. Big Zeno coming out. Cragley not able to connect with the dash. Lexar sends it back in. Core flip in front of the line. The save from Jewish Asian with the primary. And now Scandals back on the midfield. Dribbling. Trying to get it back into this top corner. Triple take comes in. A cyber swipe into Core Flip KO here from Scandals. It's the power play for Chikara Eclipse. Core Flip from Lexar gets sent right back at him from Sphinx. Now in the top corner, the Firewall Sentry comes out, but it's Lexar who finishes it off on the rebound. And Chikara Eclipse on set point.
Yeah, a nice 2-point lead for them. And while we're on the subject about Chikara Eclipse, something very important that I didn't even mention is their roster's looking a little different today. It's not just that Scandals is out of the goal box. We've got Lexar in there now, and Zonseki is nowhere to be found. But that does mean that we're seeing Cragley Brawler. And Cragley was originally a Brawler main, but we've been seeing him in the midfield for quite some time now. And throwing it down in the midfield, mind you. Like, this dude has been making some fantastic plays in the midfield. But it's good to see him back on home plate, you know? I feel like Cragley Brawler was always a fun time, and seeing him now get to rock it in Nasty, even more fun.
Yeah, for sure. Nice power play kill here from Groundhog Day. Cragley still putting shots on this barrier, making Jewish Asian work for it, and earning his pay, though. Jewish Asian not letting it fall despite all the pressure. Now Sphinx and Spring Rolls try to get some pressure of their own. All three members of Eclipse holding it down as we go into overtime here. Sphinx tries to get a Spring Roll, but Scandals cuts the pass. Back into the corner, the Tofu Fortress comes out and sends it back to the midfield. Sphinx, off a nice set of interactions there, opens up Chikara's side of the goal, up to the top corner. Lexar makes a save with the primary, but Sphinx with a little mix-up there puts Lexar on their toes. Groundhog Day able to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, last on the board, they haven't had any problems getting barriers, making progress on offense. It's mainly just been, these well-timed power plays as well as shutouts from the side of Eclipse that have just ensured that at any point in time, not all three members of Groundhog Day can actually participate in the play. But And even when they are, like we just saw right there, all 3 members of Groundhog Day on defense, still Scandals and Cragley find both barriers, and they've got Lexer running up with a flip now. So it's just been a fantastic bit of offensive masterclass from the side of Chikara Eclipse. And Cragley there, mixing up both the enemy midfielder and goalie there, getting the better of the Groundhogs and putting them up a set. That's Chikara Eclipse taking set number 1.
And first draft going over to Bite Breakers. Looks like Ad Rush, Bulk Up might be thinking about eyeing it. Will be Monumentalist going over to Lexar, though. Jewish Asian going to opt for the explosive entrance to deny that away from 2 dash-hungry characters on the other side. Ariel's also going to get denied away here on the Luna. Interesting choice. They just really do not want Cragley to get enabled. They'll end up getting Bulk Up regardless. So still some pretty good awakenings going over to the side of Chikara Eclipse here. And I think a less than impressive draft from Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear they're trying to limit Cragley's scaling, but can you really say that you've done your job of limiting a Zentaro's scaling when you've left Bulk Up on the board? Like, there's a very real chance if I'm, Cragley in that draft that I'm taking Bulk Up over a Dash Awakening anyways. I tend to think that they're not that useful on Gates of Obscura. But maybe, Jewish Asian, Spring Rolls, they really are sticking to the old guns of you definitely don't want to give Zin a Dash Awakening if you can avoid it. And it's even, Jewish Asian willing to take a Dash Awakening on Dubu to make that happen. But that's Explosive Entrance coming into play right there. Explosive Entrance Dubu. The roll is able to just KO Cragley right there. And it doesn't matter how much stagger you have. The Bulk Up's not going to do anything when you've got your back to the wall and a massive hamster rolling at your face.
Yeah, it's Explosive Pauldron's heavy impact to Dubu, so that somersault is going to launch people pretty far in those corners. A nice shot here from Shinx, though. The secondary gets it past everyone. As Jewish Asian committed fully to the offense on that point, but Groundhog Day coming out and playing a little bit more aggressively there, despite what we were saying about the draft.
Yeah, they did totally find that point. Got a power play and immediately made the most out of it. Now Scandals is building up those stacks on stacks. He's going to very quickly become more of a formidable force in the midfield than he already has been. A nice strike war by Cragley there to find the second barrier. And there is those stacks on stacks for Scandals. And the core just floats right up to Cragley, who puts it swiftly away in the top corner.
Slipped away from the defense of Groundhog Day there a little bit. Bit of a misplay as it just kind of floated right up to where Cragley was standing, but so far these points mostly been pretty tight right now. Big action in this top corner as Spring Rolls gets taken off the field with the core flip available. That power play for Chikara Eclipse. They bring it to the top side here. Scandals and Cragley pressing hard. Lexar even up at the midfield line here, trying to get this barriers, but Groundhog Day unrelenting, not letting it happen, and Spring Rolls actually able to get a barrier with the boost off of the respawn now. Cragley versus the Tofu Fortress in the corner. Not able to find much. The big finish comes out. Core flip here. Will pick up 1 barrier off of Groundhog Day. Jewish Asian walking through the portals here, keeping the defense up. Sphinx is pretty hurt as well and has to play a little bit further back. Scandal still has a flip available. We'll see if they go for it here. Looking for a nice shot there. A great save by Jewish Asian, though. Scandal's able to pick it up on the rebound. Open goal on the side of Groundhog Day. Cragley on the bottom side. The slice and dice. Jewish Asian makes a save. Nice hit step from Spring Rolls to prevent Scandal's core flip coming out. And now back pass up to Cragley. Looking for the dribble into the dash. Doesn't find it here. Might have another chance. Another great save. Groundhog Day. Purely on the defense right now. Scandal sending it back in. The backwards Tofu Fortress from Jewish Asian comes in big. Now Sphinx working back to the field, but he's flipped through the portal. Now Cragley with an opportunity. Jewish Asian rolling out. Core flip here from Scandals. No one covering the top side. Chikara Eclipse bring it to set point again.
I mean, again, nice defense from the side of Groundhog Day. We do always love to see the backwards soup. One of the early adopters of that maneuver was Jewish Asian, and he's still sticking to it to this day. We're seeing more people use it now, though, which is exciting. But it's just not enough Eclipse are still just being super consistent, and they've been really good about paying close attention to when Groundhog Day are overcommitting on defense, right? Because even though, yes, they know how to stack, if Eclipse are going to keep pressing that side, it's absolutely going to, be a fine defensive hold. But Eclipse are perfectly comfortable to just rotate around them until it's not a problem. But it is now turning in the favor of Groundhog Day. They are the ones with a massive barrier advantage right now, and Sphinx has a core flip and is ready to use it.
Pushing back here a little bit in this corner, but back up Spring Rolls. Doesn't find the boost, though. They rotate back around to Cragley. They'll pick up one barrier. Core flip here from the Zentaro. Pass up to Scandals. A nice save. Now a core flip from Scandals. They'll pick up the barrier. Both sides opened up now. Sphinx really low, having to play in the corner right now. Lexar with the core. Passes it through the portal. Sphinx waiting right there, but the triple take makes it hard to do much. Boosting in Spring Rolls. A great save from Lexar with the strike. Warren passes right back up to Cragley. Textbook 50-50 into the top net. Cragley will be taking another set here for Chikara Eclipse. They're looking pretty good this match so far. Scandal's going to be the MVP, and this could be another good draft for them. It might be out of reach for Groundhog Day in Game 1.
Yeah, this is looking like a fantastic draft. Now, mind you, IME does not get to pick up Timeless here, but Extra Special is basically the next best thing. Some would argue that it's even better than Timeless, and denying it away from Jewish Asian is really the real value behind that. It's massive awakening on IME. It means Jewish Asian doesn't get more Tofu Fortresses. He'll settle for Missile Prop instead. Timeless on Sphinx. 1-2 punch on Cragley is scary. This dude has an insane Zentaro damage build. And they've had no trouble finding KOs as a team this whole game. In addition to just being in control of the core for most of the time as well. It kind of seems like Chikara Eclipse have no weakness in this match. And I think that unless we can see some KOs come out from Groundhog Day, it is going to very quickly resemble those previous two sets, and we'll be off to Game 2 before long.
And they haven't been able to get too much use out of that Pummeler's Luna this match. They've been playing so defensively. They've had to be, really. Creator Maker accidentally sends it backwards, though, through the portal, and Cragley's there waiting. That's not going to be one you're going to be easily able to defend. Chikara Eclipse striking first yet again now. And this is beginning to look like it might be a Game 1 sweep.
Yeah, Scandals is winning just about every interaction in the midfield. It's rare that I see this guy lose anything, and he's so consistently positioned to catch whatever, the backup response is from the side of Groundhog Day. Doing so much here, and it means that Lexar essentially always has defensive cooldowns as well. So even when, we do see these short offensive bursts from the side of Groundhog Day, it always just seems fruitless because there's so much defensive tempo, always plenty of cooldowns to respond to whatever Groundhog Day can throw out there, that it's bound to swing back in the way of Eclipse in just a moment. That being said, it is a power play for Groundhog Day right now. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
And picking up that second barrier is a good way to start off. It's clear here from Cragley to rotate it out. Now Jewish Asian with the core brings it up to Sphinx. The pass is going to get interrupted. Going down to the bottom corner here, boosting his Spring Rolls. Core flip from Cragley backward through the portal. Gets it up in the top corner, but Jewish Asian holding the line. Core flip here to send it through the portal, but he's caught in the big finish and sent right back across the net. Lexar says right back at ya. What a crazy placement for that. And it's now match point for Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, Lexar has played an absolutely insane amount of Finny goalie, and it shows. That is the kind of Finny ult placement that people dream about. Perfectly catching the course, swinging it right out of the way of the Luna nuke there, and cleanly into the bottom of the enemy net. I mean, not even slightly off. If your brawler made that kind of shot with their strike, you would be pleased to see it. So some seriously impressive stuff. The energy advantage is here for Chikara Eclipse. They've just gotten another KO. Lego, I think it's going to be lights out for Groundhog Day before long.
It's not looking great at the moment. Core flip here from Scandals. Oh, it's a bad angle, unfortunately. They will have to try again here. Sphinx comes back online. pressing this bottom corner, but it'll just slip right back out. Now Jewish Asian back on the defense here. One-on-one against Scandals, actually picks up the KO with the somersault and holds on to the barriers here. Pass through the portal. Up to Spring Rolls in the corner, looking for the boost. Jewish Asian up on the midfield line, forcing this offense. The Tofu Fortress coming out. The Crater Maker as well. That's both barriers down. Just brute force. And Jewish Asian becoming a new forward. A pass to Spring Rolls. Lexar holding it down. Sphinx looking for another shot. Spring Rolls able to win the strike war against Scandals and finds the bottom corner. Groundhog Day keeping it alive so far, but they got a big mountain to climb.
Well, and if there was anyone that they were going to KO in that point, it needed to be Scandals, removing those stacks on stacks. He's now reset to 8, which means that the speed advantage is now actually on Sphinx's side, since he's got that Now Mine to help him out. Certainly, you know, Sphinx is still looking low in the HP department, despite playing a healer, but for once, Groundhog Day, there are flashes of hope for them in this match, which we haven't seen in quite some time.
Looking a little bit better. It seems like they do well when Jewish Asian is able to push up and they're able to like force some offense, but obviously you can't always commit to that, especially right now. Sphinx is off the field. We'll respawn here. Chikara Clips pressing hard. Core flip here from Jewish Asian. Tries to wait everything out, but there's just too much stuff coming. That's an open net now. Groundhog Day. Cragley, the top side is down on the line. Nice save from Jewish Asian, but Lexar's right there to send it back in. Cragley with the slice and dice to the bottom corner. Glitch Pop doesn't find it, but a KO comes out. Onto Sphinx yet again. The core keeps assaulting Groundhog Day's side of the field right now. Scandals pass to Cragley, the slice and dice. That's going to hit Sun Jewish Asian, and that'll be the game. Game 1 going to Chikara Eclipse pretty decisively there. The Bite Breakers comp.
And a well-piloted Bite Breakers comp. I mean, everything that they're supposed to be good at, right? You get offensive possession, and you've got an Aimi turret holding it down. You've got a Zentaro doing all of his crazy mix-ups and dishing out insane amounts of damage. You can KO whenever you're bored. 7 KOs in total for the side of Chikara Eclipse, and even more damage, right? Like a lot of their damage wasn't even converted into KOs. It was literally just to remove Groundhog Day's players from the play. And that's exactly what they needed to do. And Scandals at the front of it all, 207 redirects in the midfield, putting on a show there. And I gotta say, as we move into Game 2 LEGO, I'm looking at Groundhog Day, and I'm hoping that they can break the time loop that we saw of those previous 3 sets. It looked like a run back over and over and over again, them only being able to pick up 1 or 2 goals a set. If they can change something, make something different happen, I'm hoping that they can come out on the other side of it and send us to a Game 3. But we'll see here momentarily.
All right, Game 2. Groundhog Day trying to stay alive in this series. This is Chikara Eclipse's map pick, Aten City. As we see the comps coming out here. A lot of double midfield coming out from Groundhog Day, as Cloak actually mentioned before this, but just take a look at the comps. See the Drakkar goalie coming out from Lexar, so some interesting comps from both sides.
Yeah, and already I'm eyeing this double midfield comp from the side of Groundhog Day, and I'm wondering, are we just watching the same game over and over and over again? These guys, I do love to see it though. I'm actually I'm hyped about the double midfield. I've been seeing a lot of people experiment with it on this patch. And it seems pretty good, especially on Aten. You know, you have this big wide open map, having 2 ranged characters that can, or fast characters who can more easily cover all of the options that you have when there's so much space to work with. I think is pretty valuable. But that being said, Kazan is not going out of style, and we are seeing Scandals in the brawler position, rocking that Kazan this go round. So once more, Chikara Eclipse mixing up their roster, which is always fun to see.
Some players on different roles over there, and right now the Blobos coming out here from Sphinx as they'll pick up KO here. Core flip coming out from Cragley to buy some time, able staying the end of the barrier here. A nice Blobo redirect from Sphinx, gets it right around Lexar's core flip in that top corner. Groundhog Day able to tie it up here, and they're going to be retaining 2 core flips going into this next point. They look to make something happen.
Yeah, I think that Juno is an incredibly valuable pickup here, and especially comboed with the Estelle. Like I think that this double midfield combo is pretty strong on this map. But I look at Juno, and you've got Cragley on the Kai, who's notoriously pretty good against Juno. But I think those Blobos are going to be very effective against Lexar. If you get some slimes in the net of Chikara Eclipse, I absolutely think Sphinx can wreak havoc, especially because it's a 1-2 punch start. So already these Juno slimes are looking quite dangerous. It is also a built different start. So we do have Scandals rocking the size Kazan very early, which is always pretty spooky. But if Sphinx and Spring Rolls are able to consistently keep possession like they have been, you shouldn't have to worry about that Kazan too much. And they seem to be doing a good job keeping him at bay for now. But the KO is found. Jewish Asian defends it away for a moment, though.
Nice strike war there. Another nice one, but Scandals keeps getting the rock and the barrage coming in from Cragley. That's too many hits to deal with. Just right down the center of the net. Now Chikara Eclipse on set point here as, I mean, it's looking eerily similar to what we just saw previously. And we'll see if that continues. Scandals able to pick up an early barrier here. Spring Rolls and Sphinx trying to go back. Lexar actually, it's a bit of their own barrier. Now Spring Rolls with the core. Sphinx right behind him. Drops the Blobos, but Lexar able to rotate it around. Scandals in the midfield to pop up to keep control. The top spin in the corner. Not able to grab anything with the crooked leverage here. Spring Rolls now 1-on-3. Cragley rotates it around to the top side. The Blobo in the piercing shot, bringing it up to the top corner, and there's a Blobo waiting right there. Where Sphinx is able to capitalize and find the point. Now Groundhog Day going to bring it to a 0.5.
Yeah, a nice chase there. You know, normally Cragley was going up against any other brawler besides Estelle that rotate to the top side. Would have almost certainly secured an offense, but Spring Rolls on this Estelle is able to respond to it. That primary from across the map was able to set up Sphinx very nicely. You know, I was just about to comment on Jewish Asian's barrier going down, but the other barrier goes down. We're on Aten City. The barriers go down like every 2 seconds. It's honestly not that big of a deal.
And now both sides opened up. Sphinx and Spring Rolls pushing up toward the goal box here. Chikara Eclipse, nice rotation to get it off their side of the field. Sphinx battling over the midfield, but Cragley in the top corner. Nice patience from Jewish Asian to clear it out of there. Now Spring Rolls pushing the corner, looking for the piercing shot's going to be able to find it. And Groundhog Day will be able to pick up a set here in game 2 to start us off. Jewish Asian, the MVP.
Yeah, it's good to see Groundhog Day taking a set here. That being said, I don't think they're going to find too much leeway in this draft. You've got stacks on stacks and size awakenings waiting in the arms of Cragley and Scandals. Scandals will be grabbing Might of the Colossus there. And more size picked up via Among Titans on Cragley, who also gets speed, even though Jewish Asian did deny away stacks on stacks. Some size on Sphinx. Heavy impact on Lexar is going to be pretty valuable. And Spring Rolls will start spark scaling. It's... You know, I was going to say it's tough to say who came out on that draft. No, I think it's pretty obvious. It was another game of denials from the side of Groundhog Day, and Eclipse still got to run away with some fantastic awakenings. Like, more size on your Kazan, and you get power through Might, and you get speed on Cragley in the midfield. I think they are going to be even more scary than they already were last set.
Quick barrier down here. Snipe from Cragley, the Giga Blast. Cross net clear. Got sniped away. That's the thing on Aten City, is always like, don't cross net clear when there's like Estelle on the other team, but Kai can do it too. There's a lot of long range characters in this match, and this is the map for it. And Chikara Eclipse start us off in set 2.
And speaking of long range characters, wow, yeah, what a defensive sequence there. That was crazy. Yeah, I wanna comment on Lexar's gear choice. The Momentum Boots Drakkar, which is a new one, I think. And speed is not going to be able to catch that core in time. But yeah, normally we would expect to see Strike Shot on a Drakkar goalie, but Lexar is trying something new, and you know what? It's probably pretty decent with how good Mom Boots is right now. You're getting 15% speed when it's charged up to max, which you oftentimes get to pick. Another insane Giga Blast from Cragley calling out Spring Roll's core flip there. Yeah, we're keep seeing the Chikara Eclipse roll continue to move with no signs of stopping.
Good core flip there from Scandals. Spring Rolls is looking pretty hurt. Core flip here from Cragley for the pass, but Sphinx able to catch it. Scandals, though, able to hook it out of there. And a desperate battle over the midfield now. Groundhog Day able to push it into this bottom corner. Scandals the top spin, able to recover it. Sphinx pushing right back. Spring Roll slowly trying to recover with the blink. Is going to be able to pick up the barrier. But now Cragley with Blazing Haste pushing up the field. Spring Roll taking up the field. A pass to Scandals in the top corner. Core flip from Jewish Asian to rotate it out of there. Groundhog Day just trying to buy time, but Cragley down to the bottom corner. Scandals with the pop-up to finish it off. Chikara Eclipse bring it to set point again. We'll see if they'll be able to finish this one off.
Yeah, perfectly rotated around Sphinx there. Some very nice passing. And, you know, passing in front of Sphinx to Scandal's dash into pop-up there was also very clean. Yeah, Chikara Eclipse are still just very strong here. I think a lot of the hopes for Groundhog Day moving forward in this game rest on this next draft. Can you get more sparks on Spring Rolls? Can you get more core speed on Sphinx? Because right now, the core is pretty consistently in their net, and the energy advantage is solidly in the hands of Eclipse.
Wabo coming in will force Lexar to burn one of those flips. Jewish Asian is able to rotate down to the bottom side here. Core flip here from Scandals looking for the pass, but Sphinx able to cut it off. Bring back into the top corner. Spring Roll's looking for the strike where it gets it, but Lexar brings it to the bottom side, and Spring Roll's able to find the blink and snipe it right into the net. Groundhog Day bringing us to another 0.5 here in set 2. Looking to turn things around. Spring Rolls still has a flip and going to have 2 more available probably this point.
The Jewish Asian does have stacks on stacks up, so he's able to rotate across this barrier very quickly. He's catching all the rotations that Eclipse is throwing his way. But Spring Rolls is also looking low in the health department, so there's only so long that Jewish Asian can keep up against this onslaught. But his forwards managed to find him a bit of purchase here. It's not long though before it swings right back in the other direction. I mean, it's like a pendulum. It's so fast that Eclipse get it off of defense, and then immediately that offense starts back up, and it seems like they always have their abilities for offense. It's very well done by them. But that being said, it is their barrier that's down right now, and the Sharks of Groundhog Day are closing in.
Closing in indeed. We head to overtime. Groundhog Day still with their barrier available. Sphinx pushing up into the corner. A Blabo versus the shotguns, able to sink it in. And Groundhog Day, they'll take another 0.5 in a second set here. Off some quick thinking from Sphinx, and they'll get MVP as we head into this draft. Ooh.
Yeah, and that is... Oh, okay. What a dilemma. You have the hot shot, but there is also a prime time waiting in the hands of Kazan. I do think you should probably just take the hot shot there. The denial game, I think it's a risky one to play, but Team Player makes it back to Jewish Asian somehow, which is a massive boon for the side of Groundhog Day, who now, if they can close out one more set, they'll be sending us to game 3. And that hot shot floats all the way back to Spring Rolls. That was a very good turnout for that draft for the side of Groundhog Day. So you know what? I take back what I said. Sphinx, you know what you're doing.
And already some big pressure coming out from Groundhog Day early on in that point, attacking that top corner, and it's like they're going to try and keep it up. Sphinx doing a good job holding the line. We'll finally get back to Jewish Asian, but Cragley waiting right there. Stop the pass with the Giga Blast. Is going to snipe it in yet again. The Giga Blasts have just been deadly this series, or this game rather, from Cragley, it feels like.
Yeah, he's always waiting And we don't really see him burn Giga for anything else. It seems like he's just constantly threatening that out clear. And he's demonstrated multiple times now that if you actually give him that out clear, he's going to punish it. And he does have the flip waiting here. Even though it is Groundhog Day up in sets, Chikara Eclipse still certainly not at all behind in this game. Very, very scary. And every time they get in the goal box, Jewish Asian is having to burn so much and be so tight on these defensive clears just to make sure that the game stays alive.
Struggling right now to get anything meaningful set up. A nice core flip pass from Sphinx, but Lexar able to core flip it right back, though. It's going to float back to Spring Rolls here. Cragley forcing it back out to Scandal. Venus Snare Drums comes out from Jewish Asian. Get it back across the field here. Cragley past to Scandals in the bottom side. Not able to retain it. It's over to Spring Rolls looking for the Thorns, but no cross net there from Lexar. Head into overtime. Jewish Asian brings it around to the bottom side. Scandals with the Strike War brings it up to the top side. Giga Blast not able to find the nets. Back up to Cragley, down to Scandals, looking to the top side, doesn't even need a flip for it. Just a perfect setup from Chikara Eclipse to find the angle, and they'll bring it to set point.
Yeah, it's looking like they're finding their stride here, and Scandals does have core flip. Cragley is close to one. No one's particularly close on the side of Groundhog Day except Jewish Asian, and he's probably not going to get one before Cragley and Scandals both burn theirs in an effort to close out the set. Here comes flip number one. There's flip number two, but Jewish Asian calls it out on the goal line. But it's not too far after that Cragley wins the Strike War. That's a set for the side of Eclipse.
A modern tragedy for Groundhog Day. Defend both the flips and then lose the Strike War to lose the set. But see Big Fish showing up. Extra Special is on the board. Something tells me that some people might be eyeing that up here. It'll be Big Fish going over to Jewish Asian, though, opting to keep the size away from Scandals, who goes for the glass cannon. Extra Special there picked up by Cragley. Spark of Focus to Lexar. That's only the first spark that they've gotten, but it does deny it away from Spring Rolls, who goes for the Orb Replicator instead, which, you know, it at least has some value here on this map.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's a bad pickup, especially because Spring Rolls on slick kicks has a lot of downtime in this match. Like, less so because, you know, you are still playing Estelle. You can't just, like, you know, sit around and do nothing. But certainly there are times when, like, it's not too much of a detour for him to just run down and grab that orb right there. So, you know, you'll be feeding some extra energy, maybe some healing to the teammates. It's more so the energy, though. I think the core flips have been a massive, massive decider in who's taking these sets. So getting the tempo to swing slightly more in the favor of Groundhog Day could give them that third and final set that they need to take us to game 3.
Both barriers down, energy slowly rising for both sides. Core flip here from Sphinx, looking for the pass, but Scandal's able to interrupt that, and now bring it to the top corner. Sphinx is going to have to work to try and dig it out, but Scandal's walking up with the flip, isn't able to find much, but Cragley in the top corner, able to get a good angle there. No one from Groundhog Day able to get up there in time. Core just slipped up there. And Chikara Eclipse with 2 flips up. They take the first point.
Oh, wow. And a KO. I didn't even see. Was that just a raw Juno blob? Is that what KO'd there? That's crazy. I guess Sphinx does have Prize Fighter. Now he's got 2 Prize Fighter stacks after that kill. But wow. Everybody always underestimates how hard that Juno primary can hit. Those things hurt. I don't know what she puts in those blobs, but they do not feel good to get smacked with.
Sphinx moving up in his top corner again. Looking for some kind of setup, but Cragley holding onto the core, just baiting out Spring Roll's abilities. Getting some cooldowns off of this Estelle. The Blobos come out, but they've basically run their course at this point. Now Chikara Eclipse can look to get their turn, though. Nice recovery here from Groundhog Day. They push back. Core flip here from Sphinx, brings it into the top corner, gets the demon angle, and is perfect into the nets. 1-1 in set 4.
Yeah, it is definitely victory is within grasp for Groundhog Day here. They only need a few more points where you can just make it run long enough for the team player. Honestly, all three members of Groundhog Day have a large amount of core speed in their builds, and if you let it run long enough, that core speed is inevitably going to get to you. I mean, look at the zigzagging Juno blobs all the way up, putting them on match point. And I got to say it, Lego, I believe in them. I think we're about to see them close it out.
At 1 point away here, they've got some energy to be able to work with. Of course, Eclipse does as well. See if Groundhog Day can keep this series going. In the top corner, putting Chikara Eclipse on their heels a little bit here. Spring Rolls putting pressure. Chikara Eclipse able to recover and get it back out. Asian Sphinx makes a good defensive stand here. Now in the midfield of the top corner, Crooked leverage brings it to the top side. Core Flip traded in. Scandals coming out on top with the barrier. Core Flip here lost from Cragley, but still the offense going, but Scandal's getting a little too close to that edge, gets shot off, and now it's a power play for Groundhog Day. Core Flip from Lexar tries to get it past. Core Flip from Sphinx to send it back into the top corner. Lexar making a save. Now Spring Rolls looking for another shot to this barrier. Piercing shot will get it. Now Core Flip in front of the net, right through two of them. Spring Rolls seals the deal, and it will be a Game 3 coming out from Groundhog Day.
Yeah, wow. I mean, the sleeper MVP draft pick of that final set was Prize Fighter on Sphinx. I mean, that really was the difference maker. Both of the power plays that Groundhog Day were able to secure were swiftly converted into goals. They made it look easy. They made it look easy that last set. Prize Fighter Juno, never forget, getting smacked in the face with blobs freaking hurts, and that's a well-deserved MVP in that game for Sphinx, not only picking up those couple of power plays, but also having 174 redirects and 6 goals to his name. So yeah, well played to Groundhog Day. Lego, what do you think we're about to see? We've now gotten to see two games of these teams. Both of them kind of mirror images of one another. Groundhog Day seemed pretty strong, especially in that final set there of Game 2. But that's completely opposite to Game 1, where it was just Eclipse's day to run the show for seemingly the entire game. Do you have any predictions for what Game 3 is going to look like? What these guys are going to change up in the locker room before we head in?
Honestly, when it's a series like this, where it's like Game 1 and 2 are both like semi-sweeps and they go in opposite directions, I really have no clue what to expect. But it will be on Clarion Corp, so there's that. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I have no idea what to expect here. But I think it's time to wake up. I think it's Groundhog Day.
It's Groundhog Day. I mean, yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Both these teams looking quite strong, and we'll see how it all concludes here in just a moment.
Game 3, missile prop spec training start for all the marbles here. Lexar busting out the Juno goalie, Scandals, Cragley running the Era, Zen, and now Sphinx who's running the Drakkar goalie this time. Or sorry, not the Drakkar forward this time. My bad. Jewish Asian is the goalie, of course. But yeah, this is for all the money in what has so far been a pretty dynamic series.
Yeah, it was a lot of valuable picks and bans, though, for the side of Eclipse. Obviously stealing away Sphinx's Juno, but also banning away the Estelle. It seemed like they didn't want Spring Rolls back on that Estelle, or Sphinx. Caused them a lot of problems last game. But it does mean that you have to face off against the Spring Rolls Rasmus, perhaps his most well-known character. So you wouldn't catch me banning out the Estelle over the Rasmus, but I guess when you're coming off of that Game 2, losing to that double midfield comp, you don't want to see it replicated again. But it is Eclipse with the barrier advantage. Jewish Asian holding strong on the open net. but we'll see if he can keep it up, or if Groundhog Day can manage to even up the barriers here.
Looking for that top one, but a core flip from Lexar gets it out. Core flip here from Scandals looking for the pass, not able to find anything here. Groundhog Day trying to send it back in. Blabo making things a little bit difficult though. Sphinx doesn't find much. Cragley with Jewish Asian there. Jewish Asian buys the clear. And the Blobos once again from Lexar is holding his midfield line, not letting Groundhog Day get an inch as Cragley goes to the bottom corner. Doesn't find much, but on the rebound, gets it in the top side. A great mix-up there, and not much of a way out for Groundhog Day as Chikara Eclipse strike first in Game 3.
Now striking first, and I will say this is a fascinating comp to draft on spec training missile propulsion start. You have missile prop, judo, very polarizing pick. Not a lot of people like it because it takes the ult longer to come out when you have missile prop. Spec training Zentaro, which is okay. I mean, we just saw it deal a lot of damage right there. And missile prop Era. None of these characters really get a ton of benefit from these awakenings. Like, definitely if I'm just looking at who's benefiting more from starting awakenings, it is obviously Groundhog Day, who do manage to score a goal, even though Scandals' Arenado was able to find a KO onto Sphinx before the net was put into the back of their goal. So Groundhog Day tying it up. I do expect them to take set one just because they have a comp that's actually taking advantage of the missile prop and the spec training, and three characters who are really strong with those awakenings. But certainly I think Eclipse, the fact that they're already scoring goals now gives us an idea as to their prospects in the rest of this game. And possibly this set one, who knows? They could surprise me.
Okay, holding on against the power play. Spring rolls back online. They will lose one barrier. Cragley trying to make it 2, but defense is so far holding. Corflip here from Lexar passes it back up the field, and now Scandals with the pass here to Cragley. Gets put in the ensnare drums. The battle over this midfield line rages on. In this top corner, Scandals going back to their own side of the field with the core here, but Spring Rolls look for a breakaway. Doesn't have the range on the pendulum swing to make the goal happen. Then in the bottom here from Cragley, just looking to keep possession. Ultimately, will float back to Groundhog Day. Their side of the map. Dashing in, Cragley will lose a strike war here to Jewish Asian. Looking for some damage onto Sphinx, though. Possibly looking to pick up a KO. Lexar able to snipe away the center orb here. Core flip from Jewish Asian, just going to stall it out. So we're waiting for a good opportunity here. Sphinx, though, able to pick up a KO as a power play for Groundhog Day. Sphinx with a pass up to Spring Rolls here into the top corner. Spring Rolls doesn't even need to touch it. It'll just go right in. And Groundhog Day bring it to set point.
Strong showing from them, as I was expecting. Certainly Sphinx on this missile prop Drek is spooky. And I think that a lot of the variants on Clarion are actually pretty favorable for Drek midfield. Usually he's a character that's tough to make work in the midfield, to say the least. But I think Clarion is one of his better maps. That being said, Scandals and Cragley did have a beautiful setup there. Just kind of ran circles around in the midfield until the perfect flip opportunity showed up. So they do tie up the set, and there's a chance that they could just take this one and completely throw everything I said out the window.
Flip here from Spring Rolls opens up the goal, but they'll lose one on the return. Cragley makes it 2. And now Chikara Eclipse pressing hard against the goal line. Jewish Asian able to find the clear, though. Get it out of there. A lot of damage onto some of the forwards, though, and Spring Rolls able to come up with the KO, but it doesn't matter because Cragley with the core in the one-on-one is able to make it happen, and Chikara Eclipse, they'll be sneaking away with this set 1 here. Scandals the MVP.
Yeah, wow, that's not at all how I expected that to play out, and this is a disgustingly good draft for them as well. Stacks on stacks, guaranteed on the Era. Cragley likely not going to get explosive. I bet that's denied away. Yep, but you still get fight or flight. I mean, wow, Zen is not upset about that at all. Once more, a game of denials for Groundhog Day, taking away this Might of the Colossus from Spring Rolls. Or rather, actually, that's Lexar playing the denial game this go-round. Grabbing Might But Spring Rolls now has extra specialized training. Certainly not a bad combo on Rasmus. I think it's pretty strong even with the specialized training nerfs. Combo is still really, really good. And Sphinx is going to be killing even more with that spark of strength. So I think that we're actually going to see a lot of power plays for the side of Groundhog Day. And as they've proved to us over the course of this series, they're usually pretty good at converting those into goals. That being said, it is Chikara Eclipse holding strong in the goal box for the time being.
Yeah, it's some almost good-looking opportunities, but gonna get another one there. Spring Rolls able to finally convert on that pendulum swing and pick up the first point here for Groundhog Day. I mean, this is, I think, still pretty much anyone's game. It's so hard to like entirely justify like who's got an advantage at any given time in this game in particular. I think it's just been so like weirdly back and forth, but it seems like when Groundhog Day is able to get a power play, they're usually able to make something happen, whereas it feels like Chikara Eclipse is a little bit better in the 3-on-3.
Yeah, certainly. Well, and Scandals has repeatedly been, you know, the kind of the key player for Chikara Eclipse, right? When Scandals is alive, it almost seems like there's no weakness on offense or defense, right? But the moment that he gets staggered, Groundhog Day can pump out some really, really impressive plays. So I think as long as they keep the damage onto Scandals, it shouldn't be a problem for them in this game. But that also means that they've got to deny away survivability from Scandals. And you've got to, you know, continue to scale the damage and make sure that Cragley and Lexar are kept in check as well. So it's very much a balancing act, as it often is with these comps that are better at KOing. And you also have to make sure that you're staying alive yourself. Like, look, Spring Rolls getting taken down to almost a 0 stagger here will likely be shortly staggered. There it goes. So yeah, if Groundhog Day start to get KO'd themselves, obviously this game could swing back in the other direction very quickly.
There it is. Power play for Chikara Eclipse. They look to open up this barrier here. Core flip from Scandals on the line. After some bouncing, we'll be able to pick it up. And Sphinx not looking too healthy here. Gonna get KO'd by Cragley in his own goal box. Springles, though, gonna make some 1-on-2 happen. Picking up that second barrier, but the core getting past Jewish Asian. A little bit of a slip there on the top side, and Scandals just gonna fly right in and scoop it up. And that's the point for Chikara Eclipse. Groundhog Day cannot afford to let this set slip out of their hands, I don't think.
Man, it's going to be tricky. Cragley and Scandals seem to have remembered that Zentaro can also deal a lot of damage, and Era can just shrink the enemy forwards that have been, you know, killing them for the rest of this set. So, but that being said, Jewish Asian actually finding a KO there. Missile Prop Mako coming in clutch, taking Cragley off the pitch and with a core flip in tow. Very high value there. Will mean a power play for Groundhog Day, but Scandals holds in the meantime. The stacks on stacks means that he can get anywhere on the field he needs to be to respond to whatever Groundhog Day can throw at them.
Open goal on Chikara Eclipse's side of the field here. They do look to assault this final barrier of Groundhog Day, though. Sphinx back up to Spring Rolls. He's going to get cut. We play around this invisibility lane on the bottom side. The snare drum's coming out. Spring Rolls looking for a death touch play. So that's going to get broken up. Now Scandals dribbling up the field. Sphinx holding the top corner here on the defense. The NATO comes in, though, and that's going to be Jewish Asian taken off the map. Goalie power play for Chikara Eclipse. Sphinx trying to hold this barrier, but Cragley will bring it down. On the top side of the net. Spring Roll's doing a good job cutting the pass so far. Pulls Cragley out of the way with the death touch, and Jewish Asian back online. Makes the save with the primary as well across the net. Groundhog Day right back into this point here. Cragley pushing up against this tornado. Nice save from Jewish Asian in the corner. Rotates it around the top side. Core flip here from Lexar. The Acer drums coming out, though. Core bouncing around at Mach speed. Sphinx a pass up to Spring Rolls here. Has the whiplash speed, but Scandals with the core brings it back up to Cragley, looking for the one-on-one, but he gets cleared back out of there. Spring Rolls trying to recover possession. Lexar makes the save. Now Spring Rolls looking for a breakaway, sets up the death touch, goes for the bottom side, but Lexar Holds firm. Doesn't fall for the bait. Cragley with a shot to the bottom here. Ricochets off the bumper. Might have another opportunity. Springrolls gets back just in time. Force him out. But Cragley able to get the core yet again. Finds the slice and dice hit stun. And we will be taking this to a 0.5.
I mean, it's baffling, right? Because there's no damage awakenings on Cragley. Era, not really known for dealing like a ton of damage unless, you know, she's like spamming mini NATOs at you. You know, Juno will chip you down over time. You'd look at this and you think, yeah, you know, there's some potential for KOs from Chikara Eclipse, but no, they are consistently churning out this damage. It seems like Sphinx and Springrolls are constantly playing their lives and having no opportunity to replicate the insane bursts of momentum that we saw at the start of this set. So unless they can find a power play of their own here, I struggle to see how this won't end in another victory for Chikara Eclipse, at least for this set.
Cragley bringing it up to the corner here. Lexar jumping up. Get a little interaction offensively. The snare drums are out. Scandal's dribbling up the field to the bottom side. Sphinx coming in to interrupt the play. Back over to Springrolls now. In a 1-on-2, trying to force the bottom side of this barrier while Sphinx and Cragley fight over that center orb. We're getting back to Jewish Asian here as Lexar jumps up to the midfield, drops the Blobos. Jewish Asian making the clear around, back toward the center. Core flip from Lexar, brings it back up to Scandals. Core flip from Jewish Asian, has to wait it out, but Scandals just sends it right back in. Cragley, and they keep the offense going. Scandals able to get to the top corner and recover the strike before Sphinx was able to touch it. And Chikara Eclipse, Odo, they have brought the set back, and now they're up 2-0. Scandals gonna be picking up Monumentalist here.
Yeah, what other pick would there be for Era? I mean, some people would go for that cast to last, but Monu NATOs are too good. They are just undeniably too good. Interestingly enough, built different, hovered by Lexar here, building into that Might of the Colossus that he picked up earlier in the series. Cragley getting the massive KO swing awakening in the form of bulk up. Survivability denied away from Springrolls, and also picking up survivability and KO potential, which they've been, you know, using plenty of. So yeah, Eclipse, they're going to be KOing a lot more this set. I'm looking at this now, and it's looking pretty dire for the side of Groundhog Day. I still think that probably their only win condition is them getting some power plays of their own, which hinges mostly on Sphinx's ability to stay alive and position smartly. For the time being, Scandals is the one who's in charge of the midfield, and it's going to take some serious work to change that.
Solid goal line stand there from Groundhog Day, but still struggling to get it off their side of the field and get some offense going. And Cragley's going to pick up a KO there onto Sphinx as their final barrier falls. Cragley trying to bring it into the top side, and I save from Jewish Asian here, and Springrolls winning a strike board to prevent the pass. Jumping up, Lexar has the core flip available here. Looking to go off the center. Doesn't get a very good angle on it, and it goes right back around to this top side. Now the Blobos coming out on the offense, but Jewish Asian sends it across the map, and Lexar does not have the speed to reach that one. That overtime core speed, just able to sink it right in. Groundhog Day striking first in set 3 as they look to mount yet another potential comeback.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the hardest one that they've yet attempted. That last draft was so valuable for all 3 members of Chikara Eclipse. But Groundhog Day appeared to have just flipped some sort of switch here. I mean, we're seeing fantastic core flips come out. Sphinx is making good plays. Look at that Molten Bolt snipe. If the tempo keeps up like this, Groundhog Day actually stand a chance to bring this one back.
Springrolls in a little bit of trouble here. Have him play around the center, not die. But Groundhog Day performing well under pressure right now. Xenalt, though, on the line. Lexar jumping up, but Jewish Asian deflecting every shot that Cragley has made so far. There's the Era NATO coming out, not able to grab the core with it. Core flip from Scandals is blocked as well at the midfield line. Now Groundhog Day looking to push up and finally get some offense going of their own. Cragley shutting down Sphinx here. we head into overtime. Spring Rolls looking to chase up and get this core. Arrow beam from Scandals. A dribble off the center here. Has another NATO set up. Doesn't find anything. Spring Rolls with a death touch play in the top side. Looking for the pendulum swing. A perfect setup for Spring Rolls to find the goal in the 1-on-2. Groundhog Day. Bringing it to set point. A glimmer of hope. An opportunity to keep this one going.
Yeah, and again, this has nothing to do, or at least little to nothing to do, with the Awakenings picked up by Groundhog Day in that last draft. It really does just seem like they're playing more deliberately here. Sphinx is towing that midfield line a lot better, being able to catch more of these rotations. He's not letting Scandals just, run all over him and run past him with this stacks on stacks. And he's also staying alive, right? Like, Cragley is still dishing out a lot of damage here, but Sphinx is playing around it a little bit more. We haven't seen him KO'd as much this set. It does seem like Groundhog Day are finding their footing here. And if they're just 1 point away from keeping the series alive, making something beautiful happen. It's going to be hard to do, though, because Cragley did finally find his prey. Sphinx is off the map once more.
But Groundhog Day have been holding firm in these power plays, but that's going to be traded as Spring Rolls gets taken off the map right as Sphinx respawns. Now they're going to have to wait out yet another one here. Lex are able to take down that barrier from across map, and Spring Rolls coming back online now. Spring Rolls up at the top side with the Whiplash dribble, able to bring down the second barrier. Cragley on the return. Can get an angle there, but Spring Rolls looking for a death touch setup into the top side. What a jump save by Lexar, though. Brings it back around for Cragley and Scandals to make something happen as the Monunator set up. It takes Jewish Asian off the map, and Cragley just hits it right in. A crazy last-ditch effort there from Chikara Eclipse to save to the goal, and they are not going to let this set fall so easily.
Yeah, certainly not. And, of course, those first 2 points that we saw Groundhog Day grab, it was when Scandals did not have the stacks and stacks up and running. Now he has it, and that's another power play. Sphinx caught by the Monunado once more. This point's starting to look familiar again, Lego. We have 2 core flips walking up the field. Cragley will burn his first. Attaches it with the Zen primary. That's series point for the side of Chikara Eclipse. Just one more and they could end it right here. That glimmer of hope that we just saw from Groundhog Day, it's dwindling. It's dwindling so much.
Yeah. It's slipping from their grasp here. They gotta lock in and make this happen, or this week could be all over for them. That's one barrier gone. Cragley still holding on to this core, looking to make it 2. Scandals as well, setting up the Monunado. Is going to get 2 of them, and that's Jewish Asia taking off the field yet again. The barrier opening up, and it might be imminent. Chikara Eclipse. The sunlight is fading. Can you feel it? I can. Scandals moving for a shot. What a save by Sphinx, though. In the strike ward, Jewish Asian will come back online. Another Monunado coming up vertically that time. Spring Rolls will be able to survive, though. Cragley looking for a breakaway play here. Not able to connect the core. And then from the center, Scandals now going up to the top side. A pass to Cragley. Goes for the dribble instead. Scandals is going to win the strike war. And right to the bottom side. Sphinx can't catch up with the Xeno Cloak. And Chikara Eclipse. They will be taking the series. And an oh-so-familiar Game 3.
Yeah, Groundhog Day might be all about whether the groundhog comes up out of the hole, sees his own shadow. But I think the only shadow this groundhog is seeing right now is the shadow of the moon as it crosses in front of the sun, blotting out all hope as Chikara Eclipse take a sweeping victory there. Even though Groundhog Day were able to find something there in Game 2, take us to a Game 3. This was very much a reprisal of Game 1. Cragley and Scandals only needing 9 goals to end it there. And once more, Scandals, the king of the midfield, rocking 269 redirects. It really did just seem like he was unstoppable and getting so many fantastic awakenings. Like every both Game 1 and 3, Scandals just having so much speed at his disposal to catch every single thing that Groundhog Day could throw his way. So well played to Scandals, well played to the rest of Chikara Eclipse. A well-fought victory.